Let me back it off there. Halfway through, okay?
Ask him to call me at the same number. Thanks.
And that's halfway through.
Which is a real challenge for Christmas 1987.
200,000 units this year.
200,000 units. What is Hasbro's?
All right, we did this product for Hasbro.
Talking over a lit cigarette gently nestled atop a Diet Coke can, Tom Zito shows Bill Gates a prototype VHS video game console, codenamed N.E.M.O.
So they have an exclusive of some kind?
They own it.
Okay, fine. But then you get some royalties on this?
Yeah.
Zito explains to Gates he and a small team made this under Axlon, a company run by the king of Pong, Nolan Bushnell.
Oh no, hey, back up!
Traditionally, Axlon made things like RC animals and talking bears.
You're in sync, though.
Within its walls, it's as if 6-foot-tall children are running the company. Video games were not in their wheelhouse, but this is far from any ordinary video game machine.
Meow meow, it's Garfield!
Thanksgiving of 1985. I was in New York to visit my family, and I had gone into a photography shop in New York called Willoughby's. I kind of worked my way across the store, and lo and behold, here were kids lining up to play Mario Brothers on the NES. It seemed to me that if you could combine the kind of graphics that you have on TV or on a VCR with gameplay, you would have a really different, interesting kind of platform for gaming. I flew back to California, showed everybody in the staff meeting the NES, and I suggested that we should develop a new game system that would connect between a VCR and a television and allow people to interact with real images as opposed to computer-generated images.
It's amazing. We only got 64 possible levels.
The year is 1985.
The very beginning, maybe, Lee, if we can pull off a way to do a breakout game.
Their mission: flesh out ideas for this mysterious VHS game console and get it bankrolled by Hasbro.
But I have this feeling that we've got to show Hasbro that this is really easy shit to do.
You can see Zito and other Axlon cohorts here, hashing out the core mechanics of this thing. Simultaneously stream 4 video feeds from the VHS player to the N.E.M.O console, which would mix it all into a user interface.
And you just select, click, and click through here. Okay, fine. That goes through in, say, a minute and a half. Okay, at the beginning, we'll set up, say, make my video, boom, boom.
They slam down ideas like a live music video editor, a haunted house adventure with branching paths.
So that creates the gameplay where we have to shoot him and dodge him.
And even a golf game?
But if I told them in the golf shop, to buy this little box for $200 and we play Augusta this afternoon, he's going to haul his ass over there and buy all the tapes real quick.
Whatever plan they came up with was convincing enough to get $2 million from Hasbro. But while designing this prototype console, Nolan Bushnell made it clear he did not like the idea of constantly making movies to support these games. Zito says Bushnell fired him, but Hasbro still really liked the idea. So they bought N.E.M.O and hired Zito as the leader of a new subsidiary, Hasbro Electronics. They tasked him with finishing the project.
I don't know anything about technology. I mean, I'm a former journalist. I'm not an engineer. And George said to me, "You don't understand. At Hasbro, technology means 2 D cells."
In the midst of this new beginning, Zito's colleagues, Rob Fulop and James Riley, encountered a creative eureka inside American Legion Post 43.
Speak up, is that you? What do you got your hand out for? Just stand there. Sign your name on the bottom line.
Within this striking Egyptian-influenced Art Deco structure, the performance Tamara took over the stage, and the hallways, and the kitchen. It was everywhere.
My work is good. Il Comandante D'Annunzio?
This play about 1920s Italian fascism took up 13 stages. The audience moves to whichever stage they want, following characters in a live choose-your-own-adventure, environmental theater.
This is my 4th time here at Tamara, and it's really kind of interesting because every time I come back, it's completely different.
In your mind, you're trying to solve what may be a crime or solve a mystery.
Action will unfold across several stages simultaneously. Fulop and Riley paid to see the play 3 times to try and piece it all together. Tamara became their foundation for what type of games they should really be making with N.E.M.O. Footage shows the N.E.M.O team and a few actors filming Scene of the Crime, a whodunit mystery.
I'll be right there, darling.
The 5-minute game has the player controlling a home security system.
Watch them with the cameras.
Watching characters in a total of 8 rooms, working to find out who stole from the safe.
And at that point, everybody's running to the study. You're in the study. The player comes in. You get all the timings on people, the way people enter. And at that point, we're trying to quickly get to the point of the player now making a selection.
While making this, they had to explain how an interactive film works to these actors.
Okay, my God, I've been robbed. Lights come on, you look around.
My God, I've been robbed! Freeze! Hold it! Everyone!
It's a newfangled concept. Jim Riley said they did this at his sister-in-law's house, filming just what they need to make a convincing demo.
And it's in the city.
You can see they set up one camera outside a window, facing inside. Just 4 surveillance video feeds could play at the same time. Getting 4 simultaneous videos to play on a VHS tape was a purely analog process. They didn't need to invent a special tape or use a weird cropping method. Producer Kevin Welsh says Control Vision takes advantage of how CRTs operate.
It was an interleaving process, so everything was just done like that. Right. And then what the box did, the Control Vision box, could know which of the interleaves to pull. And if you understand good old analog NTSC days, there's the even fields and the odd fields were scanned in.
The cathode ray in an NTSC tube television rapidly draws a frame across the screen in rows, 60 times per second. It draws a frame on the even rows, then odd rows, even field, odd field, back and forth.
This is called interlaced scanning, with 60 interlaced pictures per second.
So what was happening was channel 1 would come in as the even field, channel 2 would come in as the odd field, channel 3 would come in as the next even field, channel 4 would come in as the next odd field, and then it would repeat.
The Control Vision box knows how to separate the series of interlaced frames from each video feed. As such, a Control Vision game using all 4 channels runs at 15 frames per second.
Yeah, what was coming in off the tape was analog. Wow. If you were to pop the tape into a VCR, you'd see all the stuff go by. It would just look very strange.
You ready? Everybody ready? And hit it. Let's go, Holly!
They also shot video for a baseball demo, apparently using this tech to make a live-action interactive sports game. We don't get to see how this idea comes together, but James Riley said in a past interview they did finish it.
How many waves do you need? Well, I need 6.
Throughout the later end of 1986, Zito would attempt to expand his empire at Hasbro and attract investors. Amidst this grand quest, they brought N.E.M.O and its demos to Microsoft's boss.
And all the people who have been working on the project at Axelon have become employees of Hasbro Electronics. So
not Nolan.
Not Nolan.
Okay.
They didn't want
it. So all of you here.
Yeah, plus about 15 other people.
Okay.
You want to talk a little bit about it before we start show it, or what?
Yeah.
Or actually, let me say one other thing. People have told us that this does what CEI claims it's going to do.
Okay, good.
The silver box is the N.E.M.O console prototype. The team explains how it works to Bill Gates, a bridge between the VCR and TV. The VHS tapes go in, feeding N.E.M.O 4 channels by way of interlaced frames and a set of code. N.E.M.O converts it all into a video game, taking care of some UI and sprite work. The start of the tape had code that would get loaded into the console, telling it how to overlay graphics on the live VHS video.
It basically makes your VCR interactive. You can now interact with your VCR in ways besides pushing rewind and fast forward.
As of this recording, N.E.M.O required a stereo sound VCR.
You know that Microsoft doesn't own a stereo VCR?
I don't know that.
Bill would be mad if we did.
Laughing like giddy children at the cool kid's house, Team Hasbro informs Gates the consumer console will not require stereo.
What I want to do is show you the demo we put together, and then we'll talk about how it all works.
Okay, great.
So why don't you sit here, Bill, so you can play with it.
This is the hot seat here.
They prepare to show Gates the demo for their interactive music video. It allows the player to select from up to 4 video streams, editing a video for You Might Think by The Cars. 4 video feeds play at the bottom in a row, with one big monitor up top. On the fly, you select which feed goes into your video while the song is playing.
And all you have to do is press buttons 1 through 4 when you see something down here you want to include in your video.
The camera never points at the monitor, so we can't see what's being played.
There's actually, what, 5 tracks on this thing?
4. It's like we're showing you 4 movies at once.
So what I'm seeing now isn't a track, it's actually a mixed, the Logic's actually mixing that?
Well, the top is mixed. There's a Logic section mixing the top.
Play with how it feels. I'll explain how it works.
Moments later, the song ends. It automatically plays back the edit Bill Gates made in full screen. As it plays out, Gates remains attentive yet quiet, saving his questions for the end.
You didn't make this video especially, did you?
2 tracks were made specially. 2 tracks came from the original video. Yeah, we've got every toy we could find and abused it for the camera.
They take the appetizer plate away from Gates to immediately serve him the main course.
You actually have to find out who the thief is.
Scene of the crime is playable on modern platforms by way of a bonus feature in Night Trap.
The hand, are you getting it?
Yes, I think I've got it.
Back to back.
While I'm obviously not using a N.E.M.O here, we can attempt to sync this gameplay footage with the archival tape audio, seeing what Gates experienced.
There are remote control cameras in each of these rooms, and by pushing buttons 1 through 7, you can look in any of the rooms you want to.
No, you can't do it yet.
You can only look in the ones that are lit up, because those are the only ones with people in it.
You monitor security feeds for 8 rooms. The hardware can only play 4 videos at the same time, so at any given point during the game, only up to 4 rooms are active at the same time. On screen, the main character Norman explains the security system to the player, hiding precious jewelry inside the safe.
You're going to hide his money, and other people are plotting to steal his money, so you have to find out who actually does the stealing.
Watch them with the cameras.
So you can push button 6 and you look in the bedroom, for instance. You want to see what's going on in the bedroom. You can push button 5 and see what's happening in the living room. It's your choice. You can look in any rooms that are active at any time.
Gates is locked in, seemingly determined to find out who steals from the safe, while carefully analyzing the silver box in front of him.
Hello, Francis. How are you this evening?
No.
At first, the party guests appear to be here for fun. Gates seems ever so slightly puzzled, at one point asking if there are clues.
You'd have to have clues to go with it to interpret this stuff, wouldn't you?
Well, you saw him put the money in the safe.
Oh.
And at some point, someone's going to steal it. But if you follow people around and hear what they say, you can sort of find out who's plotting to steal it.
They tell him to keep switching through the security feeds to find out who tries breaking into the safe.
He tries to break in, but he hasn't got the right combination.
Behind the schmoozing on screen, other characters are trying to crack the code to Norman's treasures. Gates quickly picks up on how this demo works.
Go to 3, the bathroom's on.
Okay, you can watch this woman undress in the bathroom if you want to. We have distractors throughout this.
It seems like these distractors don't help me much in terms of the actual game.
Yeah, they don't.
They improve the entertainment value.
It depends on what your goals are.
How can multiple people play?
This game as structured is not for multiple people right now, other than you can take turns at it.
The conference room attendees compare this to other products, like the Clue VHS tape, meant to be played alongside the board game. Naturally, they also bring up Dragon's Lair, though neither do what Scene of the Crime does.
I was just up here.
After a power bump inside the house, the characters scurry in a frazzled pitter-patter, bumping into each other on the way to the study.
In here.
My God, I've been robbed! Freeze! Everyone, right where you are. Now we're going to find out just who it was that robbed me of my money. Okay, who did it?
So we ask you, and then in a minute you'll get a chance to make your choice.
Gates makes his educated guess. N.E.M.O takes a moment to fetch the corresponding cutscene from the tape.
No, Norman, that can't be right. We were together in the hallway when the lights went out. Really, whoever you are, you're obviously not watching this house very carefully. Norman, we'll see you in the living room. I'm sorry, everybody.
This is where the archival tape of Bill Gates playing the N.E.M.O prototype ends, with an incorrect accusation. It's unclear if Gates had any further involvement with the project, but this tape does show us the caliber of people who got an audience from Team N.E.M.O. Many other known names would soon sit in the same hot seat throughout the ensuing years. The variety of impressions it left scale from amazement to confusion. Almost nothing like it exists.
By the 2nd of February, which is the Monday before Toy Fair begins.
As the N.E.M.O team inches closer to the new year, they start to prepare for the reality of bringing this thing to market. They need to finish the hardware, get full-length games produced, and finalize the image of Hasbro Electronics.
Now, I don't know if that's going to be the name of the company. One of the things that we have to do is come up with some names. I think that Hasbro Electronics is probably a shitty name for a company. And maybe it should be HasCat or something like that. I don't know. My suspicion is that they'll want Has used in it somehow. They're actually hoping that this product will prevent them from being referred to as Has-Been.
The Hasbro subsidiary settled on a name that has no has. This team is dubbed Isix.
Specially encoded tapes, thereby allowing you to interact with whatever happens to be on that tape.
In this tape, Tom Zito and his cohorts are seen poaching more of their former Axlon co-workers.
So although we will get paid for all the time, there's going to, at some point when it switches over, there's going to be a 1-week lag.
They discuss payday scheduling, what's next for Isix, and mention that they somehow got Nolan's blessing to steal more Axlon people.
Those of us who are currently still employees of Axlon, who are coming to work for Hasbro Electronics, as much as it's humanly possible, have Nolan's blessing. Of course, as we all know, that depends on what minute you talk to Nolan.
It sounds like Axlon might still get some royalties from this thing. They put another prospect in the hot seat, getting him to edit another Cars music video. Across all future prospects, the pitch from Zito was consistent.
Literally millions of VCRs out there in the world. There were now all of these millions of game consoles out there in the world. And as it was explained to me by Tom Zito, he said, you know, the idea is if we've got all these millions of VCRs sitting out there, maybe there's a way that we can combine the two. We know that the games aren't going to be as interactive as the bitmap games were, but at the same time, they were going to certainly be much richer. And there was a question as to whether there was this sort of in-between market. You know, the hardcore gamers on one side, the passive viewers of television on the other. Was there a large volume of people in the middle that maybe would want to interact not as hardcore as the gamers, but not as passive as just the viewers?
By the start of 1987, Hasbro gave Isix the money needed to film and produce at least 2 full games for the VHS video game console. Zito mentioned in a Sega Bits interview, this is around when they built Control Vision development kits, seeding them out to other companies so they could make third-party games.
So that they could start thinking about making software for the N.E.M.O system. 6 to 9 months, I spent most of my time in Japan trying to find some company that was going to manufacture the hardware for us. We wound up signing an agreement with Toshiba.
It's also high time for Isix to make a first-party game, or I guess, film a first-party game. They decide to expand on the Tamara-inspired concept.
At the time, I was not that interested in branching or changing the ending or things that actually were starting to be developed at that time, like Dragon's Lair, right? I was much more interested in a kind of world that you would feel more naturally involved in and be able to move around in that world. When you continued to go through these experiences, you didn't feel like you were doing the same thing again. Let's imagine that we don't have a limit in terms of where we can go at any one time. And one of the easiest ways to think of that is surveillance cameras.
As James Riley recalled, the first idea had the player monitor a billionaire's house in Lake Tahoe. It has a state-of-the-art surveillance system, equipped with traps. The billionaire's daughter shows up with friends for a slumber party, but the house gets invaded by ninjas, and they're going after the money. So you have to watch the video feeds, trap the ninjas, and save the girls.
Somehow it went from that to vampires.
Using a 35mm Panavision.
Mark.
Filming across 32 days at a private studio in Culver City, the Isix gang shot Night Trap.
We have complete control of the cameras and the traps.
But who operates that?
They do.
You are a member of the Special Control Attack Team. Ignore the acronym. Your mission is to hijack the security system of a winery estate where teenage girls went missing.
Oh, there's no escape, my sweet little plum.
The late Dana Plato stars as a young undercover agent, going into the estate with a group of girls for a slumber party.
You with me, Control? We're going in. What's this? Oh, homemade cherry popsicles. Great.
We all have our own very special cravings around here.
The parents leave, so that means it's time to do wild and out stuff, like dance to the game's theme song. But something's not right. Augs keep breaking in, trying to suck blood from humans with these clamps. On top of this, the family might be vampires.
Look at that. Oh, you're right, they're here.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Hasbro's push for kid-friendliness is actually why the augers use these neck clamps to suck blood.
There was this thing called reproducible violence. It's the first time I had heard that term. And Hasbro in particular, which was essentially a toy company, was very concerned about that. So anything that would have a knife or shuriken, all these different devices that, no, that's reproducible. I'm thinking, a lot of people don't have these things around their house, but so the vampires could not have teeth. Please don't say that that's reproducible violence. And they said, no, we don't want to see, vampires biting the girls. So these were toothless vampires, and they could not move too quickly. So they actually had to be kind of sick. Toothless, sick vampires that were weak and couldn't do much, and they really needed blood. And the only way they could get it was to auger in with a device like the trocar.
One of the things that was interesting is it was shot really blown out. The set was overlit. It was really brightly lit because the control vision process would dim things down. And so the actual film had to be kind of cranked up.
In her defense, I'd want to kill them too.
Hey, let's try one of these. Cindy, all you think about is food.
Where's my sister?
Oh, boy. Here we go again.
I'm serious. Eddie made these laser guns to fight off the Ogs.
Ogs?
We gotta tell everybody else. Follow me.
Man, he is really flipped out.
I don't think you should be hanging around that weird Eddie.
Definitely.
Ew!
Cindy, you're making a mess.
That tastes like blood.
Yeah, right.
Chaos unravels at the winery estate as the 1980s Woo girls discover the wine is actually blood. You must follow the action through each room, activating traps with a single button, and listen to the nefarious family.
Well, that's gonna change pretty soon, huh?
You influence the action like a ghost in the walls. On rare occasions, the undercover Plato may talk to you. Trap enough Augs and save the girls, you win. Let the girls die, you lose.
I'd like you to stay in your room and be careful. I'm gonna check out the rest of the house, okay?
Okay.
Listen, things are getting really weird around here. Keep your eyes open and watch out for the other girls. I'll be right back.
This was a complex shoot. All the branching and intertwining possibilities had to be laid out over a long timeline chart and a 250-page script. You can see James Riley on set holding up a stopwatch and a timeline, making sure the actors' movements stay consistent with other rooms. Isix laid down the carefully interconnecting branches of Night Trap onto a control vision tape, with up to 4 active video channels at a time, just like Scene of the Crime. This brought a VHS-quality interactive movie to life. A successful playthrough takes about a half hour, but with so many possibilities, solving this big puzzle could take many hours. It is a classic horror B-movie that you directly influence. If Control Vision launches with Night Trap in the late 80s, it'll surely be a smash. There is nothing like this on the market.
Fun fact.
In the original Night Trap footage, the agent boss holds up a N.E.M.O controller with a Night Trap button overlay. It's possible they plan to include an overlay with each game.
You'd never understand. Just leave now.
Hold it!
Kevin Welsh was brought into the mix after Night Trap was filmed, tasked with post-production.
It had to be edited in such a way that everything would sync up. The person's entrance and exit would have to line up. Mostly it was hallways. They would go out to a hallway and then go into a room. They had some blind spots engineered to give us some wiggle room, but nonetheless, that was tricky.
By this point, Tom Zito is the unofficial ringleader behind the operation. As Night Trap's film is being programmed, Zito spends time gallivanting across the seductive lands of film-bound dreams, working to drum up support for his interactive movies. Zito's quest has mixed reviews from his Isix counterparts, with Rob Fulop saying, quote, "Tom liked schmoozing around Hollywood," and Kenneth Melville saying, "All Zito wanted to do was, quote, bang babes and hang with movie stars." Zito referred to this new wave as Sillawood, merging Silicon Valley with Hollywood. He reportedly held talks with Disney, Viacom, and Warner Bros., nearly licensing Control Vision games based on RoboCop, Nightmare on Elm Street, Star Trek, Police Academy, Top Gun, and even Jane Fonda's exercise tapes. They all fell through for a variety of reasons. Perhaps the most devastating loss was this potential Control Vision game, Mad Max Autorama. Kenneth Melville wrote a 200-page script and storyboarded the whole thing, only for Hasbro to shoot it down because it wasn't family-friendly. There was still a lingering perception in the US that video games were kids' toys. It's a struggle Isix ran into consistently with those big film studios. As of 1987, many Hollywood bigwigs saw games as a lesser industry. Facing the realities of rejection head-on, they film another first-party Control Vision game.
Here we go again. Maybe you're good enough, dog meat. Let's find out.
Shot in Hawaii with a $3 million budget in 1987, Sewer Shark takes form at the creative hands of Melville and Charlie Kellner.
Shoot the tubes, dog meat!
Catfish the ghost. We got a target acquisition down here. Oh my gosh. It's ghosts. Sector 3, 6, 12.
It hosts a more active spin on gameplay, having the player shoot enemies superimposed over films of underground passageways, all while an angry drill sergeant shouts insults at you. There is agency with the plot, choosing your path down these tunnels, rewarded for shooting whatever the hell these things are.
It all began on an innocent Thursday night. You didn't have anything going, so you drove into town for a burger and a video. When you got to Main Street, you realized that something was very wrong.
Taking a more traditional video game approach, the Isix gang carved Citizen X into a Control Vision tape.
You with the risk communicator. I am director of anti-terrorist operations, codenamed the Sentinel. Presently, there is a terrorist operation underway. Stand by. I'm getting a tape communique from the terrorist organization.
I am Black Plague, terrorist of the World Vengeance Organization. Today I shall strike the lethal blow. I shall destroy you soft capitalist pigs. Three.
It credits Lawrence Grunberg for the film and a well-known video game icon for the gameplay.
Mark Trammell, who is one of the greatest video game designers, coders to have ever lived, he was one of the guys developing Citizen X. And that was intended to be the mix. It was going to have video setups, video interludes, and then it would drop into a sort of traditional gameplay.
Maybe you got caught in the sewer like most rats do. Soon, very soon, I shall release a new nerve gas.
By the way, this tape appears to be direct gameplay capture from a Control Vision unit. Isix created a 2D platformer, somewhat reminiscent of Flashback, which doesn't exist yet. I'm assuming the Control Vision handled these sprites, somehow pulling photoreal backgrounds from the VHS tape. The titular Citizen X has a gun and sticks of dynamite used to fight blobs and snakes. Work your way through the map, occasionally seeing short cutscenes. On set at a hotel swimming pool, Isix films a Control Vision game called Scruples. It seems to follow some guy named John, who gets caught up in a chlorinated net of misinterpreted debauchery. His wife is not a fan of whatever's going on here.
And you guys, you're my best friends, and you're helping with this. Hey, come on,
I'm not sure what the exact premise is supposed to be, or how the gameplay is set up. Towards the end of 1987, Isix is rounding out a whirlwind adventure filming full-length Control Vision games, nearly striking several deals with big studios, and working to get their console ready for retail. By this point, Hasbro had already spent roughly $20 million on the development of Control Vision. They want to get 200,000 Control Vision units manufactured and on store shelves by the 1989 holiday season. As Nolan Bushnell recalled, they needed $150 million to manufacture enough Control Vision consoles. Video RAM chipsets were rising in price. It also didn't help that Hasbro's chief executive, Stephen Hasenfeld, died unexpectedly that June.
He became sick. And, he was really the primary promoter of the product. He really believed in it.
Not wanting to take such a massive financial risk, Hasbro cut their losses and shut down Control Vision, putting everything inside a Rhode Island storage unit in the fall of '89. For the time being, Isix was done.
When it was shut down, I think when, Hasbro said, look, we don't want to get in this business. It's, manufacturing the consoles is going to be expensive. We're not sure it's going to be there. The market's going to be there. Yeah, it was very disappointing. I remember just everybody was as crestfallen as you could possibly imagine.
What they created became well-guarded treasure in a corporate tomb. As history shows, such treasure will always be excavated. With the passage of time, its value increases. Its alluring shimmer becomes more sought after. Someone will dig up Isix. The video you're about to watch is really long. For your convenience, it's being split into multiple parts, or chapters. You can watch these chapters like episodes of a show in pieces, or just marathon the whole thing if you want. You could even skip ahead to the parts that you're interested in. Do whatever you want. I won't be offended. We'll start by going over the history of digital pictures as a company, from start to end. Then we will go over Double Switch for the Sega Saturn, which, as far as I can tell, is the last piece of software released by the company. This represents everything that digital pictures is. At around the time they ported Double Switch to Saturn, they finished 2 other Saturn games that never came out. We'll go over both in great detail. We'll end the video by talking about what killed digital pictures, a death at the hands of its own publisher, and changing trends in the video game industry. Isix seemingly disbanded after Hasbro yoinked the plug on Control Vision. For a few years, the Finnish Night Trap and Sewer Shark laid dormant, more of an urban legend among entertainment business insiders. Head honchos of Isix went their separate ways. Zito wrote a TV show. Rob Fulop and James Riley helped develop Third Degree, an interactive game show for the CDI.
What would the reaction be to this unexpected situation?
Enter now.
Ironically working on a machine they previously swore to defeat.
People have told us that this does what CDI claims it's going to do.
Nolan Bushnell's Axelon made a couple of Atari games, including Moto Rodeo. In the US, the Sega Genesis released by 1989, using cartridges to display sprite-based games, as per the norm. Other VHS consoles arrived and failed, solidifying tapes as a video game no-go. But the desire to get cinema into games has not necessarily wilted. In this post-Isix world, Kenneth Melville started working with CinemaWare, writing the game It Came from the Desert, inspired by old giant monster movies. This takes place in a small California town being dominated by giant ants. Instead of relying on film, the presentation takes a slightly more traditional approach. A top-down view of the town, extensive dialogue with a dynamic cast of characters, and shooting galleries against giant insects. There's a keen focus on storytelling, letting the player steer the plot. For 1989, this is pretty dope. Critics of the time agreed. As punk began to overtake hair metal at the turn of the decade, the top bosses of Sony and Columbia Pictures visited Melville & Co. at CinemaWare. Sony just spent billions investing in film and music. Now they want a piece of the video game pie. During this visit, they wound up speaking with Melville. He showed the Sony suits the unreleased Sewer Shark and Make My Video. As Melville said in a past interview, quote, "A light bulb went off. They went gaga over it." Melville calls Zito, telling him Sony wants to buy the Control Vision games. Zito is so shocked, he doesn't seem to believe him. So Zito talks to his brother, who happens to work PR for Sony.
And my brother said, "Does this have something to do with trying to shoot rats in a sewer?" And I said, "As a matter of fact, it does." And he said, "You better get on a red eye and come to New York."
Zito rushed his way to the East Coast, dusted off the Control Vision prototypes, and met up with Sony.
Having to sign non-disclosure agreements up the yin-yang, Sony explained to me that they were trying to develop a video game console in concert with Nintendo.
Right as Nintendo was preparing to launch the Super Famicom in Japan, they were working with Sony on making a CD add-on. They slapped the word PlayStation on the plastic casing of this prototype. As the New York Times reported, they called it the Game Player. It would be able to play Super Famicom cartridges and disc-based games. As Zito recalls, the paperwork they signed would put Night Trap and Sewer Shark on this multimedia machine. Retiring their old banner, Zito and Melville founded a new company, Smart TV.
That was Tom wanted to call it that, and I believe we couldn't clear it.
Oh, okay.
And then he switched it to Digital Pictures. Like Sony Pictures or Paramount Pictures was the idea.
As the startup begins to take physical form in Palo Alto, new faces join the Isix veterans.
And so as I'm walking down the street in California, I see these folks who look sort of interesting moving in, and I just stopped to chat. I said, "What's the company?" And they said the company was Digital Pictures. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. They've got the two components that speak to the two sides of my personality.
Amanda Welsh had just moved to California after getting her PhD in linguistics from Harvard. She also has a Bachelor in Fine Arts and Theatrical Directing from NYU. She spoke with Zito after running into them by chance.
Well, we kind of hit it off, and so he said, "Well, look, we're just starting up. We don't have a whole lot going on, but come join us, and, we'll figure out a way to make it work." So my first job at Digital Pictures was as the receptionist.
That may sound weird for someone who just got their doctorate, but Amanda quickly got involved with producing, working closely with writer Ken Melville.
In a startup, everybody does what needs to be done. That's how startups operate.
Much of the gang was brought back along with some new faces. In order to cram these VHS games into a CD-ROM format, they need some technical help.
Well, I loved working there. I have very positive memories of Digital Pictures.
Developing games since he was 14, Ken Suhu worked for Atari while attending UC Berkeley.
I have kind of these two parallel tracks. One is the formal college training in 3D, and the other is just like grinding out games for my own amusement on, the Atari series. That's my background. I'm an avid gamer from that era, so that would be the 80s era game.
Once he got his degree, Suhu left Atari and worked for a couple of years at a startup.
And then, this opportunity came up. There was a downtown Palo Alto office, and my boss from the first startup I was at went over to work for this very exciting little video game startup where they were taking the N.E.M.O technology, as they called it, right? Taking it and bringing it to that Nintendo class device.
like they did with other prospective partners years before. They put Ken Suhu in the hot seat.
It was the most incredible thing I had seen, that N.E.M.O device. They showed me a demo of it, and I instantly wanted to sign on. I mean, that was so compelling. It was the most compelling thing I'd seen in games in probably my entire life, but certainly in many, many years. And I just wanted to be a part of it. And I'm like, oh my God, I have to work here, right?
But right as they were trying to convert these VHS games to the digital realm, Nintendo and Sony got in a bit of a tiff.
It was interesting as an observer to watch the battles between Nintendo and Sony.
It's a game of survival, basically, and towards the end you're going to try to blow up your competitors, too.
Sony publicly announced their partnership with Nintendo at CES in June 1991. The day after, Nintendo announced its partnership with Philips. Calling this a betrayal, journalists started reporting on the collapse of the Nintendo-Sony axis. Nintendo's Howard Lincoln told The Times, quote, "There is a dispute between Sony and Nintendo as to the terms of the agreement." Sony's Olaf Olafsson said, quote, "We view this as a very serious matter," adding, "It's not clear if Nintendo violated their agreement by working with Philips." Throughout all this, Zito recalls the two companies sparring over the viability of CDs as a game medium and ways to prevent piracy. Their agreement fell through. The Nintendo PlayStation was scrapped, the divorce finalized, and the Control Vision games were about to get left behind yet again.
Probably within the hour, Tom Zito was around the corner, literally around the corner.
Sony threw them a bone, introducing the Digital Pictures gang to Sega. Hot off the release of its 16-bit Genesis, the Blue Giant was creating a CD add-on, doing what Nintendo did not. The Mega CD, or Sega CD as it's known in the States, is getting closer to its US launch date. It comes out in Japan at the end of 1991, due out in the US about a year after. Sega of America wants it to launch alongside Night Trap and Sewer Shark. So continues this quest of video compression.
Then they said they were going to do it on these sort of modern-day game systems. I said, all right, I know how to do those. I'm here.
This is before high-def videos could seamlessly run on digital machines. We're years before the MP4 was invented, and right at the beginning of Apple's MOV format.
As you can see, the cubes are filled with engineers, bustling and busily working on QuickTime.
Gosh, how are we going to take what is NTSC video and convert that into these tiles? At that point, there really weren't any commercially available video digitizing tools. That may sound incredible today,
right?
But there weren't any. So we had to write our own. In fact, I wrote that software that did the capture. Software called Edit Buddy.
Kevin says they primarily worked on Macs, converting the tapes to digital, frame by frame.
So we had a videotape machine rolling forward. It would trigger one, capture one frame, roll back, roll forward, trigger the capture of another frame, and it would do that for hours and hours and hours for us to capture a video sequence.
Getting a single video file to run on something like the Sega CD was hard enough. Getting 4 simultaneous video streams to work would seem impossible to some, including Sega.
Sega did not believe that full motion video was possible on Sega CD. That was something they never considered at all. So Digital Pictures came along and they were all like, we can do this. And Sega's all like, oh, whatever. Well, they worked out an agreement with Sega to where if they can pull off full motion video within, I want to say 6 months, then Sega will basically dump a bunch of money into Digital Pictures, basically funding their studio so they can get going. Digital Pictures pulled it off in under a month.
We made the Sega CD do unnatural things. I mean, we made it do things that the designers never intended it to do. And they had to send me to Japan at one point to talk to the architects of the Sega CD because I was seeing behavior that their specifications didn't agree with their specifications.
Before all this, games like Dragon's Lair worked in a much simpler way.
Classic CD interaction. You make a choice, and there's a pause as the CD runs off and finds the right next clip, and then bang, you get it. And for us, we actually had multiple simultaneous images streaming off the CD at the same time.
Back on Control Vision, the 4 video streams played on the tape at once, so the transition between videos was seamless. Digital Pictures wanted these transitions to be just as seamless on Sega CD. So to fit this into the data pipeline from the CD player, they had to make a complex compression algorithm.
A holistic compression methodology that began with a frame-by-frame capture of the source video, and then a very intelligent reduction of the contents of that true color video into, depending on the platform, very low number of colors per region. In that, you could fit the most beautiful single picture, or you could divide it up into all the possible scenarios that were available to the user at that moment. And fundamentally, that's what we did.
Suhu said the hardware can display 64 colors on screen at once, using 16 colors per region. Like on Control Vision, the video feeds play at 15 frames per second. Its resolution also significantly shrank, making it easier to fit 4 video streams and the tile-based system.
The problem was, how do we convert it into the tile system? And that's where a guy named Charlie Kellner came in. So he wrote a program called Flying Colors, and it was the program that then took each of these QuickTime files and converted them into tile-based systems. So for the first year, I think, of Digital Pictures, that's probably what we were doing, was writing that software.
When the player selects another video feed, Sega's hardware rapidly decompresses that video stream, hiding the process behind TV static. If there's something like a corresponding trap scene, it will rapidly switch to that video at a certain frame. Suhu calls Charlie Kellner the genius behind this tech, working alongside Mark Klein to make this possible. Though it was possible, the video quality took a noticeable hit.
Taking true color video and compressing it down, but holding on to as much of its integrity as you could, its look and feel, if you will. It wasn't a matter of can you make it hold up, it was just how much can you avoid damaging it, right?
But the quality didn't matter to the architects. Suhu went to Japan and showed this to the people who built the Sega CD. They were floored.
Just looked at me like I was both crazy and I had done something amazing with his product, right?
It's a done deal. Sega signed up Digital Pictures to port Night Trap and Sewer Shark to the CD add-on. The rest of 1992 would be spent squishing these videos down to the constraints of the hardware and obtaining fresh footage.
Clear. When it was put on Sega CD, they had to refilm a bunch of scenes with like the game over scenes where it shows like Commander Sims breaking the controller in half and stuff like that.
Right.
Well, they filmed those scenes 5 years later. I actually have the shopping list to recreate their uniforms.
Nice. So if you got the source code for the uniform if you ever wanted to recreate it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a whole shopping list. They had to rebuy all the costumes and everything. And that's what's on Sega CD. The version he remade.
We is I, by the way. I had to go buy all the costumes. Yes.
That was you.
Right now, another 5 girls are headed towards the Martins.
We shot it at King Street Studio, which is now where the San Francisco Giants baseball park is, AT&T Park. But yes, that was me. I had to go do all that stuff.
Use the traps to capture anyone or anything that endangers the lives of those girls.
Check out the boat.
While crushing the tapes into Sega's machine, they realized There was no good reason to actually watch the dialogue scenes.
If you were watching the video, if you were watching people talking, you were missing a trap. So they knew that the minute you saw somebody talk, you'd switch to another room. Well, then why watch the game at all? So we came up with the idea, as simple as it was, to just say that there would be a code that would protect the trapdoors.
All right, I'll go downstairs and reset the access code to green.
The vampires would get suspicious. And they'd say, why don't we change the code to blue?
Come on, Lisa.
So in this new version of the game, dubbed over voice lines from the original actors talk about changing the trap code to a different color.
Not that again. Come on, Studley, we better change that code. How about yellow?
So regardless of whether or not you hear this, from that point on, you must change the code to that color, or else the traps won't work. These changes happen at set points, but the colors randomize with each playthrough.
I'd feel better if we switched the code again to red. We don't want anyone else to get control.
Sony ImageSoft had partnered with Sega to publish a bunch of CD-ROM games, including Sewer Shark. This New York Times article from May 21st, 1992 is one hell of a time capsule. Nintendo and Sony didn't seem to publicly announce their breakup yet when this was printed, so it mentions the Sony Nintendo PlayStation and Sony's Sega CD games as both being in the works. What a time.
This is your regular TV, aspect ratio of 4:3, and this is the wave of the future, what they call a 16:9 widescreen TV, as it were, to accommodate.
At the Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago, summer of '92, Sega showed off the upcoming attachment, already out in Japan. Game Informer reported Night Trap being shown at the CES floor, possibly the first time it was revealed to the public.
They must know exactly what we want to play, because we want to play what they've got. I'll definitely have the first one. I'm going to get it the minute it hits the stores.
I got to tell you straight up, I'm going to be the first one to buy it. When my friends come over, I'll be charging them to play it.
In the ensuing months, Digital Pictures would quietly toil away at finishing these Control Vision ports.
We got some hungry critters, Mary. 9 or 12, play.
Then, in November of that year, roughly 5 years after they were filmed, Night Trap and Sewer Shark were finally released, alongside the Sega CD.
Happen.
That wasn't too bad, kid.
Pretend it's a game.
Night Trap charted among the top 10 Genesis games within a month, according to Babbage's. Sonic 2 and Madden cartridges would take them down by December, but the disc games are still printing millions of dollars, according to initial sales figures. The Sega CD is proving to be popular.
There is no Nintendo CD. Understood?
Now, it's not like FMV was some foreign concept in video games. Throughout the 80s, Laserdisc titles like Dragon's Lair and Time Gal brought us games fully constructed with animated video. The Rand brothers started shooting Myst.
Oh no!
Live-action games like Who Shot Johnny Rock were already out on DOS.
I can make sure it'll be worth your time.
But perhaps few developers were doing FMV the way Digital Pictures did. The player influencing action across simultaneous streaming videos with little to no traditional video game elements. This was a relatively fresh experience, using Suhu's efficient compression technology to make it all possible.
But you must start doing your job. We all have to do our job.
One of the reasons why nobody had ever seen it before was nobody was crazy enough to think it could be done. And at the era of the Sega CD, if you go look it up, you'll see that we're talking single-digit megahertz of processors, which it's phenomenal that we could decompress video at all, let alone highly compressed video, to get images streamed off the disk. It's really a symmetric operation of compression and decompression.
Buying into the secret surveillance agent shtick, GamePro says one of our nation's most precious resources is Yeah, I don't want to read that. They, say this a few times. Dude, what are you doing? The review writer concedes. The video looks pixelated, but they praise the animation, looking past the quality and enjoying the notion of a B-monster flick. They love the setup, the simple controls, the zombie-like ninja auto mechanics, and recommend everyone check this out to see the Sega CD's full potential. Mostly 5 out of 5 ratings for a near-perfect score. The review crew at EGM was slightly less forgiving. 2 of them gave it a 5 out of 10, yet both say nice things about the video quality. Another gives it an 8, saying the parallel video tracks and trap mechanics are well designed. GameFan wrote, quote, "I think Mom and Dad might like this game, but I'll pass. Nice full motion though." As for Sewer Shark, some reviewers just went nuts over this thing. GamePro straight up gives it a perfect score. Mr. Blister calls it an awesome hybrid of shooting and state-of-the-art CD graphics. One member of EGM's review crew gave it a 9 out of 10, while others ranged between 7 and 6. Electronic Games praised the graphics but noted the gameplay as repetitive, criticizing its energy level system. Like Night Trap, it consistently scored big in sales numbers. Within a few years, it reportedly raked in $18 million. Hilariously, the Electronics Boutique catalog from January 1993 censored Night Trap's cover, as if the woman is topless or something.
New Year's Eve, take moment, clear mind, think Twisted, think 93.
2 projects that sat in the vault for years are finally the gift Digital Pictures can give to the world. Sure, they don't look as good as VHS, but the artists are finally reaping the rewards and fulfillment of their work. The new year of 1993 marked a new beginning for the interactive movie makers. It's a time for them to grow their new company.
Hey, yeah, what up? This is Boy Packer, and welcome to Make My Video. Got my video editor out there, hooked up and chilling in the control room awaiting your scenario for the miggity Mac Daddy and...
With help from Sony ImageSoft, Digital Pictures fully realized the live music video editor from their Control Vision days, releasing 3 Make My Video titles. They featured Crisscross, Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch, and In Excess.
How about some Megadeth? I'm sick of Pretty Boy. House rules. You gotta control the table to pick the music. And we're playing till somebody out there makes the ultimate In Excess video.
Sega has jumped on the CD bandwagon with a new Sega CD system that plugs into a Genesis console. Sega calls it Virtual VCR.
Digital Pictures became a major defining factor for the Sega CD. Sega prominently showed them off at public events like Winter CES 1993. Though footage of this can no longer be found, they supposedly had 10-year-old Corey Fox play Sewer Shark on the Sony Jumbotron at Times Square, live on Good Morning America. Sega of America was interested in further fostering this partnership with Digital Pictures. They wanted the next round of Sega CD consoles to include Night Trap as a pack-in title. This email from April 1993 outlines the deal, promising even more money to DP. But right around this time, the block was getting hot. So Night Trap's reviewers all agreed, this is totally B-movie. The cartoonish violence here is tame compared to more gruesome films of the era. But something about seeing this in a live-action video game really set some people off. Sure, there's no rating on the cover, illustrating a woman in a bra being chased by an auger. Check the fine print. It reads, "May not be suitable for young children." That and the whole point of the neck clamp was to pass Hasbro's rule of non-replicable violence so that kids don't reenact what they see. Like all entertainment media that breaks some kind of ground, pearls will get clutched and the art will get misunderstood. Get a look at this Daily Mail article from April 28, 1993, headlined "The Sega Sickener." It says, unlike the inoffensive Sonic the Hedgehog, Sega is using virtual reality to make a game featuring the, quote, horrific murder of 5 semi-naked actresses. Sir John Wheeler calls the game abhorrent rubbish. MP Terry Dix said the manufacturers are evil, adding that parents should be forced to give their name and address if they buy Night Trap. The next day, this internal email from Sega of America President Tom Kalinske went out to staff. It says UK Parliament introduced a bill to ban Night Trap. Quote, "This has been picked up by the Canadian press, will probably soon spread to the US and to other parts of the world." He maintains Night Trap is not for kids, saying it's no different than mainstream Dracula stories. Kolinsky points out the woman lead, and the game's goal is to defeat these bad guys. He says Toys R Us already took it off Canadian shelves. Quote, "Please be prepared to defend this issue." Weeks later, Kolinsky sends an email to Barry Alperin, vice chairman at Hasbro. He talks about the heat picking up around Night Trap, mentioning his efforts to defend the game. Quote, "The product has been on sale here since November with no complaints." While Kolinsky's overall concerns seem tempered, he does say, quote, "We cannot take the risk of packing Night Trap software with the Sega CD, as had been planned." He said this runs the risk of pressure groups and politicians attacking the Sega CD itself. Kolinsky says they'll still sell copies of Night Trap, but will instead pack Sewer Shark with the console in the fall of '93. He pledges to do his best to keep Hasbro's name from being dragged in the mud, adding, quote, "Please tell Alan it is probably his liberal friends in Congress who will do most of the attacking." This email notes, Australia removed Night Trap from its store shelves.
It's been called violent and sexist. It allows players the option of mutilating women. Night Trap is the new generation CD video game which Sega Australia declared wouldn't go on sale in this country.
That's Australia's 7 network, May 26, 1993. This report says Sega Australia would not sell Night Trap until they can carry out a self-imposed rating system.
No way in which parents can have any assurances about the type of material that their children are having access to.
Politicians across Australia, Europe, and the Americas were all making a stink about Night Trap, and the newsrooms, staffed mostly with non-gamers, naturally reported on the stink.
We've come a long way since Donkey Kong and the early Mario brothers.
Night Trap released at around the same time as Mortal Kombat, Midway's digitized 2D fighter known for amping up that cartoon violence.
Parents wonder if kids can separate fantasy from the real thing.
Wait until they get out into a situation where they're fighting, and then they'll think about this and try to make it real.
They were both grouped into this rising fuss about violence in video games.
A Redwood City company which manufactures a controversial new video game is defending its product tonight in the wake of an international uproar. London lawmakers are outraged about the game. It's called Night Trap. It shows intruders terrorizing women. Channel 7's Carolina has more.
Sega's leaders rejected how these people illustrated the gameplay of Night Trap. Kolinsky even tried giving it a feminist spin during an interview with Channel 7 News in San Francisco.
He's a hero, and he's a she. The hero is a hero, and she helps you save the young girl.
And yet, some children's advocates continue to insist that videos like this need to be regulated.
We need a greater awareness amongst the public that these things are being manufactured. A greater awareness among parents that their children can get hold of these things. And a greater vigilance by parents, teachers, adults generally, like-minded members of society.
News reports claimed parents protested Night Trap. Using these two games as their prime examples, a growing moral panic around the globe demanded a rating system for games, similar to what's used for movies.
Who wants to be involved in a game that involves that form of mutilation?
It's not a child's game. It says right on the package not suitable for children. It's intended for a mature audience.
There's no legislation in place for us not to sell it. The games aren't that gory in any way.
Sarah, what is this? Oh. My father collects weird things.
They made it sound like the player could kill and assault women, when in reality, the player's using Scooby-Doo traps to stop dopey vampires. 19-year-old Stephen Cabell described it to the Royal Gazette by saying, quote, "It's like a made-for-TV movie. No violence, no cursing." There are scenes where girls get captured if you lose.
Up here, and they all shared this bathroom.
One scene in particular played on repeat during these primetime news segments. This is the bathroom scene. Before the slumber party girls become fully aware of the danger lurking within this house, Lisa goes to the bathroom to freshen up, wearing a teddy. As she faces the bathroom mirror, an auger is seen behind the shower door.
Megan, this isn't gonna work. You're not scaring me. Wait.
If you successfully trap the AUG, Lisa is set free. Though, by this point in the game, the trap code has changed. So it's very easy for first-time players to miss that and lose in the bathroom, causing many around the world to see this bad ending.
I don't believe what I just saw.
The agent in charge berates you, making it very clear to the player you screwed up.
I put the lives of those girls in your hands, and you screwed up.
It's been called violent and sexist. It allows players the option of mutilating women.
And so begins the misunderstanding seen around the world. Even gaming magazines would start calling this the infamous scene. With so many bigwigs up in arms, Australia formed its own rating system. Britain restricted the game to 15 and older, with the board official saying it's like an old Doctor Who episode. As for the Americas, Sega conceded. Toys R Us extended its ban to British locations, then Sega added its own MA17 rating to the box of Night Trap. It's part of Sega's 3-tiered rating system for all future games. Despite the ratings, the ignited moral panic on violence in video games raged on, painting the picture of disturbed kids rotting their brains at the hands of an addiction to repetitious tasks of destruction.
The point is just to beat everybody up and win.
We were just fully entertained by the whole thing.
Linear, repetitive, really violent. There's not a lot going on mentally. It's the same repeated movement over and over and over again, and it's very hypnotic.
David Sheff has written a book about the dangers of video games called Game Over. He says many kids play the games obsessively, and he believes the interactive violence affects them long after they shut off the screen.
Kids who play a lot are frustrated, they're anxious, they have a lot of problems with communication, they have fights within their family, their sibling problems.
They have to learn how to control their anger. If I see they are getting too upset over it, I will turn it off for them.
You got it last time, retard.
The absurd thing was, even, when Hasbro was obviously shot under Hasbro when they originally owned the film, they wouldn't let us put a toilet in the bathroom. If you look at the bathroom scene, if you switch to the camera, there's no toilet in there, because they said, well, that might be offensive to people, and we definitely don't want to offend people.
Our next shot up is going to be the appliance store. Now, the appliance store is going to be just like the pawn shop. We've got sand mortars, primer cord, and fire coming out of there. Propane mortars in there, we've got sand mortars in there, we've got primer cord on that also. It's going to be quite loud. If you need earplugs, feel that you need earplugs, get them from the prop department.
I just want to emphasize again that in the event that something does happen, please stay off the radios.
And our firemen, is there anything you'd like to add?
How much?
Okay, we have two water trucks again, and if there's nothing else, let's get out of here early today.
Thanks, Marty.
In the background of the drama, Digital Pictures and Sega pressed on. As of summer of '93, it had been 6 years since they filmed a non-music video game. At long last, they're creating a wave of interactive films under the DP banner, hoping to launch 3 new games this holiday season to the tune of a profound boom. With a production cost of more than $3 million, Ground Zero Texas is said to be the company's most expensive production.
Hey, sweetness. What do you say we get to know each other, huh?
Yeah.
What do you say, huh?
I thought he could use one more.
Building and blowing up sets in a desert north of Los Angeles. The game is a shooting gallery constructed with live-action clips. You are tasked with blasting aliens who are posing as humans.
This is what they've done to the townspeople.
Keeping them from taking over the fictitious border town of El Cadron, Texas. Amanda Welsh was one of the producers behind Ground Zero Texas.
It was fun to kind of just open your mind and let new opportunities and experiences come in and then go and play. And yeah, we had a lot of fun blowing things up, you know? It was great.
Describe the shoot site. What was it like shooting
Hot.
there?
It was extraordinarily hot.
In your experience in Ground Zero, it's set in a western town, Texas border town, like a lot of old-fashioned western films, but it has this science fiction thriller undercurrent. How did you marry the two when you were on location shooting Ground Zero?
Well, the thing about a Western is, first of all, there's a real frontier attitude about the people. This is contemporary. I mean, it's not a period piece, so the town is, you know, it's 20th century, even though it feels dusty and raw. We made it look like a sort of contemporary border town, like Nogales, or, you know, the Texas side of Nogales, something like that. In the conventional Western, usually a town of decent folk is laid siege to by the bad guys, whomever they are, rustlers or bad cattlemen or whatever. So what we try to do is make it more fun and make the bad guys the aliens.
Where is a reticulan from? What is a reticulan? And how'd you come up with reticulans?
Well, there are many people who feel that the reticulans visited us in 1948 and made a pact with Harry Truman, and that they have been with us ever since then. That they have made a deal to genetically map the human race, that they have done all sorts of things like this with the full knowledge of our government. This probably isn't the case, but it's sort of funny if it is.
There are 4 stationary sets to swap between. You have to kill certain aliens to get a code, letting you delve deeper into the alien base.
Halt! Federal agents! Let me see your badges. Badges? We don't need no stinking badges. Ooh, heavy duty. You want us gone?
My name's Danny Trejo, and I'm gonna go through my IMDb right here.
Ground Zero Texas? Well, that's a video game. That must be a voice.
Ah, I don't remember it, but...
We don't have much time, so let's do it.
Filming stretched across 3 weeks. The game reportedly uses 110 minutes of footage. RoboCop writer Ed Neumeier helped with the story of Ground Zero Texas. In this unreleased interview for a Blockbuster tape, he and Tom Zito are heard talking about the canceled RoboCop Control Vision game from years prior.
I think there probably will be an interactive RoboCop game at some time. I can't imagine why there hasn't been yet, because then you could be RoboCop and you could sort of walk down dangerous city streets and take care of criminals and things like that. So.
Do you have any ideas in the works?
That's actually how Ed and I met.
Yeah, that's right.
On RoboCop?
I called Ed the day either RoboCop opened or the day before, because a friend of mine had seen a screening and knew what we were doing and said, "My God, I've just seen a movie that cries out to be interactive. You got to make a deal." So we talked to Ed, we made a licensing deal, we licensed RoboCop. And Ed actually wrote a screenplay for an interactive version of RoboCop that we never made.
I talked to some people up in Canada about you.
What?
There's some people up in Canada you should talk to pretty soon.
Yeah, RoboCop.
RoboCop, that's right, that's right.
This is it, kid. Let's do it.
The prize fighter idea was Kevin Welsh and Tom Zito, meant as an homage to Raging Bull, filmed in black and white. The design was created mostly by Kevin, Mark, and I.
I spoke with Digital Pictures long hauler Steve DeFrisco over text. Prizefighter was one of his big projects with DP, the company's first melee combat FMV game. DeFrisco worked with film director Ron Stein, hashing out test footage, then helping on set.
Let's get
Stein was apparently very sold on the concept.
I cannot see how this can possibly fail as the next wave of what the motion picture business is going to be.
Ready and action.
The piece I'm doing on the Edward Arms.
The third game being filmed in this wave is Double Switch. The core gameplay adds to the formula of Night Trap.
Very nicely done.
It has more traps per room, unlockable traps, and a deeper plot. It's directed by Mary Lambert, then known for Pet Sematary.
My name is Eddie. I need your help.
Starring Corey Haim, Debbie Harry, R. Lee Ermey, and Camille Cooper. Double Switch is a full realization of what Digital Pictures is going for. Trapping bad guys while meeting requirements to advance the story becomes a frantic yet manageable process. Through trial and error, you see more pieces of the plot, revolving around a great mystery.
Luigi? 2 weeks are up, my friend.
I got 2 more hours.
Double Switch bleeds what Digital Pictures is.
What do you think, I'm stupid? I'm gonna believe there's gold around here?
We'll be taking a massive plunge into this game's history in a bit.
Fun fact.
According to this press release, Prizefighter and Double Switch were partly funded by Sega, while Sony ImageSoft invested in Ground Zero Texas. At around this time, Sega of America reportedly spent $10 million on true video interactive movie games.
As a producer, my life was bifurcated between sort of some kind, Los Angeles and Silicon Valley. I really had a foot in both camps. So half the year was in Los Angeles having, sort of fun, the glitz of doing movie production. And then half the year was that really intellectually challenging process of taking these pieces and constructing them.
Amanda would help oversee both the filming and programming of whatever project she's on that year. She tells me the company would start the year with 10 ideas. They would film crude proof of concepts, whittling things down to just a handful of projects to work on that year. Programming starts before filming. The lights and cameras would come on in the summer.
In a given day, we'd say, all right, we need to do 100 different 3-second shots. That blew the mind of the people in the production community. When you make a movie in Hollywood, you do 10 shots a day. You're working really hard if you do 10 shots a day, right? Mm-hmm. And we'd go in with these production sheets that, had us listing 200 and 300 shots a day. So Tom did help with setting up some of the broader relationships to identify what film producers we would work with. And then as the producer of the game itself, it was my responsibility then to work with all of the teams, ensure they were coordinated, understand that we were in fact getting the production material that we needed and making sure that the engineer, who typically was not on site, we had a lot of back and forth to make sure that they were getting what they were wanting.
Name's Breen. Been undercover here for over a week. What a dump.
Once the ongoing projects are filmed, it's a race to finish programming them before the holidays.
Of course, the view's not too bad.
No matter how many letters we wrote to Santa Claus, he never would move Christmas back. And that was always the deadline, right? We had to have games, I think it was in production by September 1st, or we missed the season.
If you missed Christmas, you were in a world of hurt as a video game company.
Do you believe this? This guy wants to see teeth in his video.
By September of '93, they released another music video editing game, Power Factory, featuring CNC Music Factory. They also put out The Colors of Modern Rock on Sega CD as a mail-in offer. At around this time, Sega's finalizing the release of the Model 2 Sega CD. It's functionally the same, just a more sleek design, built to fit the Model 2 Sega Genesis. The public announcement confirms they're using Sewer Shark as a pack-in, not Night Trap. Even with Sega quietly shifting things around to avoid Night Trap flack, the controversy has not gone away. Here's an October 25th letter sent to Sega by a parent, T.E. Arnold. His 2 teenage sons bought and played Night Trap, telling their dad about its great graphics. Arnold writes this, quote, "I have served in Vietnam in intense combat and consider myself somewhat unaffected by the sight of gore, but I was absolutely repulsed by that game." He calls Night Trap an expression of a sexual psychopath. Arnold blasts the gang attacks of scantily clad women with torture devices, hanging victims upside down to drain their blood in animal slaughter fashion. Quote, "You endorse this product? No woman would purchase this product. It is quite obviously aimed at young males." He notes the movie's interactivity as a reason for being disturbed by Night Trap. The player calls the shots on if the women live or die, and Arnold thinks that's just not right. He calls Sega's rating system a cop-out, likening it to drug dealer mentality. Despite his usual beliefs, Arnold says government intervention is necessary. Quote, "Sega Genesis is now Sega Terminus as far as my dollar and family goes." Arnold sent this letter to leaders at Sega and several politicians. On the heels of this letter, Digital Pictures is taking a moment to make a high-res version of Night Trap for the up-and-coming 3DO.
Set them down and...
They did not put a rating on the box, but they did change the cover art, trading the lusty illustration for a screenshot of a puzzled Dana Plato. It's the same game, but with a resolution and fidelity that looks much better than the Sega CD original.
So, what's happening tonight, Dad?
Well, we have to bottle the 2 downstairs, and Sarah's coming in with 6 more tonight.
6?
It even shows the house layout in the heads-up display, making this a better way to play the game. This apparently angered Tom Kalinske.
I have a copy of a letter that Tom sent to Tom Zito, bitching him out about an interview. Actually...
Really? No way.
This is to Tom Zito from Tom Kalinske, October 25th, 1993. Apparently my staff, after seeing your MTV interview where Sega is never mentioned, felt you could not be trusted to conduct proper PR on titles Sega has paid for. They also feel you and all of your employees have had work and have been financially supported over the past 2 years due to Sega, yet you have treated all Sega personnel very poorly. It troubles me that you and I are able to get along usually, but most other Sega personnel cannot get along with you. Is it always their fault, or is this a reoccurring problem, whether with Sega or other companies? Unfortunately, I am not available to solve every problem. The fact you would even publish Night Trap on 3DO now, much less show a comparison to Sega CD, I guess shows where your loyalties and gratitude lie. You do whatever you think is proper.
Oh my God.
That's it.
Fortunately for Zito, this tale of 2 Toms did not totally sever DP's ties with Sega. As Halloween approaches, Night Trap gets localized to Japan, seemingly dodging the drama stirring in the West. It sold about 2,500 copies over there.
Well, is there anything that we haven't covered that you feel it's important that you'd like to communicate?
Communicate.
Your ideal soundbite. It's the evening news. Tom Zito comes on screen to talk about these 3.
Live from the #1 primetime newscast in the country.
Television is rotting the minds of your children, and we're going to change that. I don't know.
Anything on Sega CD in relation to these 3 products? of yours?
Boy, we just wish it could display more colors. I mean, we make this beautiful video and then it winds up looking like mud on the Sega CD. You know, they're as aware of the problems as we are. It's tough. I mean, we've developed actually lots of clever ways to make the video look better than most other people's video can look on Sega CD, but it's a shame that some decisions were made early on about cost reducing the price of the hardware to the point that it kind of crippled the machine's ability to display video. I mean, I think frankly, when the Genesis system was designed, nobody ever dreamed that it would be used to put motion video up on a TV screen. So, I mean, to some extent, it's a credit to the guys who designed it that you can, in fact, do that. But there were some decisions that were made that are very, very tragic.
In November, Tom Kalinske sent a lengthy reply to California's Attorney General, Dan Lundgren. He just hosted a press conference about his concerns on violent games, using Mortal Kombat and Night Trap as examples. Lundgren urged publishers to take these games off store shelves, citing an apparent increase in juvenile murder arrests. In Kalinske's letter, he argues Night Trap is not part of the violence problem plaguing the U.S. It points out the Sega Youth Education and Health Foundation, to which they recently donated more than $4 million. Zito also responded to Lundgren. He said Night Trap does not contain, in Lundgren's words, quote, female college students hanging on meat hooks. Unless I'm mistaken, Zito is right. There are no scenes of women on meat hooks. The closest thing to this is a male agent hanging in a blood wine cabinet. Zito tells Lundgren he shares his concerns about violence in our society. He's against censorship, but supports an industry-wide rating system. The Wave 2 games make their debut on the Sega CD, starting with Ground Zero Texas. Prizefighter and Double Switch hit in early December. All three are right in time for the North American holiday shopping season. But Kalinske's wrath perhaps unintentionally gets back at Digital Pictures by releasing Sonic CD at around the same time. It's tough to say if this hurt sales for DP's second wave, but it certainly didn't help. The homies on Usenet consistently recommend renting these interactive movie games before buying them. Despite what we may expect in today's day and age, many Sega CD owners of the time actually like what Digital Pictures is putting out. But there is this wide acknowledgement that it's not for everyone.
Hey! Do you really have to watch the rest of this stupid movie to see how it's gonna end? Here, take control. Those aliens are masters of disguise.
You've got the firepower, use it!
Not your typical video game, huh?
You call that shooting?
Better pay attention. Those aliens can look like anybody. Your brother, sister, anybody.
Hungry?
Ground Zero Texas, only on Sega CD.
Still, there was a decent marketing push for these interactive movies, with ads convincing North Americans this is the Sega CD experience.
Shoot the tubes, dog meat!
Looking at critic reviews, Ground Zero Texas scored particularly well in Europe. American reviewers liked it too, though scores were more tempered compared to Night Trap. Here is a picture of Robin Williams playing Ground Zero Texas. As for Double Switch, the scores it got across gaming magazines were all over the place. Some loved it, others did not. Mean Machines gave it an 89%, saying it's, quote, the fastest, best looking, and most playable of the FMV trapping games so far. Game Players says working through the puzzles repeatedly can drive you crazy, though it's a good mystery-solving game. Prizefighter got fine enough scores, with EGM saying it's helping the Sega CD get better. Many reviewers complained about its especially small video size. The same magazine issue shows a fine example of how digital pictures is very much tied to the Sega CD's overall image. This totally 90s ad for the console shows 4 Sega CD games. 3 of them are the new games from Digital Pictures. They're getting all sorts of press, magazine articles, preview videos for Blockbuster stores, TV spots, booths and promos at trade shows. They're getting great exposure.
How do you feel about Sega CD, the installed base of what by year end is to be 1 million?
Well, it's very exciting for us because it, that's more interactive units of hardware than any other person has out there. I certainly hope there will be 1 million by the end of the year. Sega is being very aggressive about marketing the product and is very, very bullish on the prospects for having 1 million units out on the market by the end of this year. If there are 1 million Sega players out there, that means that there are 1 million households who will eagerly want to consume Digital Pictures creations for this machine. So that's very exciting to us.
Of course, other devs were doing similar FMV projects in different styles. Seventh Guest, Voyeur, Burn Cycle, all filming live-action games in their own ways, popular on PC, Sega CD, and the up-and-coming 3DO. For Zito and the others, the success and independence of Digital Pictures is a middle finger to the Hollywood studios who rejected them in their Control Vision days. Instead of relying on studios to license IP and lend their production efforts, Digital Pictures is independently producing, filming, and programming interactive films. Multi-million-dollar budgets per game, star cast members, seasoned Hollywood vets behind the camera, mastermind programmers making it all work on unlikely hardware. Though lurking behind the glass shower doors of their past, a ghost is poised to strike right as their new wave of games hit stores.
This is a thrill greater than any I've experienced since being a senator.
It's December 1st, 1993.
Why don't you grab a microphone?
Connecticut U.S. Senator Joe Lieberman has called for a press conference.
Today, we're here to talk about The Nightmare Before Christmas. Not the movie, but unfortunately, the violent video games.
From the get-go, Lieberman made it clear. This is about games not having a clear rating system.
I'm convinced that few parents would buy these games for their kids if they really knew what was in them. But that's the problem. There is no effective way for them to know what every video game contains.
On what is admittedly a nice CRT, Lieberman showed the reporters game capture from Mortal Kombat and Night Trap.
From two of the most violent and realistic video games on the market today. And again, at the end, that's the character pulling the heart out. Okay, the second game is Night Trap. This game is set actually in an estate which appears to be a sorority house.
He describes the game as featuring live-action, scantily clad women, achieving a, quote, startling and awful level of realism.
Well, I'm sure if you haven't seen those before, you're as startled as I was and as disgusted as I was when I first saw them. But from all that I've learned since then, as shocking as these games are, they're probably just the beginning. With virtual reality here, these games, as one expert recently put it, don't hold a candle to what's coming. Already there are CD games that feature explicit images of women whom the player directs to perform sexual acts.
Violent crime rates in the U.S. were a major concern of politicians at around this time.
Beyond the immediate victim
to move, and I think we're prepared to move.
What to do about violent crime took Washington's center stage today, and it takes hours tonight. A group of mayors and police chiefs went to the White House this morning and told President Clinton the violence has reached epidemic proportions.
People are not dying by drive-by knife throwing or rock throwing, and dying because of shootings, because of guns. The mayor's task force also called for registering all new gun purchases, outlawing gun possession by minors.
Broadly speaking, in the U.S., it reached a peak from the 1970s through the early 90s. The big question was why? Over the years, fingers were pointed at rap music, rock music, comic books, porn, movies.
With reports that life may now be imitating art.
Anything remotely pushing the envelope. Well, Lieberman believes violent video games are a part of the problem.
Personally, I wish the video game industry would just stop making them. If they don't, I really wish that we could ban them constitutionally.
I was walking out of my apartment building in San Francisco, noticed that there was a big gaggle of journalists outside the door to my apartment, and I had no idea why all these people were out there. And it turned out that earlier that morning on the East Coast, Joe Lieberman had announced these Senate hearings on video game violence, and they had used this footage from Night Trap. Unbeknownst to me, I was all of a sudden in the middle of a news cycle, which was actually a very painful experience.
Right. Well, what you are probably wondering is it turning their brains to mush?
Understand that these are not harmless toys, that they can indeed cause great emotional and other damage to a child.
Within a week, the New York Times reported, leaders of the U.S. video game industry are creating a rating board, much like how movies are rated.
The timing of the peace offering was no accident. Just an hour later, the Senate began hearings on new legislation to prevent violent games from reaching kids. Senators were especially appalled by a game where a scantily clad woman is tortured.
December 9th, 1993, Capitol Hill. North Dakota U.S. Senator Byron Dorgan, Wisconsin Senator Herb Kohl, and Senator Lieberman, all at the helm of this hearing.
I know that one place parents want us to draw the line is with violence in video games. Like the Grinch who stole Christmas, these violent video games threaten to rob this particular holiday season of a spirit of goodwill.
To a gallery of video game industry leaders and child advocates, they showed Mortal Kombat fatalities.
Finish, and I quote, finish his opponent.
Lethal enforcers.
What does this game seem to teach our kids? Basically, that a gun can solve any problem.
And the Night Trap bathroom scene.
I find this segment deeply offensive and believe that it simply should be taken off the market. Now we'll go to the Night Trap sequence. That's all it is.
All right, let's continue. We'd like to thank you all for being here today.
The child advocates gave their testimony. They consistently made the assertion that video games are for children and violent games harm their minds.
How would you like to have a teenage daughter go out on a date with someone who's just watched or played 3 hours of that game?
If hypothetically television technology had never been developed, there would be 10,000 fewer homicides each year in the United States, 70,000 fewer rapes, and 700,000 fewer injury assaults.
I think we need to, some point in our life, look at the internal safety. And let's also look at the safety of the child who's sitting next to the child whose parents are unable or unwilling to keep night riders out of their home.
Then the panel of video game heads answers to the senators. some made it clear, video games are not just for kids. Bill White of Sega pointed out, many older teens and adults buy Sega CD games.
The average Sega CD user is almost 22 years old.
Nintendo's Howard Lincoln was sort of the other side of the coin here.
Nintendo has video game guidelines which control game content.
He said they do not allow excessive violence on their platforms.
And let me say that for the record, I want to state that Night Trap will never appear on a Nintendo system. Obviously, it would not pass our guidelines.
Even though there were plans to release it on the Nintendo PlayStation just a couple years prior.
Give parents the power to choose what's right for their kids, but don't tell adults what's right for them.
In September 1993, game titles most sold are ones that really have nothing to do with violence, and I know that this committee will find that interesting. Microsoft Flight Simulator, Privateer, which is a spaceship arcade role-playing game, Front Page Sports, which is a football game.
They collectively spoke about their own rating systems that are already in place, and about the industry-wide ratings board they're already working on.
It has been quite a leap from Pac-Man to Night Trap. About 2 months ago, I saw the video game Night Trap for the first time. It is a sick, disgusting video game, in my judgment. It's an effort to trap and kill women. Shame on people that produce that trash. It's child abuse, in my judgment. And I know there'll be people who say, well, we sit up here as the thought police, trying to suggest what people can see or do. It's not my intention. We have some basic responsibility in this country to protect children.
And what you've done is picked a particular segment of that game. Let me clarify. A winning effort within Night Trap saves the women. Your job as the player is to identify the villains and to trap them. If you are a good player, you keep the villains from the women and men who are potential victims.
If you're a bad player, what happens?
If you're a bad player, you will see that scene.
The woman gets attacked.
The woman gets attacked.
You're going to have a long way to go to convince me that you're raising anyone's values or reducing anyone's inclination toward aggression, and particularly aggression toward women.
Let me make just a couple of other points. I can't sit here and allow you to be told that somehow the video game business has been transformed today from children to adults. It hasn't been, and Mr. White, who is a former Nintendo employee, knows the demographics as well as I do. Furthermore, I can't let you sit here and buy this nonsense that this Sega Night Trap game was somehow only meant for adults. The fact of the matter is, this is a copy of the packaging. There was no rating on this game at all when the game was introduced. Small children bought this at Toys R Us, and he knows that as well as I do. When they started getting heat about this game, then they adopted the rating system and put ratings on it.
Night Trap, which adds a new dimension of violence specifically targeted against women, is especially repugnant. It ought to be taken off the market entirely, or at the very least, its most objectionable scenes should be removed.
We have testimony that will be submitted later, some of which has already been submitted by Mr. Tom Zito, who's not with us, President and CEO of...
I am here, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Zito is here. I see. Okay, Mr. Zito has presented testimony.
Zito had sent a written statement to the Senate, starting by addressing the concerns about violence in our society. Quote, "I wish I could tell you that tomorrow we were going to release a product that would solve this problem, but I can't. And I wish I could tell you that tomorrow we were going to release a product that would so revolutionize education in this country that illiteracy would be history. We're working on it, but it's not ready yet." Zito voices support for an industry-wide rating system. He says Night Trap does not have, quote, college girls hung on meat hooks. He cites the Dayton Daily News, calling Night Trap's criticism misdirected, and that it would get a PG rating if it were just released as a film. It's a spoof of vampire movies, with, quote, more bad acting than we've seen in the history of both houses of Congress. The days of video games being only for 8-year-olds who watch Captain Kangaroo are long gone.
This, Mr. Zito, in his testimony also says, the only thing worse than a violent video game is the even more frightening suggestion of censorship. I understand his concern about censorship, and I guess since in the 13 years that I've served here in the United States Congress that you will not find a congressional record that I've left that represents a belief in censorship. And I worry about it. I don't know exactly what the solution is, but I know that to those who produce Night Trap, my personal observation is I think it's pathetic and shameful that the conclusion of a game like that, a quote game unquote, is to drill into a woman's neck, to grab a woman with a metal hook. I mean, I don't view that as constructive entertainment.
The elected officials repeatedly misinterpret the object of Night Trap. In the short film Dangerous Games, Tom Zito recalls a conversation with the senators.
At the end of the hearings, I walked up to Lieberman and I said to him, Senator, have you ever actually played this game? And he said, I don't have to. This is filth.
This hearing ends with Senator Lieberman saying they're moving forward with a bill. It would establish a 5-person video game rating commission appointed by the U.S. president. Lieberman did say they'll reconvene next year to see if this industry-led rating board has made any progress. Either self-regulate or be regulated.
And I hope that you will become the leaders in this. Senator Cole and I have a lot of other things we can work on here in the Senate. I hope that you'll take it from here and work it in a way that we don't have to worry about it anymore. Hearing is adjourned. Thank you all.
Good job, Joe.
And this is the kind of graphic image that's gotten the video game industry in trouble. What will it do about violent video games? Those stories and all the news on this Thursday night, December 9th, 1993.
Live from KTVU, this is the Emmy Award-winning 10 o'clock news on Channel 2.
There's an appropriate place for adult entertainment that may include violence and sexual situations. The answer lies in providing information in the form of a rating policy. Night Trap was created by a company called Digital Pictures of Palo Alto. It is probably the first company to incorporate a movie with real people in a video game.
What you see is a game where you're going in, there's a strong female character that you identify with, you have a mission, and that mission is to protect people, both men and women. We believe that there are products that are fun for kids and products that are more fun for adults, and we're interested in providing entertainment for everyone.
I was, I think at the time, the only woman producer in the company. So, as you can imagine, there was sort of an additional filter that I might have sort of processed some of this through. I think it was just really a chance to understand how sometimes this, when you catch things in the media, popular press, or there's this conversation in culture, some of the nuance sort of necessarily gets a little bit more. There were a lot of interesting agendas that were finding voice in this conversation. It was a time, right? It had very practical impact on us as a business. I mean, it was not without consequence. And, and so I think that legislators need to be cognizant of that.
This could be just another meeting, or this could be really big.
25-year-old Ken Suhu is the author of one of these new games. He bristles at the possibility of federal censorship of his creative talents.
Just as a young person's perspective, if anybody's telling me that you can't think this way, that sounds awful like George Orwell. And I'd like to be able to say that I can put anything on the market, and if people don't buy it, it's because, they're not interested in it.
So far, a lot of people are showing interest. It's an industry that already tops $5 billion a year. In Palo Alto, Lloyd McQuestion with 10 o'clock news.
The very next week, Digital Pictures took a hit.
The nation's largest toy store chain, Toys R Us, says it has stopped selling Night Trap. So has toy store FAO Schwartz. But Toys R Us says it will still sell Mortal Kombat.
Yet the company also got a boost. It is widely reported that Night Trap sales erupted after all this. Zito claims about 50,000 copies sold after the hearings. Never mind the fact that Germany outright banned the game. Senator Lieberman gave Digital Pictures a 2-hour advertisement on C-SPAN, rebroadcast in part by countless news stations. People were talking about buying it solely as a collector's item, as if it's some kind of Disney VHS with a penis on the cover.
The disappointment of having the Hasbro Interactive or Isix go down and thinking that these would never go to market. And then almost the opposite. Not only did they go to market, but they were causing this big media stir, and they were in magazines everywhere and on TV shows everywhere. And, that was probably the best part of it, was thinking that something had died and then knowing that we had been able to really give it its full shot.
But this victory lap was very short-lived. On December 16th, Sega of America withdrew Night Trap from the market. Kolinsky sent this letter to retailers requesting they return stock of Night Trap so they can re-edit and re-release the product. Bill White released a statement saying the game was made as a parody to vampire melodramas, but it became misunderstood. He explained they took it off the market because the controversy prevented a constructive dialogue on the industry-wide rating system. Presumably, the 3DO version was still being sold. Conversations about this drama swirled in video game magazines and online platforms. GameFan wrote a scathing review of the United States Senate in its February issue, calling the drama, quote, political posturing and misinformation. It then goes on to criticize Night Trap, not for its content, but for its lack of gameplay. Usenet dude bros hit the keyboards when the news hit, with one calling Sega spineless for pulling Night Trap. Kevin Welsh tells me there's much more to this story.
There was a moment of panic when the president of Sega came over to our office and said, we have to pull Night Trap from the shelves. And we're like, why? And so we got the explanation. Basically, Senator Joe Lieberman, was the senator that was really pushing for this. And of course, it would be a First Amendment violation if the government tried to censor any of this stuff. But yet, of course, the government has their ways.
Like many game systems, Sega CDs were being sold below cost. The company makes up for this with the profits from software sales. For some reason, the government decided it was time to punish Sega for this.
If you sell a piece of hardware below costs in the United States that comes from another country, it violates anti-dumping laws. So the government came to Sega and said, we can prosecute you on anti-dumping laws, stop the sales of all Sega consoles in the US, and fine you heavily unless you pull Night Trap from the shelves. Tom Kolinsky, the president of Sega at the time, came to us and said, look, I don't really have a choice here. It's my business or this. Mm-hmm. So that was a moment that was, a little bit, fraught with fear or concern. I learned a lot about government in that time.
Digital Pictures braced for financial impact, though not all of its forts were decimated. For some reason, be it the allure of FMV or the moral panic advertising, Babbage's January numbers showed Ground Zero Texas topping the Sega CD charts, and it's beating the snot out of Sonic.
They've introduced a bill that would create a commission to rate video games if the industry failed to develop a workable system within a year.
The second and final Senate hearing on violent games hit the Capitol on March 4th, 1994.
And at a time when we need to cultivate morality in our society, these games, like too much of what we see on television and at the movies, teach our children all the wrong values. And in my opinion, they should not be on the market. But we live by and we cherish a constitution that prevents government from censoring material.
Throughout this, they repeatedly allude to banning violent games almost as an empty threat. You just heard Senator Cole admit a ban is likely impossible. They seem to be happy with the industry's progress on its own rating board. Notions of some kind of president-appointed rating commission cool down.
Unfortunately, profiting at the expense of America's kids is not moral profit in my judgment, and my hope is this hearing provides a direction that is much more constructive for this country and for our kids. Thank you very much.
By the end of 1994, they had come up with the Entertainment Software Rating Board, which to this very day is still being used to rate video games sold in stores, sold online. in the United States. Are you satisfied with that outcome? Do you feel that that met your expectations?
I actually haven't gone back to evaluate how it's enforced. Is it enforced appropriately? It's not just violent video games, but movies and other kinds of things as well have these industry structures that describe what people are about to see and who should be able to see them. I do think it is helpful that we held some hearings, and as a result of those hearings, there was some pressure on the video game industry to begin to create and promote some understanding of what's in these games and who they are appropriate for. At that point, back 30 years ago, whatever, there just wasn't much structure to how do you prevent young children from seeing the kinds of things they should not be seeing. When I grew up, and it's not the case with you because you're much younger, but we didn't have access to those kinds of things. You couldn't. First of all, we didn't have the internet, and secondly, you couldn't go to a movie to see it. So none of that existed, and now all of a sudden it does exist in a very significant way. And my own view is I think it doesn't help. It very likely injures a lot of children in watching these issues of the violence on video games. So I don't know. It's why I think myself, Senator Cole, Senator Lieberman, and some others raised questions about what is it our children are watching, and why, and what is the impact of it.
And I know it's been 30 years, so my memory on this, I'm sure, is hazy. Many in the video game industry at the time felt that Night Trap being used as an example might have been a little over-exaggerated, since many child advocates had at the time maybe misinterpreted what the objective of the game was. Some advocates had claimed that the game's objective was to inflict violence on women, when in fact that those scenes only played out when the player lost the game. The goal was to save them. Do you feel in retrospect that Night Trap was given a bad shake, or maybe shouldn't have been used as an example for that? Or do you feel it was still just the fact that it showed any scenes like that at all made it a cause for concern?
Well, again, I don't remember the specifics of that particular game, but
sure.
It doesn't take much time to take a look at what exists in these games and what exists on television, and particularly in the internet.
Right.
You can see a lot of people being murdered very quickly. You see their blood. You see all these scenes that are kind of unbelievable scenes of violence. I'm not suggesting that we rush in to censor a bunch of things, but by the same token, I think it's useful to ask the question: is what children are watching these days helpful to children or hurtful to children? And I think it's very much like as the movie industry. So we have PG-13 and R, and so and G. So I think having opportunities for people to be able to evaluate what kind of capability exists in these video games, what exists in movies, I think that's very helpful, and it's helpful for parents to evaluate what children should see. And I think that's helpful, and I think that comes as a result of pressure. And the application of that pressure, that original hearing created some pressure that I think was helpful to require the industry to put together a different proposal.
My interview with former U.S. Senator for North Dakota Byron Dorgan took place prior to my interview with Kevin Welsh. As such, when I spoke to Senator Dorgan, I had no knowledge of the allegations that Senator Lieberman went to Tom Kalinske threatening an anti-dumping fine as leverage to recall Night Trap. Normally, I would reach out to Senator Lieberman to get the other side of the story, but he is no longer with us. Senator Dorgan is the only surviving member of this trio, so I followed up with him. He told me he and Lieberman spoke about many different ways to deal with this issue. He does not remember if this specific thing happened, but said he would not be surprised if Lieberman did this. I also reached out to Tom Kalinske. He did not reply. Arguably, violence in video games increased since 1994, yet crime rates in the US decreased. The ESRB brought relief from the pressure of elected officials. Since then, the romance of video games and US politics would rage on periodically. Even today, freedom of expression in games is still under threat by censorship advocates, credit card companies, and elite religious groups. But at least in the case of Digital Pictures, they would press onward without any further interference from Capitol Hill. Zito sent this letter to the editor of Game Players magazine. He was upset to see they used the original cover of Night Trap in an article. Quote, "Night Trap was never intended to depict women as victims," and he says running this artwork fuels this misconception of their game.
I don't see why it would be titillating. I had on a spaghetti strap nightgown. It was cute. It was peach. I think it had little flowers here.
The whole sort of reason for having that thing that goes around the neck of the kids that get nailed was to make it something that was sort of so phantasaical and something so non-replicable that there wouldn't be any chance that anybody could mistake it for reality.
Ooh, so scary.
A controversial scene.
This is actually the reason why there's ratings on video games now.
This is Paul Gluck. Trained as a graphic artist under the old school methods, he and a close friend grew up as lifelong gamers.
He was actually the manager of an arcade. So we spent a lot of Friday nights drinking beer, and just he would close the arcade and get drunk and play arcade games. He's like, "Hey man, remember when we were watching that movie with Fred Savage, Wizard?" And he called up Nintendo customer service, and they were playing Nintendos and they were talking through the game. And I'm like, "Yeah, I remember that." It's like, that's a real job.
Gluck started working the phones at Sega, became a tester, and was later let go. He worked a variety of other testing and retail jobs before getting in touch with a woman who contracts testers to other companies.
And honestly, I was more interested in dating her than getting jobs. But that didn't work out. But okay. But she did get me a job.
Rejecting Gluck's advances, she landed him employment at Digital Pictures. He became a lead tester.
I wrote a handbook for employees. It was called the Tester's Torah.
Gluck joined Digital Pictures at a time when they were hitting their stride. The hearings were not a great thing to deal with, but their second wave of games are doing all right. There is still some meaningful fascination with these live-action games on Sega CD. Other companies were taking notes. Other platforms were trying to obtain their own FMV thunder. It's a time of growth.
Early on, the company felt a little fly by the seat of your pants, and we were all smart, relatively young people on a mission. Lunches in downtown Stanford, Palo Alto, going to movie premieres, and occasional beers. When we moved to San Mateo, we had individual offices and started to get known in the industry. Lots of fun.
Digital Pictures moved its operation to the 8th and 9th floor of the Crossroads, 1825 South Grant Street, San Mateo, California. Digital Pictures reaps the rewards of Double Switch, Prize Fighter, and Ground Zero Texas, even though Night Trap was pulled. They will spend the new year filming and programming a third wave of games: Corpse Killer, Supreme Warrior, Slam City, and Kids on Sight. The scope of these film productions was amping up, and the company started hiring a lot more people. Gluck recalls the testing department exploding in size.
We massively ramped up. I mean, we went from like 2 people to 10 people to like 40 people to like 80 people.
This expansion was so rapid, they began to lose track of exactly who was coming through their elevator doors.
We actually hired at one point, the guy shows up, and my boss, Popovich Dave, was like, man, I swear I know that guy. And then he spent like 2 days swearing that he knew the guy. And then he's like, you know what? Like, he worked here, and we fired him for doing drugs. Really? Popovich and I and the vice president of engineering, Mark Klein, walking up right up the middle towards the entrance. And then we walked past this car, and there's the guy in the car, literally like, oh, man. We stopped and we were all looking at him, and the Dave was just like, really?
Things were starting to get a bit cramped.
The way to describe this building is, I mean, it's basically a big square. It had a whole ring of offices on the outside that faced the windows. And then it had like a kind of an inside, it had a wide path. And then there were some inside offices that went all around. And that's where like bathrooms were and the kitchens were and things like that. And so on one side was the entrance. And so we had kind of a front lobby area with a big desk. And then Zito's office was over there. And then we were clear on the other side of the building from Zito.
Most of the outer edges of the building had individual offices, so the CEO, CFO, producers, founders, and the senior programmers all had offices. There was a large conference room in the inner part of the building and a large digitizing suite in another conference-sized room.
So basically in the one little corner of the building, there was all the engineering, and then we were kind of out in this open area. All the engineers had offices, and then we were kind of in this open area on desks. Okay. And then we started putting desks everywhere we could, and we were running, we were daisy chaining like surge protectors and running them down the hallways and extension cords and like adding all this stuff because we had no electricity in the hallways. So we had all these people working in the hallways, so we'd ramp up.
We were told that the fire department did not have ladders that extended up to the 9th floor. There were windows with little red circles in the lower corner that indicated they were easier to break or something. So there were discussions on how to get to the roof or what emergency crews would do to save us if there was an emergency.
Thankfully, no major fires to report. Despite not expanding office real estate past floor 9, Zito carried the spirit of Dr. Hammond in his heart. He wanted to make sure each employee was working with top-of-the-line equipment.
Tom Zito had a very specific image for our company in mind. So we all had very nice Arion chairs. We had very nice Tizio lamps on our desks. We all had Macs, like 2Es or whatever. We had the latest Mac at that point. We had like 27-inch monitors, which I think was big back then. And then and we all had phones at our desk. And so at one point, Zito decides that he didn't want gray phone cords. So the cord going from the back of the phone to the wall, those were gray. That's just the standard. Every phone had that gray cord. He wanted black. So me and Popovich had to go to like every Radio Shack within like a 20-mile radius and buy a bunch of long black cords for the phones. And we spent like $1,000 doing that because there was, they were black, and then we were just buying all of them out of stock. And we would go to one and just ask them who else had more, and then we would just keep going to each one. And yeah, so we spent a whole afternoon doing that.
Before we had any other testers on this, I had 160 hours on it. And now we have 2 more, and we're getting more next week.
We were just getting people with little to no experience. So it was kind of one of my jobs to help weed out people that were good and weed out people that weren't good.
Gluck's boss, Dave Popovich, had a tradition when it was time to let an employee go.
If you were getting laid off, he gave you a shirt for digital pictures and a hat. And so you would see him walking in the aisle with a shirt and a hat, and you'd be like, dude, he's like, you want a shirt and a hat? Like, no, I don't want a shirt and a hat, sir. I'm fine.
That looks really neat. I'd buy that in a second.
In April of 1994, the company created this promo tape showing their focus tests.
The question kept coming up, who's buying these games and why are they buying them?
Part of their process is ensuring a range of age groups are actually interested in their games.
We talked to 5th and 6th graders, kids in junior high, kids in high school, kids in college. We really just want to see how digital pictures product looks differently and how it's talked about differently and how it compares in amongst its competitors.
From middle school to college age, They're showing complete games and proof of concepts to see which projects they're into.
Pretty cool.
Interestingly, there are some unreleased DP games seen with box art, like Bike Messenger and Battle Tracks. We generally know the company films crude demos for game concepts before going all in on production. This is evidenced by these prizefighter negatives and the concept footage for Slam City and Ground Zero, Texas. The kids appear to like FMV games. But since this is a promo tape, some of these reactions might be less than honest.
These guys, what do you think about them? What's wrong with Nintendo?
That Pac-Man.
These guys, digital pictures.
Yeah, it's not like little cartoon kind of animated.
While we're talking about canceled games, DP had at least 2 video editor games which never came out: March of Time and Prince and the NPG, Diamonds and Pearls. It's assumed the latter was canceled over legal disputes between Prince and Warner Music.
How's
that feel?
Much better.
Welcome to hell, sucker. Get your booty down here, you poor damn fool.
Corpse Killer is Suhu's big project for 1994, directed by horror's John Lafia. Suhu was on set to make sure everything being filmed could be correctly applied to the video game concept he and the others designed.
You throw the wrench of the technology guy who has to be responsible for putting all the different scenes back together again.
Suhu traveled to Corpse Killer sets, armed with his standard composition notebook.
Ken Suhu notebook I was talking about that says kill across the front of it.
Yeah, it's got like a bunch of random notes and stuff in it. I don't know what a lot of it means, but
We use true Hollywood talent, SAG actors and actresses, full sets, and I would go down, from the beginning of the week. I'd come down from Northern California, fly down, and stay in a hotel for a few days to really, supervise is too strong a word, to be there as the consultant during filming.
Simply put, this is a live-action zombie shooting gallery. Blue-screened zombies are pasted to a scrolling background as the player blasts them away.
You were totally hot.
Radical, dude, radical.
In between gameplay, acted-out scenes carry you through the plot, filmed on sets in California and on location in Puerto Rico. I made a long video about Corpse Killer if you're interested in learning more.
It was pretty cool, some of the spots that we got to use where they obviously dressed it up and they did what they needed to do, where you're going through the iron gate into following a tunnel. We were only allowed in certain parts. It's not like we could wander, you know what I mean? I want to say maybe some of it could have been sacred, so I don't know that we went through all of it.
Cut it. But that'll be the shot. He shouldn't go so far in this time. He went too far in. Stay back about 10 feet.
Each scene stands somewhat on its own within the context of multiple possible scenarios.
Okay, so Winston's gonna be really miffed that I took his Jeep, right? Big deal.
He recalls Lafia understanding the video game aspect well enough, but Suhu still had to do a lot of backseat directing, which was apparently not normal.
I would take all the footage that John makes and then go back up to Northern California and put it back together again to make a game. And if I didn't have something that dovetailed together, I'm done, right? And there's just no way. So to be on the set there was obviously exciting, but I was a totally unknown factor for them. And there'd be times when I would raise my hand and say, you can't do that. and as you know, film, right? Nobody tells the director he can't do something, right? And so there's this little, I was a youngster at the time, and I looked really young, this little kid standing there and interrupting the director and explaining why this was going to make my life hard. People looked at me like I was just crazy, and they would, in breaks, they'd sidle up to me and try to understand if, I was wealthy or what was the reason why I could tell the director what to do. And I'm just like, yeah, my butt is going to be, really in pain if I don't make this work right. I just got to make sure it's going to be right. And so that was great.
This blue thing, I couldn't let it
This
go
has
black.
so few frames that I think we can pull it.
Oh, but
yeah.
that's different.
Yeah. Thank you, Tony.
Corpse Killer reportedly had a roughly $3 million budget, rivaling DP's most expensive projects. Its villain, Dr. Hellman, played by the late Vincent Schiavelli, creates a zombie army to take over the world.
You are not here on R&R, Lieutenant. You are here to blow my brains out.
Hellman, at one point, seems to reference the Senate hearings on video game violence.
There was some resistance at first, but the senators, the top brass, they all wanted it. I knew they did. Their decaying, life-ridden bodies were hooked from the first thrill of the battle videos. We called them field tests, of course, but the slaughter was real.
There was some self-awareness behind the camera, too.
Why is a kid going to want to buy it or have his parents buy it when it's out there on the
It's going to be
shelf?
so fun to kill zombies. Zombies are dead. They're politically correct, you know. Traditional video game involves, some killing of video things that don't really exist, and these are really going to be an exaggeration of that. This is sort of over the top. They're camp, and they look real, but not really real. So you get to the point of just a lot of fun. The first time I heard the concept from Ken Melville, the other designer, it just screamed, "This is a great video game." And so this is a very traditional video game in some senses. It's just out there shooting stuff.
So how does it feel to be corrupting minds all across America?
Oh, well, the body count will be in the thousands for this game. And I feel, very proud that the sounds of gunfire will be ringing through the households of America. Yeah. No, it's video games. People have been shooting things on video games for decades and decades. So we're just yet another...
Just a pawn.
Just a pawn. Yeah, it's my youth influenced me to do this. Yeah.
Give him the Orwellian speech.
No, I don't want to give the George. No, I gave that speech once. That
He got burned. You let a child of yours.
He got a death threat.
No.
Play Corpse Killer.
He got a death threat.
You got a
I got a death threat over a game last year. It wasn't my game, but I had to go on camera to say what I thought just about the same thing, which is ratings and violence in video games. And so I said what I thought, which is, people should be allowed to produce whatever they want to produce, and if people don't buy it, it's because they're not interested in it. Right? So if we're the best-selling game around, okay, there's something that people like and want, and I got death threats over that.
Did you believe this place?
I'm one of the lucky ones.
In Corpse Killer, they salute the video game violence drama by way of creating something so over the top that it ascends from gory to cartoony.
Cover me, bruh. I'm going in.
Action!
It's different, plus we got a lot of choreography to go over, so some of it could be confusing at times.
Dixon can be watching it, and I'll let you know when we need everything else.
Okay. So now flames have started. There's flame on in the background. Everything's on fire.
That's good. I have nothing left to give you, but my confidence, which you will need to fight Fang 2. And then, should I bow there?
Some of the game players will be familiar with these sets when they see them. They've been used for years in martial arts and period pieces, miniseries that are done here at TVB, which is a Shaw Brothers operation.
All right. When he says ready.
I give you my special skill, the flaming palm. Go now. Fear me no more.
play video games?
Yes.
Which ones?
India.
What's your favorite?
Sega.
That's the right answer.
On the other side of the earth in Hong Kong, DP films a live-action kung fu game in collaboration with the Shaw Brothers. This behind-the-scenes footage shows us the production of Supreme Warrior. It's a game that sets out to advance the concept they created for Prize Fighter.
A guy had me play one of the boxing games, and I never boxed, and I hate this boxing game anyway, so I never watch boxing. And when I played, I really got really involved, you know, so I think this is a fabulous idea.
Here we have a live-action first-person fighting game with a wider variety of moves and mystical special abilities. It's Prize Fighter with more.
Just ask her to dry it off and put the sock back on. It's not cut or anything. Still rolling. Keep it rolling.
The Hainan warlord.
We can see they filmed at least part of this with a camera attached to a football helmet. A funny way to give the protagonist's point of view.
When somebody punches, we want you to feel that punch. When they kick, we want you to feel that kick. When you punch them, we want them to feel that punch.
Through the entire game, the game is one continual shot.
What we're doing is basically teaching whoever the player happens to be to learn how to fight. Shooting this interactive martial arts film was a massive undertaking, all within the kingdom of this classic action genre. The game stars Vivian Wu, acting as Wu Qing.
She's like a guide for the player, a very young martial artist, and she would like to, you know, complete the mission herself, but she's injured, so she can't really do it.
I am too old to fight, and Yu Qing, my best fighter, is too injured. That leaves you.
So she's there, you know, leading the player to places and tell the information to the player. Legend has it, he was born out of a great fireball that collided with the earth. It's so much different than doing a feature film, because doing a feature film, you at least get to do it with other actors and a scene and everything. But here, you know, basically I jump in and say one line and facing this camera.
My fate is in your hands. Now, fight for it!
One really neat thing they did here is including the option to play in either English or Cantonese.
Fun fact.
Due to just how much they had to compress this video, they never bothered with removing these suspension wires. It's assumed the player won't notice since the video fidelity is too crunchy. Those wires are still in the footage.
Hey, Chuck. And you always start in 3.
For me, I consider this a part of history, and you know, I can look back someday and say that I was the first NBA player that, you know, the public had opportunity to play one-on-one with.
Back in California, famed Chicago Bulls scoring threat Scottie Pippen is starring in Slam City, a live-action basketball game. He may be no Air Jordan, but having this big name on the game's title is an attention grabber.
Dominate the court, earn some real respect. You and me will play one-on-one.
Unlike traditional sports games, this live-action experience does not give you nearly as much freedom of movement. It is restricted and bolted down by the FMV format, but that does not seem to bother its creators.
Don't think of this as a video game. What this is a first-person POV motion picture that's being turned into a game. It's a complete different concept.
Kids get a feeling of playing one-on-one, you know, in real life with someone.
It's an incredible experience seeing yourself on the computer and knowing you're going to be in a video game your whole life and going head up against Scottie Pippen and stuff like that. So it's fun.
The fourth game in this wave is Kids on Site. It happens to be Gluck's first testing project at Digital Pictures, and it's not the only time he'll test a children's game.
Electronic Arts ABC, so it's EA ABC. They did Sesame Street Numbers and Sesame Street Letters. So not the best titles. They were PC titles, I think. Yeah, and so I was on, I can't remember which one I was on. It was the one with Tully.
What starts with the letter F?
Tully was just annoying as Elmo. Like, this is whiny, droning voice, and he didn't know anything. So it was like, it was just 8 hours of that.
See you soon.
At one point, I just kind of got bored, and I like to doodle. So at one point, I drew this really fantastic thing that I wish I still had. I drew Tully on a cross, like a crucifix, and I made it Tully the Christ, and then I drew a picture of Oscar the Grouch and wrote starring Oscar the Grouch as God. And I don't remember how long that was up there for, but it was not up there for very long.
Open house thing. The product managers meeting is now starting in the main conference room.
At some point in probably the fall of '94, after these games were filmed and before they were released, a film crew, here to create a behind-the-scenes tape, records a head-of-department meeting.
It's all black and white. See, everything was black and white in those days. The 50s were black and white.
Before the meeting begins, you can tell the vibes amongst top brass at Digital Pictures are pretty much friendly. They're joking around, they're having a few laughs. Then, when Zito starts the meeting, he gets serious.
All right, guys. The purpose of this meeting is to figure out how we're going to get all these products done next year.
Earlier.
Much earlier. Or there won't be products to do in 1996. Does anybody have any brilliant thoughts about sort of what we should do to expedite this process?
The thing holding up the development right now is programmers.
His cohorts tell him programmers need more time.
The programmers really should be involved in the design. I started talking to Ken Suhu about Tubular because it's really his game and his design, and he said he's tied up on products till December.
Mm-hmm. Got to go out and shoot some film, and on December 1st, when a guy's ready, he can start working on the film. I mean, I'd rather do that and risk that we're going to have to go out and shoot some more film than have a 2-month hiccup.
You have to know what you're shooting. It's very tough. I mean, the way let's take tennis.
Fine. We know we're going to have to shoot zones like we did in basketball. And
yeah, but there's
Kevin, you claim you directed basketball, so I don't understand why you just can't go out and do a tennis snippet.
Okay, then I'll stop working on manuals today, and I'll actually need to spend a bunch of time with the programmers, because where all the video came from in basketball, it all boils down to a CD load chart. We work it from the ground up. It's the only way you can get these things to work. You sit down, you lay it out, you look at our timing, you look at buffers, you look at zones. The buffers and the zones tell you what cutaways you can have when. And then the paperwork and the choreography follows from that, not the other way around. That's where the programmers come involved.
From what I can tell from this audio, there seems to be some big miscommunication between the programming side and the game concept side. The programming side seems to indicate they're not as involved with the game concept phase as they'd like to be. They feel developers are coming up with ideas that don't work with the technical limitation of compressing all of these videos and getting them through the data pipeline properly to create a cohesive, playable video game.
Might be more true on the higher powered platforms like the 3DO and the PC. We could probably do something conservative and go out and shoot it and make it work on those platforms. But to have it work on the Sega CD...
Well, I don't think we're going to be doing a CD product in the future, so I wouldn't concern myself about that.
It's going to be the last, it's going to be like Macintosh.
In fact, last year was the last year for Sega CD.
As it is, they're already working with pretty tight deadlines, and the programmers are saying they need even more involvement and even more time. This does not gel with the other side's desire to get games out sooner.
Well, that seems ridiculous to me. It seems to me that you could put together a document of what we would need to go out and shoot for a tennis snippet, and you can give it to a Steve DeFrisco or a Steve Cole, and they can review that, or a Mark Klein.
Makes a big difference when it comes from the...
Well, I admit it makes a big difference, but I mean, it makes a big difference to have a product out in September versus December, too.
We know we need, I mean, what we need, because all of our programmers are busy until December, is we're going to need a really aggressive first quarter. That's what we didn't have last year, and that's what we didn't have this year.
This recording seems to end before the end of this meeting. This footage did not make it into that behind-the-scenes tape.
This may look like a martial arts movie in the making, but it's actually a whole new form of entertainment. It's the hottest thing to hit the video game market since the joystick. It's full-motion, live-action, interactive.
Tom Zito is riding the high of success and expansion, looking beyond the stars for whatever is next. He has a vision for the company, stretching beyond making video games.
We'll be doing interactive soap operas, we'll be doing interactive news programs, we'll be doing interactive sports programs. The games, I think, are just jumping off to that.
Zito mentioned this multiple times in other interviews. He made it sound like they're revolutionizing television. Many in this circle believe interactive movies are the future.
This is just the beginning. Within about 5 years, you will no longer be actually purchasing video games. You won't get a machine that you take home and plug into your TV set or plug into your computer. You'll plug a controller into your cable box, and everything will come to you through cable. That's sort of the direction the industry is going in right now. You'll be able to interact with everything. You'll be able to interact in shopping. You'll be able to interact in banking. You'll be able to interact in any of your favorite TV shows, movies. They'll all be coming in over the interactive channels, ostensibly on your cable box.
I was watching television the other day, watching a show on Fox Television, the name of which I won't mention, but I thought, this is so dull now, because all I can do is see in it how much more interesting it would be if I could be involved in this television show, if I could be manipulating it, directing it, altering it in some way.
I not only think they're going to be money makers, again, this is my personal opinion, after working on it, I cannot see how this can possibly fail as the next wave of what the motion picture business is going to be. I think everybody, it's like a shot in the arm to an industry that was sort of fading out of Hollywood. And I think the interactive type movies will bring Hollywood back to what it used to be.
At the same time, other video games were shaping a different future. Throughout arcades, polygonal 3D graphics were becoming a prominent fixture. Sega and Namco were two of the leading efforts, putting together blood-pumping and responsive action games. These 3D experiences were creeping into the home console market, with PlayStation and Saturn on the horizon. Those in the trenches at Digital Pictures, many of whom considered to be true gamers, took notice of this paradigm shift. As they programmed the footage from this third wave of FMV games, they were beginning to question what they were making.
I think the majority of us thought they sucked. I mean, we played other games, we're all gamers. Like, these are not the games we want to play. But, we're getting paid, and so, yeah, we're going to do the best we can, but it's like, that's not what we wanted to play.
After 3D modeling became better, some people had a mixture of skepticism and sadness for the future of the FMV as a medium that could sustain a business.
It's like, this isn't what people want. Like, we could be giving people better stuff if we were not doing full motion video. And I think Ken Suhu was one of the guys that was pushing that.
We struggled mightily to make the adjustment and vision of the company, right? Because ultimately, we viewed ourselves as bigger than the nuts and bolts of the technology at that time, right? We're an interactive film studio. I mean, if you were to set the high-level vision that somebody like Tom would go after this with, And I certainly got that, even though I was, a software engineer. And we struggled to make that transition because it was difficult to apply truly, at that time, live action video, if you will, but film, to the 3D world. It was not obvious how to do it. It was not obvious how to do it effectively and make it something that was compelling. And, it's one of those stories of that era. That last year that I was at Digital Pictures was a year where 3D was not just on the horizon, it was coming out. And I used to give little kind of lunch lecture sessions on 3D because I know 3D so well, and just letting guys understand what 3D technology, what it meant and how it went together, what's the math behind it, and hopefully, we as a company could get enough out of that to adapt what we traditionally did, which was take film and stream it, to perhaps stream it onto 3D surfaces. But ultimately, it didn't. There wasn't enough maturity to what we had going at that time to really take our business and be able to maneuver its direction into something that was truly 3D. And that's a bit of a shame, but if 3D hadn't come upon the video game market quite as quickly, there may have been more room to maneuver, and who knows, maybe we would have figured it out. But it came pretty quick, and we didn't have our answer fast enough.
There was this other technology called three-dimensional graphics.
Right.
We both started at about the same time, but the way that I like to describe it is one technology grew in capability at a linear rate. The other one grew at an exponential rate.
What was the internal discussion like when polygonal graphics came up, when 3D came up? Was this something you were exploring? Was this something you guys were just, they'll do their thing, we'll do ours? What was that like within the company?
Yeah, it was a little bit more of we were just doing something different. And, good luck. I think we weren't kind of parsing the field saying, oh, we've got to be better than them. We weren't parsing the field saying, oh, they're way better, we should just hang up our shingle. We were just working. We were just in the middle of getting the job done.
Citizen X, one of the projects originally filmed for Control Vision, was supposed to be ported to Sega CD.
Welcome to my kingdom, oh foolish one!
It was Steve DeFrisco's job to port it. He got it done, making the obvious sacrifices to video quality and lowering the fidelity of what used to be photoreal backgrounds. They showed it off at Winter CES 1993. GameFan reported on it. But this port of an unreleased Control Vision game was canceled.
The gameplay was lacking in comparison to other games of the time, and the cutaway videos were not considered enough of a win to be a profitable release.
Poor Citizen X, you didn't know what hit you. They pitched that to Sega, they passed on it, and then it ended up online, and some websites started selling unauthorized copies of it, and that's how it got out there.
He's talking about Good Deal Games. They sell things like physical copies of Homebrew and other unlicensed games, growing the gumption to sell leaked prototypes. In the early 2000s, they sold the leaked Citizen X without permission from Digital Pictures, Sega, etc.
Then I told Tom about this a couple years ago. He was all like, sounds to me like they owe me a lot of money. I don't know him, so I can't put you in contact.
This mix of traditional gameplay and FMV cutscenes is something they would toy with from time to time, but the company's own traditions would typically win out.
Again, it was hard to know whether that was something that we wanted to continue with. Does that violate who we are as a company? I mean, if we're the full motion video company, should we be all in on full motion video? And there was a bit of a religion like that. I think largely coming from Tom Zito, and he had to have the belief. This company wouldn't have existed if Tom Zito didn't have that belief. None of these games would have ever been made.
did you guys have the capital to, make such a huge expansion, start making all these games that had $1 million budgets? Was that all from like Night Trap, Sewer Shark sales?
The initial stuff, Night Trap, Sewer Shark, Prize Fighter. Yeah, and then, there was the deal made with Acclaim to do distribution. And, again, I don't remember the specifics of that. But there was, I believe, a cash infusion that came along with that.
As they program these Wave 3 titles, the potential answer to how they adapt to the future of games comes to their door. Throughout 1994, Acclaim acquired exclusive sales and distribution rights to all of Digital Pictures' future games for the next several years. Acclaim Distribution Inc. reportedly spent $4 million to obtain this minority interest in the company. In a Twice CES Daily article, Acclaim chairman Gregory Fischbach spoke about using their motion capture technology to create mathematical actors in DP's software. Many games published by Acclaim use a variety of digitizing techniques, like NBA Jam or Mortal Kombat, for example. It would make sense to accompany this with Zito's vision for interactive media. Acclaim is promising the release of 5 titles later this year and sets a goal to publish 12 Digital Pictures games each year across a variety of systems. This would set even more unprecedented growth for the Digital Pictures empire. By late 1994, the Entertainment Software Rating Board officially began, though Night Trap's Sega CD release is still being held back from stores. Usenet Dude Bros talk about copies fetching around $100 secondhand. Its urban legend status as a banned game caused some FOMO, even though it's still available on 3DO. Under Acclaim distribution, they're set to re-release the Sega CD version with an M rating right at the new year. Alongside this promise, they released the Wave 3 games on Sega CD throughout November, all with ESRB ratings.
There were actually some fun times. The people from the ESRB came to Digital Pictures, and we had this meeting. There was Tom, there was myself, the producers, Charlie Ogden, Amanda Latham, and Ken Melville, who was like the head writer. They were trying to explain to us, okay, well, here's what the guidelines would be. So Ken started to say, well, okay, let me try to understand some of these things. So you're saying that if we put like religion in, that might get us an M. So like if we have a nun in the scene, what would that do? And they would say, well, if you have a nun, if a nun's just in the scene, it's not really going to do anything. And it's like, well, what if we have a nun in the scene, but we blow her head off? He started to go down all of these pathways, and he would come up with scenario after scenario after scenario he was clearly yanking their chain, and they turned white. And ultimately just ran out of the meeting. So we weren't afraid. We said, great, at any point we'll just slap whatever rating you want on these things, and we know they're going to sell. And in fact, if we slap an M rating on it, it's probably going to sell better than if we don't.
Publications that once ranked DP games high had collectively lower scores for Slam City with Scottie Pippen, and somewhat low for Corpse Killer. Slam City was marred for its poor controls, and the zombie shooter was mainly criticized for its repetitive gameplay.
Nice.
But the campy cutscenes and premise did make some people happy. Kids on Sight is meant for small children, so it got awful reviews from adult critics. As for the interactive kung fu spectacle Supreme Warrior, that one carried a greater variety of reactions.
My. Kai, how you aged. And you, thank too, ferocious as ever.
FMV games still have somewhat of a cult fan base at this point, and those who dig what DP's putting down got a kick out of adventuring with Vivian Wu. The 3DO version charted at number 6 for the console at Babbage's in its first month. It still earned mixed scores from reviewers. GamePro and GamePlayers gave it an 80%. The EGM review crew all slapping it with a 5 out of 10, taking this moment to lambast FMV games as a whole. A lot of these games came out in higher quality versions for the Sega 32X, a Genesis attachment meant to boost its graphics. But getting these to work is an absolute pill. These special releases require you to have a Sega CD and 32X plugged into your wall and your Genesis at the same time. That's a lot.
Oh, I'll stuff it so far down your throat you'll look pregnant with twins.
Outside of occasionally charting in top 10s, I cannot seem to find good sales numbers for this third wave of DP games. At least, sales numbers that were reported publicly. If the company is not reporting sales data like they did with Night Trap and Sewer Shark, signs would point to a less than amazing performance.
So, how's it feel digesting a basketball? Kill them! Yeah!
Sources tell me Supreme Warrior did sell somewhat well, and it did chart. Though that's not necessarily a good sign of company health.
Don't hold back!
Overall impressions of FMV circa late 1994 are best summed up by EGM's Ed Semrod. Quote, "I'm getting tired of full-motion video-based titles. They all lack the interaction that makes good games."
Pearl Harbor, man!
It is at this wave when Digital Pictures has its reckoning with changing video game trends. The Saturn and PlayStation just came out in Japan. The Jaguar and 3DO are out in the West. So the world is starting to see and experience 3D games at home. The people like it. It seems to be what gamers want. Whatever Digital Pictures is doing just isn't igniting the same spark.
Boy, I'm gonna drink you like milk.
Well, I think there may have been two camps within the company, those who fervently believed that, FMV was the way. But I think most of us recognized that we needed to up the level of the gameplay. I mean, we were hearing that. We were hearing that when we were doing focus groups. We were hearing that in feedback from the critics. So we weren't numb to that. The question again came down to what technology was available at the time. I mean, if we had the tools right now that they are using to create, these incredible 3D rendered games that are, photorealistic, would we have even shot a single frame of film? Probably not.
Again, this is like, we're talking about a world where game companies are run by people that were not gamers.
Was Tom Zito, would you consider him to be a gamer at the time or no?
No, absolutely not. I mean, Tom Zito is a legend, I think, because Tom Zito is behind Night Trap.
The head honcho, still hell-bent on the original mission. Digital Pictures leadership did not totally ignore the direction games were taking. Gluck, who by this point is a build release engineer, was tasked with researching the new era of games.
We started researching 3D games. So we were considering doing this move. They wanted it like this. They wanted to know what was out there and what kind of things we were doing. And so one of the things I got to do was, as a build release engineer, was evaluate games. So I was the gamer. So they let me just buy a bunch of video games and play them and then write evaluations on them. So I played Myst all the way through. I played Full Throttle, which I think even to this day is still a classic game. I played Frankenstein with Tim Curry.
Yeah.
Remember what else I played? I know there's a couple other ones. But yeah, I just played them and then I wrote evaluations.
So here's the problem. We can't have these guys be too tough because if we lose one,
we're down for several days.
We have
so
no
we're gonna
depth
have to-
here.
Yeah,
We've
yeah,
already lost
yeah,
our depth.
Yeah, I know. We talked
As you and
about
I
that.
talked
right,
about,
right.
yeah.
Well, I've been talking. I mean, I think that most serious hitting is the quarterback sacks.
Shirking polygonal evolution, Zito and other company leaders persist with their usual formula.
You actually got real ball players in the TV, instead of those little guys that used to go around the field, But from what I've seen, it's going to be a pretty good game.
In what seems to be an attempt at evolving the Slam City concept,
Hey, sometimes it's better to punt when you're backed up than try to run with the ball and regret it.
Quarterback Attack with Mike Ditka was filmed at the hand of Ron Stein once again.
So basically what you're really getting out there, for all intents and purposes, is a real football game.
We fought for our place at the table. Now, it's time to...
The player assumes the role of a quarterback, striving to beat the yellow team through the guidance of Mike Ditka.
I got one word for you, kid. Score!
These are things I'd say to players. I mean, there are some worse things I'd say to players, but we can't go into that.
You need to lead the man.
Early in the morning, freezing cold, you get out to this football field, and it's just this huge empty, of course, empty football field, empty bleachers, empty everything. And if you look at where the camera's set up, of course, from the camera's point of view, it's a full stadium. People are like, so what do you think of the crowd? And I'm like, got a lot of people here. They're like, no, what do you think of the crowd? And then I'm looking closer, I'm like, wait a minute. And then I had to get even closer. I'm like, those aren't people. So this is before everything was put in CGI, there were little cardboard cutouts.
It's being developed for 3DO and the soon-to-release in the West Sega Saturn. It's the start of Wave 4 games, made primarily for the next generation of consoles. They're also beginning to film Maximum Surge, described by some staff as Sewer Shark on land.
Kodak says the UWBs are relays.
Ports of games to the next-gen Sega Saturn are also being programmed, though these porting efforts have a sparse skeleton crew. An anonymous interviewee remembers just one engineer being tasked with porting Corpse Killer to Saturn. They recall that sole porter being Suhu. Similarly, any other port to PC or Saturn had around one person doing the job.
Stories can be about small people or big ones. They can be about magical characters or scary ones or anything or anyone. They can be about hidden things. All you need is your imagination.
Work is also underway for another children's game, What's My Story?
Even though her life was hard,
What's My Story is not very well documented today. As far as I can tell, they only finished a Mac version. If this was Zito's plan to end illiteracy, that's hilarious.
5 or 10 years from now, moving pictures, television, music, recorded sounds, all those things will be part of what the child can put together in her simplest journal.
Dr. Michael P. Carter, Vice President Education at Digital Pictures, created the Digital Pictures Kids Division. Kids on Site was the first, under Dr. Carter's stewardship. I suppose What's My Story is another one of his big projects. Acclaim promised 12 new Digital Pictures games in 1995, but so far, only 3 were filmed as of the start of summer. Behind the scenes, other game concepts are being drafted, sometimes filming proof of concepts as they have in the past, though only a handful of games are seeing real development. Morale within the Crossroads is said to be on decline by this point. On June 2nd, 1995, Digital Pictures employee Dana Keene sent this memo, quote, sort of at Tom's request. It goes over anonymous concerns from other staffers, saying new ideas are being stifled. Keene says many colleagues are hesitant to pitch their game ideas. There is no concept selection procedure. They feel the only ideas to get proper attention are those created and favored by a small exclusive group, which of course includes Zito. Dana Keene's memo then talks about the traditional DP game. Keene points out the issue with Zito only wanting things shot with film, nothing graphics-based. There's a company-wide perspective that only sports and battle games targeting adolescent teens will be made, since they're profitable. She points out kids on site as being a failure, and calls What's My Story an anomaly with the quote, checkered history. A common concern among staff. Pitches that are not traditional DP games won't even get a group conversation. In this memo, which is largely about morale, Keane says there's a chance Digital Pictures might not be around much longer if it doesn't have a hot holiday season. Keane says previous offsite meetings about game ideas did not go well. Quote, as I recall, top concepts were football, basketball, kung fu boxing, a sequel, a version of Sewer Shark on land, and a shoot 'em up. Boy, what a creative explosion! Most of these ideas are as old as video games themselves. She paraphrases colleagues Karina and Dina, quote, tell us what sort of games DP might do and then we can work on that. Keane adds, if she were running things, she would suggest small group sessions discuss a variety of game genre ideas like girls' games, flight sims, music, adult games, and educational concepts. That fall, Next Generation magazine carries out an interview with Tom Zito from within his castle in the sky. Its headline reads, quote, is this the end of FMV as we know it? They acknowledge the upcoming Maximum Surge as a good-looking adaptation to the typical FMV formula, blending video sources with computer graphics. Quote, it is to Night Trap what human beings are to chimpanzees. Despite Keane's memo and Acclaim's lofty promises, Surge and Quarterback Attack are still the only two new games in development. If we want to talk about the company not being run by gamers, this interview is the gamer confronting the non-gamer head-on. Next Generation and Zito go back and forth on the merits of the FMV experience versus the freedom of movement allowed in traditional games. Zito tries telling the writer, Quarterback Attack is an unmatched experience, even though the player is confined to preset movements. He thinks the live-action scenes put it above Madden games. He also tries to convince Next Gen that Supreme Warrior is better than Virtua Fighter.
Kill them! Yeah!
In Supreme Warrior, you are given on-screen commands on when to attack your enemy with what attack. It's like a QuickTime event, but it requires extremely precise timing. You pretty much are required to memorize each fighting sequence.
Fight one, ready, go!
In Virtua Fighter, you are not confined to specific moves in a preset order. You are free to string together whatever attacks you see fit. If you press punch while near your opponent, it will likely connect or get blocked in some way. In Supreme Warrior, pressing punch only connects when the game says it's time, and you have to press the right punch button. Blocks have to be done without any commands on screen. You sort of just have to know when and where to block. And to make matters worse, if you want to get the true ending, you have to play the entire game again without any on-screen commands, literally requiring you to memorize each individual fight. It's an incredibly difficult game.
There you go. Enjoy that shit.
K.O.
Better run home.
The mag writer is not convinced that Supreme Warrior is better than Virtua Fighter, and believes a good game needs fully interactive controls with fluid movement. FMV games are just akin to changing channels, scripted events with little interactivity. But whatever this Maximum Surge thing is, even the next-gen writer says it looks promising. Could this be the evolution Digital Pictures needs?
Just when the controversy peaked, the sales stopped. A multimedia company is ready to fall into the night trap again. Bruce Francis has more for us in Technology Today. Bruce?
Thanks, Sue. Well, just in time for Halloween, those co-ed stalking, drill-wielding vampires are back, and they bring new meaning to the term director's cut. Well, the game Night Trap became the best example, or scapegoat, depending on your point of view, for the debate over violence in electronic entertainment. Digital Pictures watched as horrified as a scantily clad victim in one of its games as distribution was pulled by Sega until a rating system was developed.
With a rated M for mature on the cover, Digital Pictures re-released Night Trap for the PC. It is often referred to as a director's cut, but the game's footage was not changed at all. It features a short documentary, Dangerous Games, produced internally.
So I would see Tom and I would say, there is the evil man that made Night Trap. And he'd say, there is the evil man that made Night Trap.
Once the ESRB said, great, this is the way we're going to solve the problem, we're just going to slap an ESRB rating on Night Trap, we actually rolled with it. There's an ad behind me. That ad with the American flag.
Yeah.
Ad that we released for Night Trap.
Really?
And it says, I'll read it to you. It says, some members of Congress tried to ban Night Trap for being sexist and offensive to women. Hey, they ought to know.
Joining us from San Francisco is Tom Zito, CEO of Digital Pictures. Tom, thanks for joining us. Hi, Bruce. Any lessons learned here about what kind of material emerging multimedia companies like you can put on these games?
I think the best thing that came out of the Night Trap flap was the creation of a rating system.
Zito told CNBC about how there will be video games for every age group as the industry becomes more like the movie business.
The focus is off violence right now, and it's on to porn online. Is that just the flavor of the month, and do you stand to get that kind of criticism again?
Well, certainly we're not in the porn business, and I'm not really aware of what's happening online too much because everything that we do is CD-ROM based.
After a brief, awkward pause, Zito opens up about how the Night Trap controversy hurt them financially.
Immediately after the fact, it did hurt our relationship with investors, and we had to do a lot of explaining that the way Night Trap was turned into a political football was really unfair. It was taken completely out of context, and I think that as investors began to understand what the real story of this product was, namely that it was a spoof of vampire movies, they reached a comfort level that was absolutely acceptable to them.
Zito often speaks about how the Senate hearings boosted sales in Night Trap, though here we can see it dealt a 1-2 punch to his company. Sega pulled one of their best sellers from shelves the month after the first hearing, so they lost potential sales on the Sega CD game for at least a year. At the same time, the controversy seems to have caused some of DP's investors to drop off. CNBC asks Zito if he's considering public trading. The CEO doesn't rule it out, claiming a lot of banks have talked to them about going public, but they're not actively exploring the option.
What about alliances? I know you have an alliance with Acclaim, I believe, for distribution. Can we watch for anything else there? Or is it possible that you'll be acquired by some company?
It's possible. I mean, the latest thing that we have been exploring is interactive advertising. We have an alliance with ESPN on our new game, Quarterback Attack.
Zito's usual bravado and upbeat eccentricities are absent here. It may be a simple distaste for this brief return to the news cycle, or maybe a bad night's rest or something. But overall, his attitude here is not what it was when Digital Pictures hit its peak, and certainly not how he looked during the Control Vision days. The upcoming release of the PlayStation might not be helping either. My anonymous interviewee remembers Twisted Metal and Warhawk getting lots of playtime in the office.
Everyone was gaga over Warhawk and was playing it so much Zito eventually got mad. He thought the PlayStation was not going to succeed and hated that people liked playing it.
Those are my people down there, so find a way.
Commander, intelligence can't find anything on this Creel guy.
Gluck also remembers the time a coworker brought in a PlayStation.
I saw a PS1. They had bought it for the company, and it was in the test department area, and people were sitting on that, and they were on it all day long. The devs were on it, product was on it, the testers were on it. That thing was never getting, it was always getting touched. And then Tom, I remember sitting on it or watching somebody play it, and Zito came over and he's just like, I don't know what you guys see in this thing. This is not going to take off.
And that's kind of when
all the employees realized where video games were heading. So they were kind of pushing to move in that direction and do stuff like that.
Is the silk in the proper position,
yes,
sir?
It needs to be higher
thank you.
now.
Thank you. Well, you're higher. Sorry, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Get on with it.
Electro Posse's got very sick dudes, brah. Bad dudes, man. Bad dudes.
Well, all I know is I've seen tests of what they do to it, and they destroy the image. They're getting better. I understand by next year they're supposed to be able to have it so it looks
crystal clear digital video.
Almost the way it is when we shoot it and see it on tape.
You most radical gunfighter, man.
Remaining mostly loyal to Sega, they released Corpse Killer Graveyard Edition for the Sega Saturn on November 2nd, Quarterback Attack with Mike Ditka for the Sega Saturn on November 17th, and Double Switch for the Sega Saturn on November 22nd. 3DO releases were still ongoing. No plans for PlayStation ports. Maximum Surge is still being worked on. Focus groups wanted greater gameplay variety, so they're filming more scenes, delaying the game by a few months. Thus, hope for the future of digital pictures hinge on the success of these games during the holiday season. Dana Keene's memo mentioned this. Cardboard cutouts used for Quarterback Attack's audience almost serve as a sick, foreboding joke. Sure, this is cost-effective, but it's fitting symbolism in a messed up way. Here we have a studio in which staff fear the company could shut down. The gaming press mocks their core mission. Reviewers are no longer being nice. Rumors are spreading. On November 8th, Tom Zito sent this email to Acclaim founder Greg Fishbach. Quote, "The numbers on this sheet forecast another disastrous year for digital pictures." He said another. He also says Acclaim only shipped about 13,000 copies of Wave 4 Saturn games. That is far fewer than the 60,000 copies manufactured and the 66,000 in projected sales. Quote, "Compare this with the numbers in the orders needed to achieve goal column. This seems like a horrible imbalance and leads me to wonder what the Acclaim sales force is doing." They also shipped just 1,000 of their PC demo discs, despite 50,000 being printed. Josh Fairhurst, who now owns all Digital Pictures properties, provided these sales numbers. It's Acclaim's report from December 8, 1995, showing the amount sold for these Digital Pictures games. This represents all platforms for games Acclaim published. Corpse Killer is the best seller at around 106,000 copies across platforms. If wholesale is the amount retailers spent to stock it, the game made slightly less than $3 million, slightly less than the game's budget. Double Switch for Saturn sold over 9,000 in its first week.
It's the prettiest holiday card ever, Ronald.
With 1995 reaching its end, Digital Pictures staff are about to head home for the roughly 2-week holiday break. Gluck remembers Zito calling for a company-wide meeting right before everyone took off.
And Tom was like, "Hey, I want to wish everybody a happy holiday. And, I know there's rumors about us shutting down, and I just want to tell everybody that the rumors about us shutting down are false." So I was like, "There's rumors about us shutting down?" Like, I never heard that rumor. Yeah. So, but then he immediately said, "It's false, so don't worry about it." So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to worry about it then. He says it's false.
Let's think rationally. With DP spending millions on all these projects, hiring so many people that they have to cram them into hallways, surely they must be doing okay financially, right? After all, Acclaim is promising to help them release more games. They just released 3 for a new console in time for holiday shopping. There's no way they're shutting down. Gluck stayed home during the first week of the holiday break, but he was broke, so he wanted to earn some extra money. The office manager asked him to man the phones for the second week of the holiday. Gluck spent his time at the front desk of a quiet Crossroads building.
Tom Zito's mom called him every day. I talked to her a bunch. But that was basically it. I just sat there.
In his time of holding down the fort, one memory sticks out.
I was sitting there one day and a delivery man came and he had stacks and stacks of boxes, like empty, unfolded boxes. And he said, "I've got all these boxes for you. What do you want to do with them?" And I'm like, I don't know. So I said, I called Zito and I said, hey man, there's some dude up here with a bunch of boxes. Where do we want to put them? And he's like, and you could tell he was kind of concerned. He's like, boxes? I'm like, yeah, boxes. He's like, put them in the closet right now. So you just go over there and put them in that closet right now. I'm like, okay. They put them all in the closet. I did not think about it. I didn't know what they were for. It was like, why do we need a bunch of boxes? I don't know.
Happy 1996!
After the world celebrates New Year's over the weekend, Gluck and all the others returned to the Digital Pictures office on Wednesday, January 3rd, 1996. In the middle of the day, Gluck's internet goes down. He tried calling a coworker to ask if their internet stopped working too, but the phones were dead. Not too long after, he sees senior software engineer Edgar II carrying a box.
I kind of open up my door and I see Edgar II with a box and putting his stuff in a box. I'm like, what's going on? He's like, oh, we just got laid off. I'm like, okay, they just laid off like one of the best engineers that we have. I wonder what the possibility of me staying here is. And so just one by one, all the developers are coming out, and they've all got their boxes. They're all getting ready. They're all saying goodbye, and eventually it's everybody. And I'm just like, I don't think I'm going to escape this. And so finally, Mark Klein comes into my office and he's like, well, I guess you know what's going on. And I'm like, yeah. And am I getting it? And he's like, yeah. He's like, don't feel bad. I am too. He's like, I have to lay all of you off and then I'm laid off as well. So I'm like, damn.
I was provided this memo detailing the mass layoffs of January 3rd, 1996. It shows at least 30 employees were let go. As you heard, according to Gluck, Mark Klein was also cut shortly after delivering the news to his department. It's not clear how many or who may have quit before or after. It would seem even more people were laid off outside this list. Astonishingly, Ken Melville was included in the axe swing. That's one of their chief developers, an OG long hauler, getting laid off with the others. These layoff instructions appear to be the copies given to Ken Suhu. He was directed to say the company is reducing its headcount for these reasons, quote, sales are significantly below forecast. Acclaim is not paying DP in a timely manner. This has caused a severe cash crunch that we have not been able to fix. Guidance is given concerning their last paychecks, health insurance benefits, and outplacement. There was no advance warning. All who were laid off had to leave the office immediately. Gluck remembers the layoffs hitting right when Suhu started taking digital pictures in a new direction. He was able to do things other staffers could not.
I gotta ask, when it was your time to pack up your box, did they give you a consolation prize? Did you get the hat shirt?
No, I already had a bunch of that.
Okay.
But yeah, they weren't giving out hats and prizes that day. No, they ran as far as they possibly could, and all the way up to the point where the only choice was, okay, we have to get rid of everybody. And they didn't do little ones. They didn't cut back. They didn't drop games. They didn't trim anything down. They just we didn't sell off our chairs. We didn't do anything like that. It was just like we ran as long as we could, and then boom, we're all laid off.
News of the Digital Pictures layoffs technically spread, but it barely made headlines. Video Game Advisor wrote this brief in an early '96 issue, saying in part, quote, "The emperors of full motion video were revealed to have no clothes." It reports the company letting go of about 30% of its workforce, though from what I'm hearing, the real percentage was likely higher. VGA writes, DP pinned its hopes on the Saturn, releasing nothing on PlayStation. They report the company planning to release 5 new games in 1996, though that is now reduced to 3. Regardless, even 5 is a far cry from 12. It's interesting that VGA points out releasing games on Saturn but not PlayStation as being a problem. Leaked internal documents from Sega shows sales numbers right after Saturn and PlayStation released in the West during the holiday season of 1995. The PlayStation immediately beat up Saturn. It was bad. The anonymous interviewee I introduced earlier was among the few to stay past the layoffs. A few people were kept on to work on that new game, Maximum Surge.
They laid off everyone except the execs and engineers working on Maximum Surge. QA was gone, customer service was gone, almost all engineering was gone. At this point, other temps were brought in to shred paper as they prepped everything for closure.
Steve DeFrisco was also allowed to stay.
I was critical on a few projects and helped finish off some things, so I was kept on for a few months. Certainly not a happy time and not handled well, in my honest opinion.
Looking back at it, it's very easy to look back and see where Tom's flaws were. But I mean, being back there, it was like, no, I like Tom.
Technically, Tom Zito didn't lie. Digital Pictures did not shut down. Gluck remembers contractors being allowed to stay as this heavily downsized team worked on a Saturn port of Prizefighter and the all-new Maximum Surge. 1996 is starting off as a rough year for this FMV studio. One of his friends in the customer service department stayed on throughout 1996. To get in touch with Zito, people had to call customer service. From what they remember, most of these callers were bill collectors, asking for their money. This friend of Gluck says Zito was sort of manic towards the end.
After the layoffs, things went quickly from a running company to feeling very chaotic. Strange people appearing with paper shredders, boxes and things piling up, no real oversight. I started feeling like I remained accidentally because I was just on a non-employee temp list. I may have even volunteered to QA Maximum Surge, or the engineer roped me in out of desperation.
Eventually, the skeleton crew vanished. Around March of 1996, Digital Pictures disappeared. Like a ghost ship, it sank into a murky afterlife, taking Maximum Surge with it.
It wasn't fun. And it happened pretty quickly. I think, we get the numbers in. You know what the numbers are from your sales. And when the numbers weren't hit, it became obvious very quickly that the money was going to run out.
Sure.
And so there was just the layoffs and then figuring out if there was a way to leverage any of the assets, to maybe sell them.
This was an amazing group of people with an amazing mindset to what we were collectively trying to accomplish. And to have that have to end was heartbreaking.
Double Switch for the Sega Saturn is, as far as I can tell, the last piece of software released by the company. In almost every way, this represents all that is Digital Pictures. It is reminiscent of their history, persevering beyond the odds. FMV games are dying. The company was evidently on life support. This almost did not exist. Before we get into Double Switch for the Saturn, let's take an intermission with the story of how Paul Gluck got the nickname Nose Ring. The reason is not as obvious as it seems.
So at Digital Pictures, I was going to a nightclub. I was single. I was going to this nightclub in San Francisco. It was called Bondage Go Go. It was very much like it sounds. It was a dance club. And the main reason I was going there was because I liked dancing. I had a bunch of friends. We'd all go dancing. They had excellent DJs. They played really good music. They also happened to have this whole S&M area above the dance floor in this kind of other area. So you could go up there and there would be people getting spanked all the time. And, all sorts of various S&M stuff going on. Right. I didn't particularly go there for that. I went there, I saw it. I just, and then I stayed on the dance floor and drank beer and danced with my friends. I was relaying the things that I've seen at this club to some coworkers, David Popovich being one of them. So I'm like, there's people getting spanked and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, oh, you like to be spanked, don't you? I'm like, no, let's go on to dance. And he was joking about it. And then he started calling me Spank Boy. So he's like, oh, Spank Boy. Hey, you want to go talk to Spank Boy? That's who you want to go talk to. Months later, they decide they're going to do this. They want to do a behind the scenes video.
Hello, Digital Pictures.
It's run by one of these producers, and he was probably a hip guy. in the 70s.
No cameras. Get out of here.
They're like cheesy. They're like, oh, hey, can you do this? Stand like this and hold the piece of paper and then act like you're laughing about it. So it was like, it was not like filmed like a reality show or anything. It was just like 100% like, okay.
Digital pictures. I don't know what else you want me to do.
That was exactly it. That was perfect.
I can't believe that I'm not paying them to play this game.
So a lot of that stuff was just stuff that they told people to say. They set up in our little area and they put hot lights all the way around. So I get migraines. And so I was putting on my sunglasses.
He doesn't normally wear sunglasses, so you can't actually see the screen. He's usually not this cool. It's right. I get migraines from his bright lights.
I told the cameraman, he's walking there like with the camera in my face, and I'm like, hey, let me know when you want me to take my sunglasses off, okay? Because I don't want to be on this video with my sunglasses on. And he's like, oh yeah, cool, no problem, man. He filmed that, like that was on film.
Should I take my sunglasses off?
But yeah, so he asked me a bunch of questions, and I felt like I answered them all really well.
So what's the culture like here?
I don't know. It's we haven't all been here very long. Some of us, like some of the people have only been here a couple days. Some of them have only been here a couple weeks. I've been here the most, me and Richard, and we've only been here a month. So no culture is really developed.
But it doesn't look like that in the thing. I feel like they edited me into like a stoner. So, or you know, like, man. At one point they found out that I had that I had a tattoo of a TV on my leg.
Take it!
Why a TV?
Why not? Look at what I do for a job.
Because they're like, oh, we got to get that. We got to get that. So they literally came back. They had stopped filming. They came back for like an hour and like just spent an hour zooming in and out of my tattoo and like doing all sorts of angles of my leg.
Yeah, watch the screen. There you go. Do you still have that tattoo, by the way?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's not really a lot you can do with it. You want to see? It looks like a no and no. Can you see it now? There you go.
Oh my God, there it is. The same one. There's been an hour crash zooming on that? Really? Like,
it's just, yeah, it's like going in, going out, and like zooming in, zooming in. Like, yeah, it's like, how long do I have to sit here? So they come in and the producer, hey guys, you know, the video is going along really cool and it's going to be really cool, but what we want to do is, you know, we want to give everybody nicknames. Up to this point, I had a rule that we did not do nicknames. And at one point I was looking at one of the games and it was just all a bunch of fucking nicknames. Every tester had a nickname. And I'm like, no, man, we're not doing this. It's like, this is stupid.
Religious background and a lot of praying, you know.
Does it have anything to do with that nickname, Bootlicker?
Yes, Bootlicker is my nickname.
And I made a rule, I made a standard that, you know, no nicknames. He's like, well, you guys got to have nicknames. And we're like, I'm like, we don't need nicknames. It's like, that's dumb, and we don't need nicknames. So he was like, well, if you're going to give nicknames, like, Paul, what's your nickname? And then Dave immediately yells out Spank Boy. Spank Boy! This nickname's Spank Boy. We call him Spank Boy. So, like, it's like, oh, that's great. So, like, he writes Spank Boy down. Everybody just starts yelling out dirty names for everybody. Every single one of them is a dirty name. And he's writing them down like he doesn't know what they are. So, you know, like Brown Eye, Butt Liquor. And he's like, you know, and we're just yelling those out and he's writing them all down. And he's like, yeah, these are great. These are great.
This is the kind of thing that I come to work to. The abuse that I get. This is the family message.
So obviously they've been busy.
He comes back like a week later and he's like, hey, yeah, we're not going to be able to use any of those nicknames. So, you know, do you guys have better nicknames, like, you know, that aren't as, you know, R-rated? And so he says, okay, I'm going to give you nicknames. I'll make up my own nicknames. Like, okay. So that's how it happened. Everybody after that sarcastically just started calling me that. They're like, hey, nose ring.
Yeah.
Why do they call you nose ring? Nose ring? Like, because I have a nose ring. Very great. So yeah, so that's the
The producers
They,
are like, well,
they made it up, and they didn't think really long and hard about it, I guess.
they didn't want to use Paul Spankboy Gluck. What the hell? Come on.
No, they didn't want to use. I'm sure my mom would have been proud of that one.
The piece I'm doing on the Edward Arms.
Okay, well, Mary Lambert, thanks for being here, director of Switch and other future projects. I was wondering, how did this experience compare to things you've done in the past? You've done music videos for Madonna and feature films like Pet Sematary. How is it different directing an interactive movie?
How is it different? Well, the obvious difference is just that there isn't the same continuity. There isn't the same. Every scene has a possible 2, sometimes a possible 3, sometimes a possible 4 endings, and that was the most stressful thing for me. Because when I direct, when I go into a scene, I like to be very clear about where the scene is going, and everything, every push, every impetus that you have is towards the direction of that scene. And in this case, that there was 2 or 3 different places it was going, and that was the most stressful thing, most difficult thing.
So how many takes would you typically do per scene? Did you find yourself doing more takes on an interactive movie as opposed to
We had a
film?
very short time schedule. We did 1 and 2 takes sometimes in order to achieve the number of things. There's so many things that we had to shoot. We had to be very economical.
You let those suckers get to the power box.
Let them get to the power box, yes,
and
so
now
what?
we're all cut off.
We're all cut off, and I can play the game again. Ha! High score. Excellent.
Double Switch is great fun. It was a modernized Night Trap, right? So Night Trap is obviously the legendary first product, but we took all of the things that we couldn't do with the Night Trap footage because we weren't in control of it, and we built a game and a script around a more mature and complex concept.
Something strange is definitely going on here at the Edward Arms. The violence that permeates our city streets has entered the walls of this hallowed building. And now it seems to be coming after me.
It's April 16th, 1993. Digital Pictures devs drafted this planning document for Double Switch. It details the overall concept. Eddie is locked in the basement of an apartment building. He's set up an arsenal of traps throughout, and you must use them to dunk on bad guys of several varieties. Peeping Toms, cat burglars, vandal bikers, gang gunners, and serial killers, all breaking into this apartment. Eddie needs your help to trap them and save the tenants. The document reads, quote, "You want to help him out. He's a harmless wonk with no friends, right? Yeah, so was Hitler." The planning document describes the characters who you're saving. Alex, new girl in town, lonely, beautiful, scared. Eddie's mom is the apartment manager and apparent cat lover. Working girls are in Unit 4, described as 3 Wildcat flight attendants. The punk band, Dead Rotten Zombies, is in Unit 7. And then there's Scar-Faced Man, a sociopathic weirdo who pays rent in gold coins. Quote, "Eddie says he blew up the World Trade Center." Again, the year is 1993. Okay. The gameplay flow is akin to Night Trap, but more advanced. There are multiple traps in each room. You have to arm a trap to activate it. Only so many can be armed at once because the trap network has limited power. This voltage meter shows if you have armed too many. Some of the bad guys can cut off your power, causing you to lose, so it's important to nail those particular goons. The plot is laid out across 3 acts. Much like the treasure-robbing ninjas in Night Trap's original concept, This story wildly changed before the final game. I think it would be more entertaining if I showed you this original plot after I show you the final game. It's August 1993.
Don't anybody breathe this.
Director Mary Lambert and cinematographer Sandy Sissel are brought on to film Double Switch at Hollywood Center Studios.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go. And ready, Corey?
Here they are working on their first interactive movie. Sissel happens to be among the first women to get into the union at NBC News. Countless projects in documentary work and feature film led her here.
Fucking up that line.
Well, Mary Lambert, the director, was a friend of mine.
Hey, Mark.
We had worked together on several things. Mary and I did commercials together. And then we did a film together, Drag Strip Girl. And then she called me up about a job that she had. She told me what it was, Double Switch, which I was into doing, but I had never shot a video game before. So I didn't know exactly what that would mean.
Hey, you know what? Can you stand over there? I want to get a picture of you for my story.
Story? What story?
The one I'm doing on the Edward Arms.
The concept of filming a game was pretty new to them, but a surprisingly large amount of it was familiar territory.
There's no way you're gonna write a story about this place, okay? All right?
We shot it on film. We shot it in a film studio. We had some good actors who I had worked with before.
Debbie Harry, Arlie Ermey, and Corey Haim are the stars of this interactive motion picture.
Mary really came to me and asked me to do it, and I got a good crew of people together.
Okay.
My son was a video game player, but I wasn't really a video game player, so I wasn't really sure what I was getting into. The person who had to work the hardest was the script supervisor.
Hey, you just trapped Jeff.
The person who was in charge of, getting each shot done and, what came next. Because the rest of us were used to doing a film with a regular script. But in this case, a lot of times we would do the opening sequence and then we would just do individual shots of different people doing different things on the set.
Not so much the beginning, middle, end type of shtick.
No,
Yeah.
It was more of a beginning and then a choice.
How did you get involved in live action entertainment? Is this your first experience working on an interactive movie?
Is this my first, you said live action. Is this my first experience in an interactive
Yes,
situation?
a live action interactive title, like Switch. And how did you get involved and what made you want to be a pioneer of this new entertainment?
Well, about 10 years ago, I directed some of the very first videos for MTV. Madonna's videos. I directed for Janet Jackson off of her first album and a lot of other people. I've seen the way that the phenomena of music videos affected the film industry and entertainment and television and things that were considered so radical in terms of ways of dealing with narrative and ways of editing. As I began to read and hear about these new interactive technologies and checking them out, and I just believe that they're going to affect entertainment in the same way, which is completely.
In this unreleased interview for a Blockbuster tape, Mary Lambert is asked if she had a vision before production.
From the very first, I got that this was not just a movie, that it was a game, and I wanted it to be a ride, like an amusement park ride. That's the way I saw it, but a totally unique one, because one that is driven by the characters, one that's driven by the characters in the narrative.
What do you think, I'm stupid? I'm gonna believe there's gold around here?
Sissel recalls filming lasting about 2 weeks.
Playback.
The punk band idea did stick in the final game, though they changed the name from Dead Rotten Zombies to Scream. John E. Love of Love Hate fame was Scream's guitarist. He did an interview with Latin Review Media.
There's going to be a guitar player in the game. Would you like to do it? I go, well, what's it all about? He goes, well, Deborah Harry, Blondie's going to be in it. And that's all he had to say. I'm like, okay, I'm in.
He worked alongside prolific music producer Thomas Dolby, who composed the soundtrack for the entire game. Love remembers having a fantastic time on the job.
Corey was really cool, and like Brooke was managing him, and they knew each other from Lost Boys and everything. And so Brooke and I hit it off so well when we were all potheads. So we went into Corey's trailer and we used to smoke tubes at the end of the day and stuff and have a couple beers. And even Feldman showed up. Corey Feldman showed up 1 or 2 days also and was kind of like, I felt like I was hanging with like the Lost Boys, all really good people, you know, no egos, and we were just having a good time and having fun and being kids. Basically, well, they were kids. I was like the older one, but you know.
Mark.
Behind-the-scenes footage for Double Switch pulls back the curtain just a little, showing the process. Test footage shows Corey Haim trying on a few outfits, strutting around like this is some kind of music video.
Corey's a bit of a loose cannon. And in Mary's credit, I told Mary, man, I'm real nervous about using Corey Haim. She said, no, I think it'll be fine, and he did a great job.
Do you think he based his character on any actor or?
Himself.
The handyman is screwing around with my system. Trap him whenever you can.
He looked a lot like Back to the Future, kind of mad scientist feel, but sort of a Generation X mad scientist kind of guy.
I don't know. He's very, very Corey, that character.
Hey, she thinks I'm asleep at the switch. Come on, get with it, pal.
Did you leave the characterization of his character, Eddie, up to Corey, or did you work with him together on coming up with the personality of Eddie?
Well, we worked together on it. When I met Corey, I immediately felt that there were aspects of his personality that were Eddie. He has this very engaging sort of man-boy personality, and he does have this sort of crazy energy.
There's no way you're writing a story about this place, okay? Is that clear? You know what, Brutus? Time's up.
We can see plain as day, the traps are real. These are parts of the set. It helps that most of the people acting as the bad guys are stunt performers, so tumbling into a trap door is no problem for them. It looks like they did use stunt doubles for the main characters in their trap scenes.
Set. Ready and action.
In this outtake, we can see actress Camille Cooper appear to physically react to Eddie's body slam against the trap door. She just rolls with it. We can see the sets are colorful and well lit. As we know, the film loses lots of fidelity when its frames are compressed for these games, so they have to make sure everything is extremely well lit. Lambert said she worked closely with Jim Riley on set design. They wanted them to be visually rich without looking too cluttered.
We designed the sets with that in mind, that they would have a graphic quality and a bit of humor. I don't know, I think that they're great eye candy. I think people are going to have fun looking at them. Everywhere you look, there's something wonderful to look at.
It was fairly decent budget. I mean, when I think back on it, shooting on film and lighting the sets were very nicely done.
Sissel tells me she has fond memories of working with the actors on set.
There were lots of fun. We had a lot of fun doing it. Arlie and I had done solo the game, so we had worked together on a movie and we knew each other pretty well. So it was great to see him.
I'm here to audition the band.
I'm a singer. Torch songs, mostly.
Deborah was great, and of course my crew was thrilled to be around her. I learned to call her Deborah, not Debbie. She likes to be called Deborah.
Now you can protect the tenants and get me out of here. You and me are friends, right?
You know, he was very good on the set. I he had been a kind of trouble guy, and so we weren't kind of sure how that was going to go. But he was very good on set. He worked very well. He and Mary did very well together.
My hope was to tap into those aspects of his personality in a way that would, come across for the character that we would create. Obviously, Corey is not the character of Eddie.
It is often stated that Corey Haim and Night Trap star Dana Plato have eerily similar life paths. Both started as child actors, later playing the lead role in a Digital Pictures trap-based game shortly after their big breaks. Both struggled with substance abuse, and both died at a young age. Outside of this comparison, Haim often said acting led to him becoming the victim of sex abuse. This situation is well documented by others.
Hey, what's up? You've been talking to Lyle again, haven't you?
Persevering through the intense difficulties of Hollywood, adult Corey Haim expertly portrays the main character of Double Switch.
I can't tell whose side you're on. You're supposed to be helping the tenants.
As mentioned earlier, it launched for the Sega CD in late 1993. Digital Pictures was at its peak, so to speak. A massive number of staff members were laid off at the very start of 1996. 2 months before the layoffs, the high-res Saturn port of Double Switch came out only in the US. In the credits, 4 people are thanked for porting the game. Across all 3 Saturn DP games, up to 5 Saturn devs are credited in total: Ken Suhu, Steve Cole, Warren G., Scott Nelson, and Jerome Stratch. Stratch sent me a reply on LinkedIn saying his project was canceled. Suhu was working on the Corpse Killer port, and G is not in the Double Switch credits. Yet G is in the opening credits for computer programming. So this port was carried out by a soon-to-be gutted company at the hands of anywhere between 1 and 5 people. The classic and unchanged Digital Pictures splash screen clonks you in the head upon boot. Opening credits show the camera gliding backwards through a typical inner-city block, juxtaposed by the Egyptian-inspired mansion.
Hey, you! I need your help.
It's unclear why you, some unnamed stranger, are recruited. I guess you'll just have to press the start button and see what you've been voluntold to do.
Hey.
This is Eddie.
Hi.
He needs your help.
My name is Eddie. I need your help. This is my building, and since the neighborhood really sucks, I built all these traps and security systems to protect the people who live here. The problem is some bonehead locked me in the basement and cut off my controls. Except they forgot about the phone lines, which is how I got you in. Now you can protect the tenants and get me out of here. You and me are friends, right? You gotta help me. There's an emergency alarm going off in Alex's apartment. Use your cursor to get up there, see what's going on.
As I tend to do, I went into Double Switch mostly blind, having not studied up on the game at all beforehand.
What are you doing? Get with it. Come on, she's in trouble.
It took me a great deal of time to figure out how to select rooms. None of the face buttons did the trick. Eddie was damn close to giving up on me before I figured out you select rooms by pressing L. Decades ago, at least 2 of them, I played Spider-Man on PlayStation for the first time. For some reason, I had this aversion to using shoulder buttons in video games. So when Black Cat told me to use R2 to swing, something in me refused to believe it. I fell and kept dying, wanting to swing without pressing shoulder buttons. I guess I was the reason they made kid mode.
Hey, now you're making me look bad. Screw up again and you're gone.
So when I found out L selects rooms in Double Switch, making it a button I will press very, very often, a carnal instinct deep within my soul recoiled.
This package came for you. At least I think it's for you.
This disgust of mine is highly irrational. I got over it. But understanding why the controls were set up in such a way would take me a while to understand. Anyway, this first playthrough was a smashing failure.
You let those suckers get to the power box, and now we're all cut off.
You're supposed to trap these goons. Pressing start shows you trap diagrams for each room, but they didn't really help me make sense of this. I couldn't figure out the switches either. They keep overloading. Worse off, I keep letting those suckers get to the power box.
You let those suckers get to the power box.
I feel like I'm gonna see that cutscene quite a lot. It is at this point when I decided to read the damn instruction manual. I love a good long box. To quote great philosopher Marge Simpson, I just think they're neat. What makes this long box especially neat is its interesting use of space, both surface level and volumetrically. The cover seemingly makes few attempts to sell the game. Text takes on several fonts, spacing, and warping effects, encompassing a small keyhole with Corey Haim inside, overlaying a monochrome picture of the mansion. It uses a review quote comparing it to Night Trap and Seventh Guest. The cinematic mystery! Get me out of here! There's a killer in the building! Fun fact! This appears to be the second multi-disc Sega Saturn game released in North America. The first was Corpse Killer. Many Saturn boxes came with this foam rectangle to keep the disc safe. It seems especially important for this 2-disc game. Disc 1 is in this tray that sort of snaps into the front piece of the long box. Behind it is where you find the manual, perhaps a note from a friend, and a digital pictures flyer. It's neat to see Maximum Surge on this $5 rebate coupon, valid through the end of March 1996. This flyer has an ad for it, saying available on PC, Saturn, and 3DO. The Corpse Killer ad still says, one of the top 20 games of the year, with no source.
Fed up with games magazines written for little kids? Tired of games magazines aimed at 12-year-olds? Then get this.
Get $5 off a digital pictures game. Lionel Atwater Edward III went on an archaeological dig to Egypt's Valley of the Kings. While there, he went to the treasury of Isix, rumored to hold incredible riches. While it's said his search was fruitless, a priceless statue vanished from the tomb. He returned to New York to build his mansion, the Edward Arms. With clear Egyptian influence, the structure has a vast network of dumbwaiters, laundry chutes, and elevator shafts. In its heyday, the Edward Arms hosted lavish gatherings with people who had fat wallets. Lionel passed away shortly after, and a couple generations later, the family inheritance ran dry. As a sure sign of the fam's financial situation, they had to turn the Edward Arms into an apartment building. At least it's not an Airbnb. Anyway, the grandson, Eddie, became obsessed with the mansion's architecture. He built a bunch of traps throughout the place, concerned about burglars. But now he's the one trapped, in the basement. Our game begins with Eddie needing your help to get him out of his goon cave, as goons invade and harass the tenants. He connects you, the player, to his security system via telephone line. Save Eddie, save the renters, solve the mystery of the Edward Arms. It's funny that so few of these plot points are in the game. You have to read the manual to know all this.
I need your help.
So Eddie tells you he needs help. He introduces you to the staff and tenants. Lyle the handyman, who he doesn't like. Elizabeth, the manager who works in the lobby. Alex, a young journalist. Grad students who are in the adjacent apartment. One floor up is Jeff, lead singer of Scream. Next to him is Brutus, an old mob boss right out of Godfather.
I think we created really unique characters. More than anything, I was working really hard to stay away from cliches because I felt that was a danger.
May I help you?
Yeah, we're looking for Brutus.
I don't believe I know him, Mr. Booties. Well, perhaps the name is familiar.
I didn't want Debbie to come off as Mae West.
I may have met him at some point.
I wanted her to be a whole new character.
Now I know the gentleman you fellows are looking for. He's in room 232.
No, I think we created some very new and unique characters. I'm proud of that.
This manual does a splendid job at clearly explaining how in the ever-living fork you're supposed to play double switch. Its pages give off an intoxicating scent of old comic book paper, trapping the aroma of a warm game room where the manual previously took residence, and the finely aged, rich ink of its decades-old printing process. In total, there are 7 rooms to monitor. Each room can have up to 3 traps. The switches for each trap are in the bottom right corner of the screen. Each trap corresponds to the face buttons. For example, pressing A hits a switch for the first trap. If you hit it 3 times, it arms the trap. Then press A again to activate it. You can disarm a trap by pressing X, Y, or Z. You only have enough power to arm up to 2 traps in the entire apartment. Otherwise, you overload the system, resetting all the switches. When this sound plays, that means someone is standing on the trap, so you should activate it. Most of the trap sensors are these tiles, though other sensors are more hidden. Even knowing all this, the gameplay felt cumbersome at first. I couldn't seem to get a handle on how to trap these idiots. It's especially hard to concentrate when George Clanton over here keeps butting in to razz me for being bad at the game. Something important to keep in mind. You're not really supposed to trap everyone. Some special trap events are required to avoid losing. But the fodder enemies are just too vast to catch them all. The colored bars over here in the minimap are helpful. Green bars indicate tenants, orange is for intruders, and red is for thugs. To me, it looks more purple than red, so I might need to see a doctor.
Mystery/thriller is in my opinion, the perfect genre for an interactive game, because you want things for the player to discover. You want to keep the player interested. You want to keep the player searching and moving through your world, through your game, through your interactive world.
Double Switch is split across 3 acts. Act 1 is all about getting the codes to free Eddie from the basement. While controlling your one-person justice system, you're supposed to watch for codes. There are 4 panels, and you have to see them get opened. While playing, it is critical that you not let those suckers get to the power box.
You let those suckers get to the power box?
After letting those suckers get to the power box no fewer than 5 times, I finally got a grasp on when the code panels get opened, in which rooms, in what order. Simultaneously, I'm learning which traps correspond to certain triggers in each room. These generic goon trapping opportunities play out in random orders. You'll see them individually repeat in a playthrough, but the order is what changes.
You stay out of my business or I'm gonna put your pretty little feet in some new concrete shoes.
Here's what's tough. Scenes that delve deeper into the plot play out, while the mint jackets and tuxedo bros break into other rooms.
You love it, don't you?
So you have to balance learning about the Edward Arms mystery with not losing. Alternatively, you can choose to ignore the plight of these sad sacks and instead work your way up the high scoreboard.
One of the keys to the mystery is revealed in a scene. The player may may not see that scene until he's played the game 3 or 4 times, or 10 times, or 20 times, or even never. That might be frustrating for some directors, but I quite loved that. It's life, you know. You're not always in the room where the information happens, and I think that in future projects even more could be made of that.
Hi, soldier. Looking for a little...
At the 9th playthrough, I guess I let Brutus die.
No!
Whoops.
You thought Luigi was Brutus's friend?
Give it up for playthrough number 10. It is in my 10th attempt when I truly start to feel confident in my abilities to trap. That is, until I got too confident.
Duh. You just bagged Jeff. You know Jeff, the singer?
But I guess Jeff isn't that important since Eddie lets me keep going. It was his fault for wearing a spooky Chozo helmet. I get the first 3 of 4 code numbers, then remember to go save Brutus from catching lead poisoning.
Time's up.
Luigi and Mario, their days are numbered!
And with that, I saved a mobster from being shot by Luigi's silenced pistol. Oh, fun fact. This deleted scene was supposed to play towards the start of the game.
Joey?
Hogle sent me a flowchart for Double Switch. It talks about Alex doing yoga right before an intruder gets in. Behind the scenes footage shows they did film this scene. The flowchart also says there was a scene in which Alex talks to the player about Brutus, then changes to take a shower. This was not in the game, and I do not know if it was filmed. So Luigi and Mario are thwarted. Brutus walks free. I get the 4th code number, and Eddie couldn't be any happier.
Great! You got the code number, great! Oh, you're good! You're very, very good! I'm out of here. All right, let me level with you. I'll tell you what's really going on around here. I think there's a killer in the building, and I think I know who it is, and I'm gonna nail the sucker. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna switch the basement camera on for you. Keep an eye on my place. Don't let nobody knows around here. Code numbers.
From here, the player moves on to Act 2, which is played on the 2nd disc. When you move on to Act 2, you must save your game, so Disc 2 lets you keep going. This might seem like a convenient save point to aid your playthrough, but this save file has a dirty secret. If you let those suckers get to the power box, the game deactivates the save file, forcing you to start from the beginning. Other people online have said saves can be reloaded up to 5 times before they're deleted, but I guess the game hates me and wants me to die because the save always deletes itself when I lose. So I save scummed the file to backup memory, like a chump. Pro Panda tip. If you do save scum, you have to copy both the progress and options save files.
If it wasn't for me, this place would be Crater City. Now, if you mess with me, you're gonna get it. You got it?
So I guess, spoiler alert, you're probably good to just keep watching. I myself sought to beat this without a guide. In my quest to keep things going, I kept trapping grunt goons while working to figure out how to get through Act 2. More plot-heavy scenes played out, showing me there may be more to this rivalry between Eddie and the handyman.
The old man just doesn't get it, does he?
Also, boob adjustment. It's pretty hard to keep up with the plot while setting traps, so I've been picking up the plot in pieces. Some slick record label guy walks in and asks to see the band.
I'm Sammy Hamlin from Zoo Records. You have 3 minutes.
Excellent. Have a seat, sir.
I lost after letting a green cloak goon kill Jeff.
No! You just blew their big break. Now all of us are gonna have to listen to them practice for months.
Hold up, Eddie. Shouldn't we be more worried about the fact that Jeff just fucking died? I reloaded.
And I call that tunnel vision.
All right. After saving the band, I did not trap a guy who broke into Alex's room. Rip.
I can't tell whose side you're on.
After letting the suckers get to the power box again, I start to feel closer to solving the mystery of the Edward Arms. Oh my god. Edward Arms. You arm the traps, yo! I reloaded.
A perverse extension of his own insecurity. Oh, wow, that's pretty good.
So, after saving the journalist, something happened in the grad student's room.
That's good, Jeff. That's really good. Who are you supposed to be, Ramses?
A mummy came out and trapped one of the grads. The mummy is holding a remote that activates a trap, one of my traps.
You know, you're not the only one playing this game. The trap arms, you disarm it.
In the next playthrough, I pressed the disarm button to keep him from activating the coffin. But then he attacked her. I couldn't trap him. This puzzled me.
For a minute there, I thought she was safe.
It almost seems like there's some kind of hidden trap that I need to unlock. Another Quentin Tarantino classic. Whenever I let the mummy get her, the handyman shuts me off instead of Eddie. I'm like missing something. Act 2 also gets weird when Eddie visits the journalist. No, it doesn't get that kind of weird, you sickos. Alex tells him she's working on a story.
Story? Story.
The one I'm doing on the Edward Arms.
There's no way you're writing a story about this place!
Eddie just flips. You get a chance to trap him. If you do, there's no penalty. So during another attempt, I avoid trapping Lyle the handyman when he talks to Brutus. Our beloved Italian-American stereotype is seen chowing down on a comically sized plate of spaghetti and a wine glass loaded with like 10 breadsticks.
There are traps that you don't know about all over this building.
Yeah, sure.
Brutus ignores Lyle's warnings about the dangers of the Edward Arms. So Lyle shows him one of the traps, unlocking it for the player's use. Brutus doesn't seem to give a kerfunkel, but you, the player, should. A few fodder goons later, Lyle enters the grad's room. Instead of trapping him, I let him unlock another trap.
Check this out.
Turns out, this is the one I need to trap the mummy and save the student.
Eddie's electronic world is apparently deserted.
I spent some time actually watching some of the plot-heavy scenes, at the expense of missing some bad guys. So, there are two types of bad guys. In Act 1, we're introduced to the ones in black. They're simply here to whack Brutus.
Yeah, we're looking for Brutus.
At around this time, the grad students obtained this statue from Elizabeth, the lobby worker.
Elizabeth, girls. Call me Libby.
They take the figurine to their apartment and use the internet to find out what it is.
The statue of Isix, gatekeeper between the passageway of life and death.
Their search reveals it was found by Lionel Atwater Edward III in 1912 at a place that looks familiar.
Wow, it looks a lot like this building. We have to get this thing authenticated. I'll take it to the museum on my way to work.
Those of us who read the manual know Lionel is the one who built the Edward Arms. So how did this statue of his wind up in a mail delivery? And why'd the lobby worker just give this up? Those details don't matter. The detail that does is the fact that one of the grad students appears to have a cardboard cutout of herself as home decor. Okay. Brutus is hell-bent on finding treasure in the Edward Arms. His father, who built the place, swore there was treasure here, telling this to Brutus on his dying deathbed.
On his dying deathbed, he told me there was treasure buried in this building. Why am I gonna make this up?
It sounds like he wants to use this treasure to pay off his debts with Luigi.
Yeah, well, who wouldn't be scared? Look at yourself.
I do every day.
Jeff is dating one of the grad students. Maybe both? I don't know.
Hey, what's that?
It's a really important statue. I'm taking it down to the museum.
Oh, that sounds like fun. Can I go, please?
Yeah, but you can't act like an idiot.
This need to replay the game several times to watch certain scenes is something Lambert seemed to appreciate.
When you direct a feature film, you are in control of where the viewer goes. They don't see anything you don't want them to see. If you want them to see something, they see it if their eyes are open, you know. But in this case, people are going to play this game and they're going to move all over. They're going to move wherever they want to go. If a character doesn't interest them, they're going to go to another room.
It's every director's dream. You gotta watch your movie 80 times.
Exactly.
They watch my movie more than Citizen Kane.
They've got to go back and start at the beginning and watch it again if they want to try to find that scene that everybody's talking about, the really cool scene with, you know, Debbie Harry and Arlie Ermy in the basement. And if you want to see that scene, you've got to go back and find it if you missed it the first time or the second time or the third time.
Looking for a little company?
Lyle the handyman and Libby have some kind of painfully obvious sexual tension.
Nothing good can ever come from any union between us.
They talk about their concerns with Eddie losing touch with reality.
Eddie's a good boy. You just don't understand him.
Then these two take part in the carnal union of flesh off-screen.
All right, let me level with you.
At the end of Act 1, Eddie tells you he thinks there's a killer in the building. Act 2 starts with boobs.
You handsome devil, you.
Yep, they were boinking.
Surprise! How'd you get out? My little helper. Eddie? Hey, why don't you just shut up, okay? And why don't you just get the hell out of our lives?
Eddie, your mother and I are worried.
Don't you talk about my mother, all right?
It's evident that Lyle and Elizabeth might be Eddie's parents, and they are the ones who trapped Eddie in the basement. It's also hinted that Eddie might have an ill intention or two, especially since this is around when Eddie charges at the journalist, and that trapping him yields no penalty. The ones dressed in glorious People's Republic green are the second type of bad guy, the members of the Society of the Scroll and Key.
We are the members of the Society of the Scroll and Key, madam.
There's no scroll here, boys, but I may have a key.
Your father was a member of our secret society. We are here on behalf of his legacy.
This may be the most important find of the decade.
They really want to take the statue of Isix from the grad students.
Get them!
Jeff agrees to hide the statue in his room.
Let's go!
Which leads to the green guy trying to kill him. So back to that mummy. You can nail him with the newly unlocked trap. Act 2 revolves around letting Lyle activate new traps.
Use this.
And using them to save the tenants from being killed. It also introduces a scene where this green guy can disconnect you from the basement. I died a lot here. All of these primary plot things happen in a specific order, while the small trap scenes happen at random. The game becomes this. Get to where you died last time, figure out how to proceed, die at the next obstacle, start over. Get to where you died last time, figure out how to proceed, die at the next obstacle, start over. Get to where you died last time, figure out how to proceed, die at the next obstacle, start over.
Game's over, sucker.
Trapping the handyman in Act 2 renders the playthrough unbeatable. I kept accidentally trapping him, like a white suit from Virtua Cop. You have to memorize the order in which each key plot scene plays out and how to solve them. I would honestly recommend taking notes, like physical notes.
You're gonna need a fucking notebook. Get one, they're like fucking 10 cents. Do it! Get a fucking notebook. Don't use it for other shit.
If you care about the plot, you need to take notes on that too, since info comes to the player in chunks. This is a cinematic experience unlike any other, and a video game experience unlike any other. I do not think it meets the standards of being a great movie or a great game. Instead, Double Switch is a great puzzle. I feel like this is what real-life escape rooms are trying to do, except here, you're not forced to get along with real-life people. This video game is a unique quest for the player to solve the mystery of the Edward Arms. It is at this point when something strange and unexpected happened. I began to like this more than Night Trap. What winds up happening is you naturally pick up pieces of the plot in every playthrough. You also gradually pick up more hints to solving the big puzzle. To fully understand this, it takes multiple playthroughs, just like Night Trap, just like Tamara. The Edward Arms estate has a striking resemblance to Hollywood American Legion Post 43, the very place where the Isix gang saw Tamara. Environmental theater across several stages. They saw it multiple times to get more of the plot. You can see similarities with Double Switch and Tamara by looking at the costume design, the set design, the Art Deco and Egyptian influence. Double Switch centers around the statue of Isix, likely named after Isix, the company Zito & Co. formed while developing Control Vision. These are really subtle shout-outs to the history of digital pictures, and I just think that's pretty dope. Act 2 took me many attempts to fully figure it out. Most of my time playing Double Switch was spent in Act 2. You must be really quick with the D-pad draw on some of these scenes. It's easy to lose here, even with everything memorized. Bro, Panda tip. There's a scene where Eddie tries to cut your power using the phone box. The timing of this trap is borked. Hitting it when the sound cue goes off does not seem to work.
Maybe next time, sucker.
So instead, just mash the button for this trap when Eddie gets near it. That seems to work for me every time.
We'll get together.
Look at this. Lionel Atwater Edward built this building. He was murdered because of this statue. He was buried with it.
If this is real, that statue originally guarded the treasury of Isix.
Wait a second. That ties in with all the rumors about treasure in this building.
The mummy charges at almost every tenant, seemingly trying to get the statue. He has a knife, and if you lose during these scenes, it seems like he kills them. On top of managing this, you have to not let those suckers get to the power box.
You let those suckers get to the power box?
When you trap it for the fourth and final time, it's time to find out who the mummy really is. In true Scooby-Doo fashion, Eddie was the killer all along.
Oh, you think you've won, huh? Huh? Do ya? Huh? I think you just take control of my building, my traps? Forget about it. No one's gonna leave this building alive. No one!
But this is not the end. Now you must move on to Act 3, which is back on Disc 1. Anyway, the third and final act starts with Eddie talking to his mom in the lobby.
Eddie, people are talking.
Talking what, Ma? I mean, look, what are they saying? Look, those two girls stole the statue, the one Grandpa was buried with.
So here, Eddie confirms the statue of Isix, which the grad students have, was buried with Lionel Atwater Edward III, his grandfather. At the beginning of the game, this thing was buried with a body. Then the statue wound up in a cardboard box, delivered to the Edward Arms with no recipient. Who dug it out of the grave? Who sent it here? What was their plan? Alex and one of the grad students storm downstairs. Eddie hides.
Eddie's trying to kill us! Eddie, he's devoted to you.
Well, believe what you want, but we're out of here.
I'm sorry, dearest, you can't leave. Eddie can be a little strange at times, but deep down, he's a good boy. You're being very ungrateful.
You don't understand.
They try to leave. Mom locks the front door. Eddie tries to get him. If you don't trap him, you lose. Act 3 is a fight against Eddie and the occasional green guy trying to cut your power. Two separate factions, both after the statue. You must keep Eddie from murdering the other tenants.
Nice work.
There's something highly vindicating about seeing Eddie eat shit. Watching that little scream and call me a traitor just felt great. Act 3 is remarkably short, but still pretty difficult. Especially if you're not save scumming and starting from Act 1 at every death.
Hey, what's up? Let's go.
You eventually learn how to trap Eddie each time he attacks.
What are you doing here?
The final big event happens in Brutus's room, after the gang has a classic connect the dots moment.
Why do you have a blueprint for the treasury of Isix?
This ain't no treasury of Isix. It's my father's blueprint of this building.
That's it. This building is the treasury.
And somehow this must be the key.
Watch out, girls!
You activate the final trap, then Wish.com Angus McGregor nudges him in. The HUD scrolls away, playing the last scene. Eddie rolls out. His parents ground him real good by trapping him in the basement.
Wait a minute. I believe you have something that belongs to me.
Then Elizabeth snags the statue of Isix and puts it on a nearby pedestal, revealing the mystery of the Edward Arms. The real treasure was not the friends we made along the way, but rather treasure hidden within the walls of the mansion.
The whole place is a gigantic vault.
Father hid the treasure here in the building, but he never told me the statue was the key. Eddie figured it out.
But before the credits roll, a pair of hands snatches the statue, closing off the mansion once again. A cliffhanger ending. In that flowchart draft, their original plan for the ending gave the player a chance to paddle Eddie multiple times. This is not in the final game. I'm still hung up on why the statue was delivered to the mansion. Elizabeth says her father Lionel hid his treasure inside Edward Arms, but never mentioned the statue was the key. She then says Eddie must have figured it out, so perhaps he had it sent to the apartment to use it himself. But the details on how Lionel's body was exhumed and how the statue was shipped are never explained. You have reached the end of the spoiler zone, but before we get out of here, I want to bring some of your attention to the Japanese version of Double Switch for Sega CD. They redubbed the whole thing, which makes for some fun moments. Fun fact. The fireplace room is mirrored footage. They gave it the old horizontal flip. I first noticed this while watching the raw video. The fireplace is on the opposite side of the room. If you look at the raw video, the room number is normal, but in the game, you can see it's mirrored. So they flipped the footage for some reason. This scene is hidden in the game files, labeled as an Easter egg.
You thought this was just a game, didn't you? Well, it's over for you! You little...
Per an internal memo from November 10th, 1995, this scene plays in-game if the player makes it through Act 2 with 15 or fewer escapes. There seems to be no cheat codes in this game. Bo Bales, a prolific cheat code hunter, could not find any other Easter eggs in Double Switch.
Did you have a favorite scene in Switch or a favorite room from the Edward Arms?
I think probably the lobby is my favorite. It's the grandest set, and it's the most mysterious, and it's the grand revelation at the end is revealed. We have this sort of funny, dysfunctional family. Their scenes kind of take place in the lobby.
Any favorite traps?
There's a sort of a gimbal trap that's one of my favorites. I think it's more about favorite trappings, though. You know, the look on some of the players' faces and the expressions and the twist that it gives to a scene when it happens.
The process of beating Double Switch is unlike the typical video game journey. It's unnatural, but fun. I laughed at the cheese. I was brought joy every time I solved a problem. The constant dying and starting over was frustrating, even with save scumming between acts. But the feeling of victory was satisfying. I do not think we'll ever get a video game quite like this again. They brought in pros to film and act the branching possibilities of what is essentially a movie. It had a multi-million-dollar budget and well-known Hollywood stars. No one will ever be this brave and bold for an FMV puzzle game.
You've worked on feature films that have been popular and have become sequels. Would you see a sequel for Switch someday? Do you think there's potential?
I would think so, yeah. We're going to find out. We haven't shown it for an audience yet. Normally you have previews, you have a sense of how an audience is going to react. I think that people are going to go crazy for entertainment like this.
A successful Double Switch playthrough from start to end lasts about a half hour. It took me around 5 hours to figure it out naturally. In Night Trap, Digital Pictures' magnum opus, there is only one trap button, and everything happens in a strict linear order. Sometimes the color codes change per playthrough, but you always know when to listen for them. It's still a fantastic game with classic horror cinematography and hilarious scenes, like interacting with an 80s movie. Double Switch has more to its gameplay. There are multiple traps per room, armed and triggered separately, unlockable traps, randomized scene orders, and a more in-depth mystery to its plot. Replaying for score attack is a legitimately fun challenge after you beat the game. In Night Trap, a perfect run is easy to attain when you know the linear order of events, able to spam the trap button to capture Augs. Going for a perfect run in Double Switch is very difficult. Trap scenes change, more scenes overlap, and the arming system effectively disables button spamming, in most cases. Trying to trap as many people as possible gives Double Switch a good amount of life after the first victory. A perfect run is nearly impossible. In the world of FMV game enjoyers, this is generally a hot take. I think it's because Double Switch is a somewhat cumbersome game, making it easy for first-timers to put it down.
You let those suckers get to the power box.
It's like Night Trap on hard mode. The predecessor is way more simple and streamlined. Perhaps some fans would say that's why they prefer Night Trap. If you play it, I would recommend the Saturn version over Sega CD, since it has better controls and much better video quality. The modern-day re-release is also a great option.
Well, I'm sorry.
I think the writers very intentionally referenced the history of digital pictures, with the Edward arms and the statue of Isix. It's kind of a genius way to poke fun at their past, though the plot was not always what it is now. Sources tell me there were some creative differences right before filming. Outside of this, the original concept document I showed you earlier had a very different story. Based on the concept art alone, we can see the women in Double Switch originally had a more, let's call this a clickbait thumbnail vision. A few characters take on totally different personalities. Eddie's mom was originally supposed to be some kind of TV-addicted crazy cat lady who managed to ignore all the wacky goings-on inside the building. The grad students were working girls, flight attendants, and the bad guys who invaded the building had totally different motives. The game still begins with Alex's room, as her unit becomes the target of a cat burglar. Should you fail here, she screams in surprise and turns to you in disappointment. Eddie berates you. He then shows you the building layout, explains the traps, and tells you to find 5 digits to get him out of the basement. Biker vandals, peeping toms, and gang gunners keep terrorizing poor Alex. It says there's a scene where she sorts through her lingerie. Serial killers are disguised as other main characters, so you have to be careful not to trap the real counterparts. One of the traps they cut from the final game is this taxidermy tiger head that lunges down and latches to the bad guy, yanking them into the wall. Now that's hilarious. I really wish they included this. Brutus was originally Scar-Faced Man. He believes his neighbors are plotting against him as he protects his $1 million coin collection. The more sultry working girls are from England, Austria, and Rome, respectively. There's a scene in which the girls are, quote, yakking in their underwear, while multiple trap opportunities go on in the background. They reveal, quote, what women really want, how European men differ from American men, and how to wiggle your fanny. Somehow, they reveal this infestation of bad guys to be some kind of inside job. The punk rock band is essentially the same, just with a different band name. The suspicious handyman is still later revealed to be Eddie's father. In Act 2, when you free Eddie, he immediately becomes the game's antagonist. Quote, you've been had. Alarms start blaring, even more goons get inside, and Eddie tries taking control of the traps. You must stop him. In Act 3, he moves from unit to unit through secret passageways. If he gets to the roof or basement, your goose is cooked, and he shuts you down. You're supposed to figure out that some of the traps are interconnected. To defeat Eddie, you must trigger multiple traps in the correct order, in what this paperwork describes as mousetrap style. I'm kind of glad they did not do this, since that would have been a giant pain to figure out. These documents have a neat timeline for all the possible outcomes under this original storyline. The gameplay concept was mostly the same in this early draft, except the voltage meter cuts power to the whole building if you arm too many traps. It's a lose condition.
Hey, you're using too much power on the traps. You're gonna blow the fuse box. Trust me.
It seems like some version of this lose condition was part of the plan during filming.
I told you not to arm too many traps. You're out of here.
They recorded scenes with Lyle and Eddie berating the player for using too much power. I'm glad they cut this mechanic.
You're using way too much juice on the traps. Now I'm gonna have to ask you to come back with a lighter touch. Another time.
When Double Switch came out on Sega CD, it got a lot of attention from reviewers, getting mostly favorable scores from critics. They like this adaptation to the Night Trap formula, and respect the star talent they managed to pull in front of and behind the scenes. As for the Saturn port, hardly any fanfare. Very little buzz on Usenet, other than a handful of niche FMV fans asking about it. I could only find evidence of 3 magazine reviews covering the Saturn port at all. German magazine Maniac gave it a lowball 46%. It's also said that Croatian magazine Hacker reviewed it in March of 1996, but I could not track down a scan of this issue. Next Generation is the only American mag I could find with a review of the Saturn port. It slams the gameplay flow for getting repetitive as you work through the plot over and over again, trying to figure out how to progress. This is fair. It then says the interface is awkward, making it hard to experience the action. The writer believes the video quality on this port is not much better than the Sega CD original. That's something I disagree with. To end this, Next Generation slaps it with a rating. 2 out of 5. Don't forget to use the mail-in rebate with your copy of Double Switch to get a free issue of Next Generation and $5 off your next digital pictures game.
If this statue is what I think it is, that bag was just the beginning.
DP also ported Double Switch to
Windows 95.
It's comparable to the Saturn port in terms of video quality. The British Computer and Video Games published an extraordinarily positive review of this port in April of '96, rating it an unmissable 5 out of 5 stars. They noted Irwin Key's appearance in the live-action Flintstones movie, so they win me over as a reader. They complement the layers of plot which play on simultaneously as the player works to unfold the murder mystery in the mansion. I can tell this reviewer actually stuck with the game long enough to get it, instead of smashing their elbows against the keyboard after losing 3 times. They admit the acting is cheesy, though this is noted as a feature instead of a setback, encouraging readers to pick this up. As we saw earlier, this acclaimed document shows the Saturn port of Double Switch sold over 9,000 copies in its first week. It's unclear if this is stores stocking copies or customers actually buying it.
The same mothers that are yelling at their kids to go out and play outside are going to be sneaking in to play with the video games now that I mean, for instance, Switch, it's more about preventing violence than it is about causing violence. I mean, if you lose the game if you permit violence to happen to the characters in the movie. And I think that there's just a whole new generation of games now that are just going to appeal to a much broader spectrum of the population. At the same time, there's tons of action in Switch.
You think I'm stupid? I designed the system. Me.
What's currently in the works? What are you working on now?
Well, I'm back working on several film projects. I'm thinking about several ideas I have for interactive projects. I'm in a quiet development stage right now.
Well, good.
On projects.
Look forward to seeing the new developments.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything that we didn't cover that is an important point you'd like to make?
Mm-mm.
Or? Well, great. That was great.
Great,
Thanks
thank
very
you.
much.
Bye.
Unhook you.
All right. That's very sweet.
You tell Luigi and Mario their days are numbered!
I interviewed Tyler Hogle for this video. He's the main dude behind modern-day re-releases of Digital Pictures games, basically a one-man army. He has also provided me with the mountain of unseen source material used in this entire video. When we spoke, he told me this is what got him into the niche FMV genre. He originally wanted Double Switch to be his first modern-day porting project.
Me and 2 other people were all like, fuck Night Trap, Double Switch is better, do that one instead. Because I was a hardcore Double Switch fan. That was the one that got me into full motion video. And it was the Sega Saturn version.
His introduction to digital pictures was in the early 90s while hanging out with a friend.
Went to his house for the weekend, and then he's all like, I got Sega CD for Christmas. Look at all these games he's got 10 games for this thing already, and he's only had it for a few weeks. And then I'm going through the stack trying to pick out games to play. I pulled out Snatcher, Marky Mark, Make My Video, and Night Trap. I put in Night Trap, did not understand it at all. I didn't get it. I had never seen anything like that before, so I didn't really know how to play it. A year or 2 later, when Sega Saturn was around, another friend of mine got one of those, and he got Double Switch. I had heard of it because of the Sega magazine that used to exist, and they had a big ad in there for it. Yeah, put it in and immediately recognized Corey Haim, so it was easy to get into it because I knew who that was. The character Luigi was in RoboCop 2, and I'm like a massive RoboCop fan. And then Debbie Harry from Blondie was also in Double Switch. So I knew who like a lot of these people were, so that just made me even more interested in it.
At the time, was the Saturn FMV quality considered pretty good?
Yeah, I think so. Especially because, I mean, the only example that was really there to compare it to was like Sega CD and 32X.
The Night Trap formula is Digital Pictures at its strongest. It is where their meaningful ideas began, from wandering the environment of tomorrow's multi-stage performance, to taping scene of the crime, to Night Trap, revisiting these strengths in Double Switch. They go from founding Isix to finding Isix. Along this path, they took many tangents. With the Trap formula, they were creating something truly unique, something you could not classify as a film or a video game. But because they were publishing this onto a video game console, it became classified by the mainstream as a video game. Digital Pictures itself would then try to gamify their own concepts, causing the creation of FMV fighters and shooting games restricted by the lack of movement, ham-fisting video game genres into full-motion video, even though they don't necessarily belong together.
That time was as limited as 1992 to, I think, 1996 or 97 for the life of FMV. So you could say for that 3 to 5 years, I thought it was interesting, but I thought it was always a kind of misunderstood child. I did feel that in the early stages, there was a lot more innovation. And then I felt like there was this rush to just get stuff out. And most of the stuff I was seeing in that category was all branching stuff. It just, and which I think accelerated its death, frankly.
At what point did they go from selling a truly unique idea to selling fish oil? When did this company lose sight of its strengths and get a little too carried away? They carried out the crazier projects without giving a shred of consideration to if they should. Digital Pictures almost mirrors the legacy of Sega with its preponderance of wild ideas. Makes sense that the two companies were fast partners. As a friend of mine wisely put it, Tom Zito is an authentic Sega loyalist because he spends money with wild abandon, likes exclusively esoteric shit, and had no regard for responsible priorities. One of DP's first attempts to gamify FMV came through with Prize Fighter, something they tried reviving on the Sega Saturn right before shutting down the company.
3, 4, 5. I can fight! What's your name? Go! Fight! Mark! And background!
It's a pretty insane idea. Making a boxing game with nothing but full motion video would have to involve some serious movement limitations. 1993 is an era where Street Fighter II dominates the arcades, bringing fluid action and new life to the fighting genre. It's the same year Virtua Fighter would take this to the next step, projecting human-like 3D polygonal fighters who twitch at every button press. Your brain controls the martial arts on screen through intricate reaction, ducking, punching, kicking, etc. How on earth are they going to film enough movement possibilities to match this? Maybe that doesn't matter to them. Perhaps creating a compelling cinematic experience is the goal. Maybe they're inventing new technology. Regardless, this will get compared to traditional games. And the comparison is brutal. The Sega CD release did have some fans, but a lot of valid critique. It also won awards, and according to Kevin Welsh, their action game sold pretty well. Roughly 2 years later, they decided to make a Sega Saturn upgrade. Perhaps a higher resolution would entice gamers. But Digital Pictures did not live long enough for us to find out. Hardcore Saturn fans know Prize Fighter Heavyweight Edition never got released. Well, they sent me a nearly complete build of this 2-disc Saturn game. Here it is. It works on real hardware and was later posted to the archive while I was editing this video. So what is a PandaMan to do with these files? make a video about him, I guess.
Can you tell us about the filming of Prize Fighter for Digital Pictures on Sega CD? What was it like shooting in first-person perspective?
It was real different. Initially, getting ready to do it. Excuse me.
I think it's Tom's, actually.
It's mine.
That's okay. That's okay. We were just going to talk about what it was like shooting in first-person perspective and how that is really something different than what you've done in the past, I think, in feature films.
Well, it's very different in as much that you've got to take yourself out of the idea of knowing there's somebody that you can turn around and be able to film.
Hey, kid, are you nervous?
This is your first major fight. Tell the fans how you feel.
No comment. See us after we win. Come on, kid.
You've got to make the camera become an actor as opposed to just being a lens. And initially, during the rehearsal time when we were getting ready for the fights, that was my biggest difficulty. Lean in, go right to the lens.
And look right to the lens.
Right to the lens. And hit him with that line right off the bat. So that stops him here.
Yeah, we just were thrown because we didn't know that there was a camera coming. We're going like, why does he have the camera? See, it's our first day today.
Okay.
You know?
I was always trying to think how I can make a piece of equipment become real. And I think we pulled it off. I like to think we did.
Hey, kid, are you nervous? Hey.
This is your first major fight. Tell the fans how you feel.
No comment. See us after we win. Come on, kid.
People really couldn't grasp the idea. And my overall feeling and vision, for lack of a better word, of what I wanted it to be, I didn't want people looking at this as a game. As far as I was concerned, we were doing a full-blown motion picture, except it was being done first-person POV. That somebody could actually sit back, watch this, and enjoy it as a motion picture, as well as play it as a game.
Among the many unlikely Hollywood talent Digital Pictures would snag, Ron Stein was a great catch.
And action, please.
Yeah.
His resume in film speaks for itself, previously working as the boxing coordinator for major movies.
When you say, let's go, you start moving so quick, he was almost running.
Raging Bull, he did a bunch of the Rocky movies. He's like sort of the boxing fight choreographer. That is the bulk of this movie. That is 80% of this movie is about being in the ring and actually fighting. So we needed someone who had that background, could train the fighters, and understood how the filmmaking process worked, which is what Ron does.
He firmly believed in the mission of FMV. To make this happen, he must work alongside those capable of constructing a video game. Steve DeFrisco got into games at a young age. He went from board games with the family to a Magnavox Odyssey, then the all-holy Atari 2600.
I loved playing Asteroids so much, I went to Wild Distributing, bought the same type of buttons on the arcade machine, and built a controller box so I could play it in the same way as the arcade instead of the joystick.
He'd work his way up the ladder. Busboy, pizza cook, bank teller, then programmer at Imagic through a connection. From there to Hippo Software, then Nolan Bushnell's Axlon. He helped with Moto Rodeo.
Moto Rodeo had a larger scope than it ended up having. We originally wanted to do a top-down view for driving through a mud bog, with the player correcting the steering to keep the truck facing forward. It was just too difficult to create a decent graphic on the 2600.
While at Axlon, he met Tom Zito. He interviewed with Zito to get in on the N.E.M.O project, but it didn't work out. Though he did work closely with Mark Klein, and years later, Klein was his in.
Mark Klein was hired as one of the founders of Digital Pictures, and he recruited me to join. Having had that interview with Tom Zito years before that didn't hurt.
His first DP project was porting Citizen X from its Control Vision build to Sega CD. When Sega decided to not release it, his next project was Prize Fighter. It's new territory for Digital Pictures. Prizefighter is among the company's first original games, instead of a ControlVision port.
It was the very first one that we had done, and I think it was very successful. I mean, I'm very, very proud of that game.
They're used to traps and rail shooters. This is a point-of-view fighting game, using classic cinema to capture the romantic sport of boxing. These negative scans from DeFrisco show us pre-production tests with director Ron Stein.
They talked about doing a test, and I said, well, I'll do the test, but I won't commit past that until I see what the thing is all about and if it can be done. After the test, everybody was excited, I got excited, and that's where we went from there.
Kevin Walsh and I went down to meet with the director, actors, and some of the crew to get some preliminary shots to take back and test some of our ideas. So there are shots of the boxers moving in close and leaving an opening for the player to take advantage of and score a hit, which would show a cutaway in the game of the hit. Yes, that's me in the DP hat and dark hair. It's salt and pepper now.
We had done focus groups, and people were, saying that, Night Trap's really boring. So you sit there and you watch and you switch and you drop a guy in and there's nothing really to it.
Since it's not a port, they're officially moving on from anything related to VHS tapes. The format is CD from here on out.
The CD opened up a huge thing for us because instead of being linear, we could now seek to any place on the hard drive, or on the disc rather, and not have scenes be in the same sequence.
While the black and white video was largely a style choice, Welsh tells me it also made it easier to deal with the hardware's color limitations. Once it was time to film, they needed enough footage to program 4 fights.
All the possible cutaways were filmed in LA at Brothers Boxing Gym. I was involved in the early on stage in the ring, staging with the director Ron Stein. It was really fun meeting Ron, Michael Buffer, Gene LaBelle, and the boxers, as well as working on the ideas for their different fighting styles.
I just want to reiterate, getting Gene LaBelle, Ron Stein, and Michael Buffer is a huge deal. These are major polls for the up-and-coming digital pictures.
You got nothing for me, chump. Nothing!
Stein recalls a remarkable amount of punches compared to the production of previous boxing films.
In a normal boxing movie, you normally have anywhere between 300 to 500 punches per movie, and that's for all your total participants. I think between the 4 fighters that we had on Prizefighter was over 4,000 punches. Take Rocky III, we spent 7 months with Sylvester Stallone and Mr. T learning the choreography, which was about 430 punches. These 4 fighters learned a little over 4,000 punches in 5 weeks. So it was 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, homework on the weekends, class sessions, because they not only had to learn the punches, they had to learn the choreography in the ring.
From the view of the set, these 4 boxing bros fought against a camera. Honey Boy Hernandez is likely the first opponent you'll play against upon picking this up. Actor Ben Bray remembers really getting into it.
So how did this experience filming this game, would you say it was a true realistic portrayal of what really happens in a prize fight?
Definitely, excuse me. Oh, definitely. You can't get more realism. I mean, the public or the audience itself are going to be amazed. The punches are full-blown. I felt myself getting into character so hardcore, I really believed that I was fighting another person.
Bray recalls one of the biggest challenges was not smacking the shit out of the camera.
The danger in reference to the cameraman, the punches were realistic. We were throwing full-blown. I was throwing right hands, left hooks, upper crosses with full speed. And we're only anywhere from 2 to 4 inches away from the lens. I mean, one wrong move, the cameraman moves 1 inch forward and I move 1 inch and where timing's off, forget it, he's going to get nailed. So we were worried about that at the same time, also keeping in character.
I took a viewfinder and I put it up to my eye, and for 5 weeks we sat there punching into a viewfinder. And we learned to gauge the distance from that.
With Prizefighter, we had short sequences and you'd go into a clench which would black out the camera. And then back from the clench, and it was in that clench we could make the edit, seek to any place on the hard drive and pick a new sequence. Beyond that, we could put bigger, we called them fights, they were video sprites, so we could put the boxing gloves on top Well, when we shoot it, it's a three-step process. The first thing we shoot is the master sequence of the fighter, where he's actually throwing punches into the lens. And the camera person, the camera operator, is actually acting as a boxer would. There's choreography, they're bobbing and weaving and corresponding, to the punches that are happening. We shoot that plate. We then separately shoot the blue screen elements, the hands, against the blue screen that will later be composited live.
DeFrisco says he was the only programmer working on Prizefighter. He heavily relied on Stein for boxing know-how.
We designed the game flow and let Ron and his stunt guys define the choreography. I'm no boxer. I couldn't even guess what movements would work.
He credits Charlie Kellner for the video compression tech, saying he then optimized it further by reducing the frame size.
I also wrote the code that interleaved the frames so that they would be available as they streamed off the CD into memory to be ready for playback when needed.
DeFrisco remembers dealing with an especially nasty bug that took a long time to squash.
Somewhere in one of the cutaway clips, there was a miscount on the number of frames, and the round would never end. That bug took 2 excruciating weeks to fix.
To top this off, the company's typical aggressive timeline made for crushing work weeks.
We completed tiles in a less than 1-year cycle, which means we regularly worked 60-hour weeks and put in 6 to 8 weeks of 100 hours to finish the projects.
Though the hours were tough, working at Digital Pictures managed to stay laid back in many other ways.
We could wear cutoffs, t-shirts, and sandals to work. We worked all night, ate out all the time, went on trips together. I have not worked in such a relaxed atmosphere since.
DeFrisco says the bug caused a 1-month delay with Sega approval. Prizefighter came out for Sega CD in December 1993. It got a fair amount of publicity, like many DP games of the time.
Yo, listen up! Do you know what my friend here just called you? He called you a glass-jawed, bird-necked, no-jabbing wimp. Oh. You gonna take that? Step into the ring. Not your typical video game, huh? Stick 'em, jab, move, come on. Right, there you go, left, hit him again. Uh-oh. Prizefighter, only on Sega CD. Okay, he takes back the bird neck part.
Television action shows are almost a thing of the past, and I can see interactive movies becoming the next wave of television, and I think it's going to employ a tremendous amount of people.
Jerome Stratch told me he was laid off before Prizefighter for the Saturn could be published. The opening credits show Stratch as the sole person who ported this game. As I tend to do, I went into Saturn Prizefighter totally blind. Not blindfolded, this is not a summoning salt video, but rather blinded from any prior knowledge on how to play.
What we're doing is something very different. We're calling it live action interactive, where instead of having a graphic boxer or a computer generated boxer, it's a real person, it's a real actor that you're interacting with. If you hit him, you actually see him react, you see a punch land. If you miss, he'll duck, he'll laugh at you. It's 100% true interaction.
The opening credits show a boxer's shadow cast on a brick wall, throwing practice punches in the air to the tune of a cinematic orchestra.
Let's go, kid. Over here, kid.
You scared, kid?
You then immediately take on the point of view of the kid, working your way through a crowd of fans, photographers, hecklers.
Oh, this is gonna be a massacre! Come on, let's move.
The movie opens up where you're inside of the limousine heading on your way to the arena.
He begged me to bring him. He always wanted to be a boxer. Until the tragedy.
What it for me, Mr. Kid?
Come on, kid, let's go.
You're the kid. You have a trainer, his name's Cosmo. Cosmo's with you the whole way.
Cosmo leads you into the venue for tonight's main event.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Tonight, we have 4 of the biggest and baddest, fiercest and meanest fighters this side of thermonuclear war.
From here, you're brought to the main menu.
You better be ready for me, punk.
At the start, you can choose to go up against one of 3 fighters.
You want to stay pretty like me, kid?
Gradually increasing in difficulty. I just love their intro bits here.
I'm gonna stick a fork in you, kid. You're done. Done. I'm telling you, done.
You're a prize fighter, you're like a very beginning fighter, and you come on and you're given a selection of basically 3 fighters. And you can pick one of those fighters, and based on the one that you pick, you go into the ring and you actually start fighting.
Within the options menu, you can change what are called power points. You divide these stats among your stamina, left arm, and right arm. If you win a fight, you get more power points to distribute amongst your physical being.
You better be ready for me.
It's best to start with Honeyboy Hernandez, as he's the easiest. In Prize Fighter, easy does not necessarily mean easy.
Like pretty boy, slick, kind of sly, real cocky, real confident. Hadn't had too many fights yet, so, you know, his face was still together. And, I hope.
What odds are you giving?
10-1. Against the kid.
As brutal as this sounds, those odds are pretty accurate.
These are the rules. No rabbit punches, no low blows.
These rules you're given don't actually matter since it's an FMV game.
This is it, kid. Let's do it.
The biggest character in the show is the trainer Cosmo. He's the grandfather figure, he's your best friend.
Cosmo shields the press from smothering you as you make your way towards the ring.
We got a variety of guys. We have the typical mobster who's at ringside, taking bets from the people in the audience. Then you've got the fighters themselves who are personalities all into themselves. One is Honeyboy, who's the lover, and he loves the crowd, he loves himself. Of course, you've got the card girls who are going giggly-eyed over the guy playing the game.
Honeyboy Hernandez is seen strutting down the walkway. With a confident and smug grin, he points at the player with his glove, ready to rumble.
You have your corner men who are trying to give you advice, and these are usually ex-fighters who never made it, and they're trying to give you advice of how to win the fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first bout of the evening. When the bell rings, the man in charge of the action, referee Gene LaBelle. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
You can do it, kid! You can do it!
His father was Crunchy McKay, one of the greats. Died of a heart attack during the championship bout. The doctors say it's all in his head. But the boy hasn't walked without crutches since that day.
Your boxing gloves are superimposed as vectors onto the point of view fight clips. You can jab and uppercut with either arm and hold the gloves up to block.
I believe it was Ron's idea for the clinches at the end of each section of gameplay so we could transition from one section to the next seamlessly. So they designed the choreography for each section, the player's movements, the opponent's movements, when each person was to throw punches, and leave openings. It certainly would not have been a good game without their input and expertise.
You can use the D-pad to weave left and right. Graphically, this seems to crash zoom your view into either side. The gameplay is hard to figure out. Despite how close Honeyboy gets, despite my timing, none of my swings seem to land. When they do finally connect, it cuts to a shot of Honeyboy getting socked. If you're getting frustrated by how few of these punches actually hit, maybe this info will help.
Fight, kid, don't you want to fight? Come on, fight, you ain't nothing, come on!
According to past interviews, many of these were real punches.
These stuntmen are being hit for real. Some of the punches are movie punches, but if you look at the game real closely, you're going to see that the left hooks, the right crosses, the uppercuts, and jabs to the forehead are full-blown punches. They're being hit.
The punches are full-blown. I felt myself getting into character so hardcore, I really believed that I was fighting another person. The emotional life and the intensity. And the punches were thrown full velocity. And the punches that we took were real.
My first fight against Ben Bray's George Honeyboy Hernandez did not go very well for me. You see those health bars at the top? When it reaches the end, you don't die per se, but rather get knocked down.
2, 3.
This cuts to a countdown scene from official LaBelle.
Fight!
You and the opponent typically make it through the first few of these and get thrust back into the fight.
Round! Punk!
This drags into what became an 11-minute match.
Break it up! I'm stopping the fight.
By decision, I lose.
George, Honeyboy, Hernandez.
You okay? You're going home, babe.
There's a training mode in the options menu. It puts fighting commands on screen during the fights. It's supposed to help you learn when to hit and in what direction. I try to utilize it, thinking maybe this would turn the fights into QuickTime events, but they don't make a whole lot of sense to me. Then I go consult the manual for the Sega CD original, thinking this would maybe give me a few hints. I can see that hooks and jabs are activated by pressing D-pad directions while hitting. Unlike the Sega CD version, Prize Fighter Heavyweight Edition maps uppercuts to separate buttons, so that's nice. Here's the thing though. Reading the manual did not exactly clear up how I'm supposed to fight. It gives a vague gameplay description, telling me to hit when they let their gloves down. But I feel like I've been doing that. I'm still not sure how I'm supposed to land punches. Am I supposed to just grit through every fight sequence and memorize all of them? I think I am.
When you were playing on the mock on the one I saw this morning, how long did it take you to get up to speed?
I still can't play the stupid thing. I've landed like 3 punches maybe the entire time I played. And I was going and I'm showing some little kid how to do it, like Matthew who's in this. Took him in there and was showing him how to play it, and I'm like playing on it for 5 minutes. I think I hit the guy once. Matthew goes, "Let me see it," and immediately starts wailing on the guy.
From the year 1993 to the year now, video game enjoyers of the internet made note of the difficulty. With the exception of Keith, those who struggle at Honeyboy are not alone. Some suggest remapping all of your power points to the left hand and stamina, since the left side apparently has the most openings. Of the people who say they played this back in the 90s or even the 2020s, I'm seeing no one say they hate it. The sheer audacity of its concept and production value are enough to win over the hearts of the people. All except for one.
Prize Fighter. Reminds me of Raging Bull. I wait like 8 minutes for the fight to start up, then what happens? I just get clobbered. I don't even know how to play this. I just tap buttons. But all I do is just swat past the guy. How do I hit him? Do I really care anyway? Nope. Now we got Soul Feast. More like Soul Feces.
What's the matter? You still trying to find yourself? Use your jab to see what he's got. Don't try to punch him right away.
I enter the first fight once again in what is technically my third attempt. No changes to my power points. I just start swinging. Through the sheer power of button mashing, I barely squeak out an apparent win against Honeyboy. Though no victory cutscene plays. It just goes straight to the results screen. Perhaps this is a glitch, or maybe a scene that wasn't implemented yet. After all, I am playing an unreleased port. This surprising win nets me extra power points. I divide them up somewhat evenly, favoring stamina, which increases my health bar.
You want to stay pretty like me, kid? Don't get in the ring.
Mega Joe talks some mad smack, but I can take him.
Where? Hands up, hands up! Oh, I was only 20 years younger!
Now, who does Cosmo remind me of?
Great play. You're playing much better.
That's right.
You'd be getting your butt kicked just like you used to. Yeah, what do you know about it?
The referee is played by Gene LaBelle, a widely renowned professional wrestler and stuntman. Even in his older age, he is not to be trifled with.
I want a clean fight, or I'll deck you myself. Hey, kid, let's do it. We're gonna take this one. Hey!
Before re-entering the ring, this guy in a suit tries talking you into fixing the match.
We got a lot of money riding on this fight, kid. You know what I'm saying?
Kid ain't throwing no fight.
Just remember, that your kneecaps.
Working your way past the press gaggle, You step back onto the raised platform encased in rope. With cocky swagger, Mega Joe makes his way to the monochrome corner. He jazzes up the audience, points a mitt straight at you, and mean mugs the POV camera.
Very nice. That's a print. Okay. Very nice, everybody.
Myself as the director, I was the player. So every time I got in the ring with these guys, I had to go from the aspect that I'm the guy that's playing the game, what do I want to see, and where should it come from?
Fighters, you know the rules. I want you to shake hands and come out fighting.
If I was able to beat Honey Boy fair and square, the laws of skill progression dictate beating Mega Joe is likely. I tell myself, I got this. I don't got this. I'm getting my teeth knocked out. I might actually have to figure out how this game works. So I return to the drawing board. Now, I could sit here and try to figure out what prizefighter wants me to do, analyze my recordings, and see what hits win. Or I could take the cheap way out. I juice all my points into the left arm and stamina. I cannot distribute more than half my total points to a single body part, so it all goes here. Right arm, 1 point. Left arm, 309. Let's see if this weird trick I learned from the YouTube comment section actually works. A digital urban legend. So I only use my left hand, blocking occasionally. Doing a decent number on old pretty boy here. At some point, I decide to let loose and just spam left jab, pressing A over and over again. Holy shit, it works! My left jab is knocking snot right out of his face. He's out cold.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner by knockout victory, the King!
The girls love me. The Crutches kid from the intro is cheering me on. I win! Again, winning the fight earns me more power points. So what do? Throw them all into the left arm, baby. I move on to the third match against T-Rex.
What are you gonna do? Go out there and trip and fall on him? Crush him to death?
Upon entering the ring, a baddie hands me her phone number. I cleared the press gaggle. I can barely hear what my team is telling me over the crowd. The card girls are eyeing me. T-Rex jumps his way down the ramp and through the ropes. He starts roughing up his team members while getting hype.
So let's get ready to rumble! Okay, fighters, you know the rules. I want you to shake hands and come out fighting.
My left arm is roiding out. My real-life right hand is ready to mash A.
Even though it's a game, I try to keep it all in perspective as far as the seriousness of what the boxing game is. You can be hurt, and it's not something just to be played with lightly, and we've kept it, I'd say, 90% reality-based.
It works again. The cheese strat holds true. He's utterly lamped, down and out.
Knockout victory!
This cutscene ends with the fight fixer shaking his head at me. He knows what I'm on about. He knows this would not work in Street Fighter. So I keep pumping up ol' Lefty, juicing it up to a pulsating 569. My fourth and final fight is up against Nuke the Duke.
Welcome to the big time, kid. Best of luck.
This is your night. Let's take him.
Yo, can we get Danny DeVito to play this guy in the sequel?
Money's on you now, kid. Don't listen up.
Did this guy just threaten to hurt the disabled child? Beyond the press gaggle, a larger group of girls cheers me down the line. Nuke gallops down, wearing the heavyweight championship belt. He means business.
You received your instructions in the dressing room. I want to have a clean fight.
My secret left jab power is sure to get the job done. The cheese strat has brought me all the way to the top. I'm certain it will get me to the finish. But like a clock, even a broken game strikes right once. Nuke drops the bomb on my face. I wake up to an empty stadium, with just the janitor mopping up the ring. Then it cuts to the end of the fight where they announce my defeat. I suppose time continuity is not that important.
The winner by knockout victory and still the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world, Nuke the Duke Johnson.
So it turns out Duke has more than 5,000 total power points, far beyond my roughly 1,100 points. No wonder I lost. Even if I were playing this game correctly, I don't think I would have stood a chance. Looks like I need to earn more points. I go back to the T-Rex fight and spam my left hook. I get him, but I only earned 15 additional points. Do I have to play the game as intended to succeed here? Through training mode and going back a few fights, I sort of figured it out. Imagine QuickTime events, but with less than clear directions that get covered up when you're blocking. With a large amount of time, you can sort of learn when you're supposed to do things, but outside of training mode, the game becomes a memorization thing. You just sort of have to know when and where to hit, when to block, when to uppercut. Is this the Dark Souls of FMV games? I was able to suss out what Prizefighter wants me to do. I won a few of the previous fights the correct way and actually had some kind of fun doing it. The core mechanics of Prizefighter do work well once you properly pick up how to play. But still, each refight with previous opponents only nets me a handful of power points. It's becoming clear. I cannot close the deficit of power points between me and Nuke. After a few quick losses, this newspaper article comes up, then the credits roll. Game over. Looks like someone by the name of Sherry L. Little produced this port. Guys, I'm not cut out for Nuke the Duke. Even though I feel like I understand the game, it's just way too difficult. Maybe Keith can give it a shot now that this build is online.
After working on Prizefighter, would you want to be involved in another interactive project?
Oh, definitely. I'm ready to sign right now. I love it. I had a great time. It was a great experience, a great challenge. Working with Ron Stein and Tom Zito and all the rest of the crew. And especially me not being the veteran, the young guy coming up, I learned a lot, especially in this, and I'm just very fortunate to be part of the beginning, just the beginning of something I think it's going to be just enormously big time.
Prizefighter Heavyweight Edition was canceled in the early months of 1996. It was originally scheduled to come out in June, according to Intelligent Gamer's Fusion. Here's something fascinating. In September of the previous year, Sega Visions said an enhanced port of Prizefighter is on the way. But take a look at these screenshots. They look radically different from the Saturn port. Perhaps a DOS or 3DO port was in the works. Not according to internal documents. Jerome Strach, the DP staffer tasked with the Saturn port, told me the project was never finished, and he was laid off before they could get close to publishing. This lines up with Digital Pictures vanishing with a whimper, sometime in early '96. Prizefighter Heavyweight Edition for the Sega Saturn stayed in the dark for quite a while.
Rated M for mature.
Builds of it have been known to exist for some time. It was shown off at Portland Retro Gaming Expo 2015, running on a real Saturn. In 2022, Todd McHenry posted game capture video of the Saturn port being played. This was the first time the internet got a clean view of what this looks like in action. And while I was editing this video, Josh Fairhurst, who now owns the rights to Digital Pictures games, posted the build online for the public to enjoy, along with the Japanese build. At around the same time, Hogle finished the high-def port of Prizefighter Heavyweight Edition. And I gotta say, this is actually good. This high-def port brings out just how good the cinematography was. Prizefighter's quality as a film comes out here. And on top of this, Hogle made the gameplay way more manageable. It's actually kind of fun. It feels like what they were going for in 1993. Without any tech limitations and vastly improved gameplay, this is the superior way to experience Prizefighter. I even beat Nuke! It throws in unlockable bonus content, the cutscenes, all those behind-the-scenes videos I showed you earlier. And when you beat Nuke, you unlock the boss rush mode, followed by a playable version of the prototype. The test concept Digital Pictures made before diving into production.
Fun fact!
Steve DeFrisco is in the opening of Night Trap on Sega CD.
Tom Zito was adamantly against anyone doing any voice or acting work for any games. His attitude was that my time was far more valuable to the company as a programmer than as an actor. However, for Night Trap, Kevin Welsh needed an extra shot of one of the beasts lumbering across the screen. The original footage was created years before for the Hasbro N.E.M.O system, so anything missing would have to be created. He shot me in costume at the office to try to show Tom that it could be done quickly and cheaply and wouldn't deter me from my programming work. It didn't convince Tom, but I am in the opening sequence.
Have you appeared in anything?
No, purposely not.
No.
I like white.
Yes.
Prizefighter is one of the first times Digital Pictures strayed away from the trap formula. Depending on who you ask, this was not necessarily a hit. They fell into the trap of trying to gamify their style of FMV. But you have to admit, this thing has soul. Look at that star-studded cast, the black and white film, the sheer fact that they bothered trying this at all. Like many games in the company's library, there will never be another game quite like this. Chairman Segata would not have ranked this high if it ever came out for real, but man, it is highly entertaining. Digital Pictures also planned a Saturn port of Supreme Warrior, due out in March of 1996. This did not make it out in time before the company vanished, and no, I do not have a leaked build. Sorry. While these two ports are not the most tragic losses for Sega Saturn fans, one fascinating piece of software was inches from the finish line. They printed physical ads for this game, touted it in gaming magazines, and had just about every line of code ready for pressing. But Maximum Surge was sniped out of existence before it could be released on any platform. It never came out. Over the years, digital fossils were left behind. Through digging, we can take a look at what was almost the Digital Pictures swan song. Over the years, bits and pieces of the canceled Maximum Surge became publicized in weird ways. During its development, several magazines conducted interviews with its team. They put out a gameplay demo for PC. After Digital Pictures folded, there were many efforts to release Maximum Surge on other platforms, and even attempts to repurpose its footage into motion pictures. With no leaked build, I wrote a whole script combining all of these elements to glean what this game was supposed to be, piecing together its development and plot with a box of scraps. Then, something happened. This came my way. Builds of Maximum Surge from 1996 for DOS and Saturn. Now, if I leak these, I'll probably get sued, but I can show them to you. They also sent me 3.5 hours of unreleased behind-the-scenes footage. These files tell the story of a massive and expensive effort, the results of a team's refinement, all thrown away as soon as it was ready to publish.
coming out? Oh, you're a lefty?
Yeah. When you were talking about maximum surge, that really was the culmination of having figured a bunch of things out.
It's a Ruger 9mm. Right.
But as soon as we learned one thing, we said, okay, how do I make the problem harder? What can I do that's, bigger and better and harder?
Ready? You guys want earplugs? You're hot.
Thank you very much.
Don't anybody stand on that side. That's where the bullets are coming out.
Wow, what a rush!
Well, first of all, tell me how it felt to fire that gun.
Jung talks about a primordial inherited characteristic that we take with us from early caveman. And I can see where that would come into function here, because it felt nice that there's a power. I'm not sure that the idea of shooting anybody is appealing to me, but there's a sense of power when you hold a gun. That's a very seductive, insidious kind of thing. It's something you got to be careful about. Watch out of it,
Conquer the basic mechanics of making this happen. We wanted to factory turning stuff out. We were really explorers, kind of pushing the envelope as fast and as hard as we could.
I'm one of those people that as soon as the camera turns on, I become a complete and total idiot.
Excellent. We're looking forward to that.
Yes, I know you are.
This would be the complete and totally neat interview.
You're right.
Take 6.
Can you just slate yourself into the lens? Tell us your
Okay.
name and who you play.
I'm Walter Koenig, and I play Drexel in, what's the name of this?
Maximum Surge.
I'm Walter Koenig, and I play Drexel in this video game called Maximum Surge. No, Maximum Surge. No, Surge, yeah. I can't believe I screwed it up this bad. I'm Walter Koenig. I'm Walter Koenig, I swear I am. And I play Drexel in this interactive video game called Maximum Surge.
This world is a post-apocalyptic world. The water supply is limited, the energy supply is very scarcely rationed. Everyone struggles to survive here.
Including the player?
Including the player. The player is doing pretty well. The player is a mercenary who's been hired to take out the bad guy. And because the player is so good at what he does pretty well, but wants to bring more energy and more water back to the world and get the standard of living up.
That sounded good.
Oh,
Just
okay.
get the standard of living up?
I'm a Republican, by the way. The player's also
outside the box, raise the standard of living.
Right, exactly.
What they have to do is they have to get into these different control rooms, and in order to get in, they got to take out the bad guys. So there's actually a lot of shooting involved there. But then when they get in, they've got to find the control rooms where they can convert power. And some of the control rooms are kind of like red herrings, so that they go in and they try to convert, and they're not able to do it. So they have to go back to the ship. They have to get more information from Kodak, which is the character that I play, who's kind of like the techno nerd. Joe, played by Yasmin Bleeth, is kind of is a bounty hunter who's been hired by the rebel forces to go in there because she's real good with guns. She's real good at taking out the bad guys.
Hi, my name's Yasmin. I play Joe, and I'm a bounty hunter.
All right, now give it to me much more. Give it to me harder and more direct. I'm Joe. I'm a bounty hunter. Stay with the lens after right into the lens.
Okay. Why?
Just to introduce you.
Oh, okay. I'm Joe, and I'm a bounty hunter.
Nice.
What are you making? What is it for?
Doing it behind the scenes.
Oh, for who?
For digital pictures.
Oh, really? Oh, I see. Who's Joe? She's a bounty hunter. She's good at her job. She takes her job seriously. He doesn't. Hey, quit it! She's tough, but I think that she has a good heart underneath it all. She's in this initially for the money. They hire her to do her job, and she's in it for the money, but I think what she sees going on around her kind of breaks her heart with this sort of monarchy going on with this guy Drexel.
Walter Koenig plays Drexel, the bad guy, a man that everyone has loved to love. Now they get to love to hate him. we've got to find our way to go in there and kill Chekhov, which I'm sure will upset all of the Star Trek fans. But as you play this game, just remember he's playing a different character. He's Drexel and he's a bad guy.
How bad is this character?
He's pretty evil. We wanted somebody that you wouldn't expect to be this sort of evil, bizarre character. And he is a little bit bizarre in the things that he does in the game. It's not like just a straight bad guy that he kills everybody.
Would you say this is an interactive movie? This is a game? This is a... What is this? What is this thing?
I mean, boy, that's a hard one. I would say that it's... Throw myself a second. No, I would say that this is really an interactive game. It's a fun game. What we're doing different here is creating something that is very fast-moving and gives you, as a game player, a lot of different scenarios and a lot of options to have fun within the game environment.
Kodak said the UWBs don't know what I'm saying, sorry. That's the cut, reset right away.
Maximum Surge was filmed in May of 1995. It was slated for release in late 95. Starlog magazine reports a 4-week shooting period with a $3 million budget.
You know, Tom was a real driving vision for a lot of this work, and he is a real movie buff, like an insane movie buff. We did use a little bit of an, I don't want to say organizing principle, but we did kind of say, there's this genre of movie. Let's do a game that isn't, a love story to that genre.
Digital pictures games naturally draw inspiration from film genres: horror, kung fu, mystery thriller, science fiction.
We'd flirted with science fiction as a genre, if you will. In Ground Zero, Texas, there was this kind of alien sort of overlay on the shooter concept.
They want to take their sci-fi FMV games to an advanced level. It wasn't until the fall of '95 when gaming magazines started showing off Maximum Surge. The earliest mentioned I could find is this June issue of Game Informer, saying it's scheduled to hit shelves this fall. The very next month, Game Informer wrote a brief blurb. It talks about 2 then upcoming digital pictures games, Quarterback Attack and Maximum Surge. Quote, a futuristic action-adventure starring Yasmin Bleeth and Walter Koenig. These are 2 pretty big names for the time. Bleeth starred in Baywatch, a long-running show about lifeguards at Malibu Beach.
Hey, little dog, you okay?
Koenig is a Star Trek OG, playing Chekhov across several seasons of the hit sci-fi series.
Of course, Doctor. The Garden of Eden was just outside Moscow.
Surge is directed by William Mesa, a prominent special effects aficionado in Hollywood. Working with the Trek star was a massive win for Amanda Welsh.
For me, I'm a huge science fiction fan. Having grown up with Star Trek and having been a huge Star Trek fan, I, was just like thrilled beyond words to have a member of the original cast be a part of the game.
God, all these years when all those little kids, liked Chekhov, or loved Chekhov, and now they're out to shoot me. They're out to annihilate me. Times are changing,
Prepare to die, Squirt. I forgot the line.
Oh,
Okay, that's a cut.
and we cut. Resetting the effects, please. Chucky! One more time.
Okay, you forgot the line.
I remember the set work. We actually didn't film in the desert. There's a lot of, at that point we were getting better about less practical filming and special effects.
Fall is around the time when Maximum Surge went through revisions. This GamePro blurb reveals what happened to the game when it was set for release in the fall of '95. It says focus groups brought up suggestions on how to improve the gameplay. To make these changes, the game's launch was delayed by 6 months. According to Tyler Hogle, they had to film more combat scenarios. Zito is quoted here, saying they could break the stigma of full-motion video with Maximum Surge. You can move through live video at your own pace. They were, quote, remapping frames of video on the fly. September's issue of Electronic Entertainment sheds more light on the plot. Koenig plays the villain Drexel. He's trying to take over power stations and repopulate the land with androids. You, the player, team up with Bleeth's character, Joe, to defeat Drexel and save the scorched earth. The next month, Next Generation puts out a 2-page write-up in the same issue where they grilled Tom Zito. These writers are pretty critical of FMV games, especially those from Digital Pictures. But even they are fascinated by Maximum Surge. Slated for launch in December of '95, the mag writers go hands-on. They say it, quote, appears to be an FMV game that actually may be able to create some respect for the genre. Next Gen breaks down the 3 primary elements of Surge. Cutscenes with our star talent, vehicular combat while traversing the overworld, and shootouts while moving through intersecting corridors. This is where Surge takes a departure from traditional FMV. Multiple layers of video-sourced graphics go on screen at the same time. You duck behind objects and shoot opponents while trying not to get blasted. They write about how the enemies are filmed in at least 100 different takes, attacking you in several different combinations, making replayability viable. You can't just memorize each scene, they get randomized in a sense. So how the hell does this look in action? In November, magazine readers could get a demo disc from Digital Pictures by calling this number. Today, it's available online and can be played in DOSBox. The disc has preview videos for some games and playable demos for others, one of them being Maximum Surge. The demo begins with a montage of gameplay footage before handing you the keys. Joe gives you battle goggles.
Battle goggles with target indicators, crosshairs.
The prop looks like it came straight out of a Walmart. Don't worry, costume design vastly improves on the other side of this door. Joe walks you through the crowd of misfit post-apoc citizens at this plaza. Through the next door, the combat starts. You duck in and out of cover by holding right-click and moving the mouse. Left-click fires your weapon. When you blast an ugly, it cuts to a close-up shot of Dude Bro just exploding. A mini-map shows where they are in the current room. As you duck and weave, the floor and props move along separate planes, making it look like you're actually able to move through the video. I'm kind of impressed, and to top it off, I'm actually having fun. The dynamic music changes when you go from blasting skinheads to just navigating hallways. This simple snippet of gameplay has 3 combat rooms in a straight line. The enemies get tougher, some throwing spiky pipes. Shoot them out of the air to avoid getting hurt. It's probably the most sophisticated non-trap gameplay that I have ever seen come out of the Digital Pictures office. I actually want to play more. After the 3 rooms, you and Joe get into a computer room, take care of whatever plot business goes down here, then leave. The demo ends. This corridor-style fight was literally a shower thought from Steve DeFrisco.
I was part of the game design team, and if I recall correctly, this was the first game where we had more than one programmer per title, so it was a relief to have other programmers to coordinate efforts with. My big contribution was the corridor fighting mechanism. The camera movement left to right and using overlays to have the boxes to duck behind was a new concept that occurred to me during a shower one morning, to which I was told, "Take more showers." For Maximum Surge, I was sent to LA for post-production to make sure the perspectives in the corridor shooting were as designed. The first pass didn't work well and looked clunky, so the post-production editor did some amazing magic to get the sequences to work as intended.
When Double Switch came out for the Saturn, it included this slip of paper advertising other DP games, including Maximum Surge. It puts you in a world you control and manipulate, blasting evil across 50 environments. Available on PC, Saturn, and 3DO. You can even get it for $5 off with this mail-in rebate. November is when press attention on this game really begins to surge. Ultimate Gaming Magazine writes a one-pager, previewing the game's chubby-inducing star. But the big one comes from Computer Game Review, which conducted an interview with producer Amanda Welsh and star actress Yasmine Bleeth.
How did you get involved with all of this?
They called and asked me. They called my agent and offered me this part, and the woman who's been casting knows me, and she's known my manager for years and recommended me.
Was it fun?
Yeah, it was fun. It was very different. It was a medium I wasn't used to. I took it on like any other script.
Bleeth said there was very little green screen shooting. Most of it was on set, talking to the camera.
As far as a medium, is this as valid as television or movies from the actor's standpoint?
No, they still aren't used to working with actors yet. It's not the script that's the most important thing, it's the special effects and making sure each scene fits into time constraints. It's still very virginal as far as using real people instead of animation, but I think it'll get there. I have a feeling that most actors will have this as part of their contract within the next 5 years, and they'll have to do the motion pictures as well as the CD-ROMs.
She considers this a little less rewarding than working on a film. She can't see the results as fast, or at all in this case. Everything is shot way out of order, and the focus leaned heavily on special effects, the technical side and such.
As someone who hasn't gotten into CD-ROM products, what do you think needs to be done to attract people who don't play games?
I think it's a matter of getting the world more computer literate. While a lot of people own computers, a lot still don't. In my generation, a computer wasn't something you saw in school. While this generation, all kids are learning computers. Any adult who uses computers is self-taught. In the future, it'll be more accessible to people because computers will have to be part of their life.
CGR's interview with Amanda Welsh dives deep beneath the surface level. She says shooting is not the only major aspect of gameplay. There's also an element of strategy. The interviewer asks if FMV has any limitations. She offers up an example, saying it would perhaps be tough to make an FMV flight sim. My anonymous interviewee did quality assurance for Maximum Surge. You may remember them saying that after the mass layoffs in 1996, only the people working on Surge were kept, save for a few others. I asked if they finished making this game.
It seemed quite playable to me. Things are fuzzy, and like most digital pictures games, things are very repetitive, so it's hard to say. I was not working with any sort of dev plan or anything like that. There was a full rail map where you could choose your own path and fight at junctions. All of that worked.
Throughout the holiday season, Maximum Surge was pretty much done. Sources tell me a 3-disc PC game was completed, along with the Sega Saturn port. It was undergoing game testing at Sega of America. On January 17, 1996, Sega lead analyst Brian Paw filed this report for a build of Maximum Surge. The build was dated January 4th with an ESRB rating of M for mature. It claims compatibility with the Saturn's analog mission stick. At Sega, a game needs 65 points to pass. Maximum Surge scored a 58, flunking out due to address errors. By this point, manuals and artwork for the back of the box were not only finished, they printed several copies. They were ready to launch this thing. According to my sources, this very test report is what prevented Maximum Surge from coming out before digital pictures disappeared. In the ensuing months, gaming magazines still acted like this thing was going to come out someday.
Guns, bombs, tyrants. Big evening news or a new game?
This magazine ad is in Next Generation's February issue, along with a separate Saturn ad saying Surge will retail for $59.99. That same month, Entertainment Weekly spoke to Bleeth about the game. She bemoaned how technical the shoots were, saying actors are third on the priority list.
What's the buzz on CD-ROM work in acting circles?
Everyone says to me, and the articles I've read say, that most actors who do CD-ROMs are sort of, how do I put this delicately? For example, Walter Koenig did my CD-ROM too. They say a lot of the actors were famous, but aren't working as much right now. I don't know if there's a stigma attached to it. Tia Carrere did one. I can't imagine that a real Hollywooder would be excited about it, because I don't think it's geared towards actors yet.
Sci-Fi Magazine's Starlog published a highly detailed write-up on Surge in its February issue, featuring several interviews. It says Maximum Surge came out on 2 formats last December. even though it's actually not out at all. Amanda Welsh told Starlog the concept started from an idea to create a Mad Max world. Well, now I kind of wonder if this stems from that Mad Max Control Vision game that got canceled.
Good. That's nice too, great. And then looking back at me, that's cool. The way you were, your head was going that way. Yeah. And then eyes here.
March of 1996 seems to be when Digital Pictures stopped developing video games. That same month, they seemingly finished this PC build of Maximum Surge. Just to let you know, I'm going to focus on the PC build. The Saturn build is missing stuff. I'll tell you all about this later on. I waffled around in DOSBox X for a little while, struggling to remember how to use it again. Once I cured my smooth brain infection, an all too familiar splash screen unleashed itself to my senses. From there, I'm led to a simple start menu. No music, no scene building up to it. There is no introductory cutscene explaining the world. Though this is normal for DP, many of their other games dive right in too, expecting you to read the manual for further plot context. The year is 2225. War rages on in the Brokaw territory over a precious and dangerous mineral resource known as Dagon 12. To the player, this is Earth's salvation. To Drexel, the twisted leader of Brokaw, it is his ticket to ultimate power. The player is a rebel commando fighting against Drexel for control over Dagon 12.
I was told that in the year 2021 a war broke out. Terrorists set off nuclear bombs, destroying major cities and immersing the world in a cataclysmic war that lasted over 5 years.
In the years after Maximum Surge was canceled, a high-res trailer for the game was posted online. In it, Yasmin Bleeth's Joe breaks down what's going on in this post-apocalyptic desert. She says the year is actually 2076.
300 years after the first American Revolution.
It seems to change the plot just a bit. Joe tells the viewer Drexel was a genius who transformed elements to synthesize water, building power plants to get it done. He instead used this discovery to become a dictator, controlling the resources and ruling Brokaw like a tyrant. I'm not sure if this is technically canon or if they thought up this plot years after filming the game. Either way, bottom line is this. Drexel bad. Take back Dagon 12 power plants. Save Earth.
In the opening sequence, there's this close-up of a mound of sand in the desert, and you see a scorpion, and I think there's another scorpion in the shot. That was done inside a studio. We had a big table with a lot of sand on it, and we had our scorpion wrangler. So nice. You gotta love LA, man. There's a job for everything, right?
Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead. I think, oh no, I guess they're working good. Okay.
In this tape, we can clearly see the crew is trying to get the scorpions to fight, but their interaction's not going as planned.
He's a coward.
They're very friendly scorpions.
Frame rate is cut for part of this panning shot. Then it goes to a steady 12 frames per second when we meet our friends.
It's stuck. Yeah. You and I must be doing one crappy job. Now they're recruiting women and scabs.
Well, you're okay, Godwin. It's just that women are better equipped for some jobs.
This isn't one of them.
Knock it off, you two. Hunter, I believe you know Joe.
Yeah.
Throughout the game, characters refer to the player as the Hunter. Joe says she worked with you once before in Titania. Whatever happened there seems to have given you two some serious post-apoc street cred, but it also somehow led to the issues your world deals with today.
Your exploits are well known, but I hired you both for your specialties. On this tour, Joe, you're the geek.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Wolf. I don't need Hunter to cover my butt. I am perfectly capable of doing
Hunter,
it.
you gun and pilot and cover her butt. The map tells the story over here.
You can access the map in the Onslaught's heads-up display. This is your Onslaught.
The lines are segments of the beam track. These blinking sights are power stations occupied by Drexel's troops. I'll try to get to these quickly and liberate them before they're shut down permanently. Don't neglect the other stations. They're vulnerable when low on energy. Bring them surplus power rods from stations which are high on energy. These are the enemy onslaughts sent by Drexel to attack the power stations. If you've got the firepower, take them out. If not, don't play hero, work around them. If you're in a jam, you can create beam segments ahead of you on the grid. But remember, it's going to cost you energy rods.
Just wanted to touch base and give you a piece of advice, Hunter. Quit those losers now. It would be the one thing you ever did right. Go home, put your feet up, and be forever grateful to me.
That's Drexel. Look here. When life support shuts down, our people die. Now, Drexel will replace all of us with these things, his uglies, thanks to your coup at Titania.
Again, I'm not sure what happened in Titania. They never elaborate as far as I can tell. Drexel aims to replace all of humanity with these mutant cyborgs. He's leading an all-out assault on Brokaw. The more stations he controls, the closer Drexel gets to finishing the ultimate weapon, Maximum Surge. If he gets this far, it's game over for both you and humankind.
The ship is ready for your inspection.
Wolf brings you and Joe aboard Battleship Onslaught. It was one of Drexel's old vessels, taken over by you guys.
I've added ports for weapons upgrades, which are now in manufacturing, and, of course, my ABO electronics lab. All in all, an okay retrofit. We've done what we can with confiscated and surplus equipment.
Drexel has air and ground patrols on the beam. He knows we're coming in. It all boils down to a duel between gunners.
And that means you, pal. You want to swap posts?
Keep your eyes open in the power stations. Kodak will analyze any information you bring in. Good luck and good hunting. Oh, a small point. You don't want to run out of power on the beam. Drexel will get his hands on you. If he does, suck on the muzzle of your gun.
With the ragtag team of rebels on board, my Onslaught is riding the beam. Pre-rendered enemies are constantly coming at me. Looks like I have a mounted gun to blast them. I can see the overworld map in the HUD, showing I'm heading straight for an enemy onslaught. Thinking I can fight it pirate ship style, I head straight for it. Ah, classic. A noob quick death. Just want to say again, the music in Surge is so good. A group called Pray for Rain apparently did these tracks. So I start a new game. At each junction, you can choose your path with the arrow keys. Your Onslaught's health is here, showing stats for the sides and front. If any reach 0, you blow up and die. Occasionally, Drexel will interject with quick transmissions, attempts at convincing you to give up.
Your employers, Hunter. They're losers from the get-go. You're all one of a kind.
Left side?
That one, yeah, that frame back
You can
there.
see that light, or
it's
is it
actually
just
in the shot, yeah. This is what we call our Onslaught train, which has been, you can see, massively detailed for the game. And what we're going to be doing is making it travel down our beam several hundred miles an hour using the motion control system.
As they capture frames, the camera slowly moves towards the admittedly large Onslaught miniature. Their equipment superimposes the speeding landscape onto the blue screen.
Makes it look like the Onslaught is going around a corner or taking a turn. By programming these moves by the camera, it makes it look like this is moving. This is also on a motion control head, so by the combination of these two items, we can virtually make this train do anything we want it to do. Okay, so I'm not asking her questions or anything?
You can, whatever,
Okay, are you a Pisces?
I have no clue.
Okay. No, this is basically we worked out the right format on.
Some of their shoots here will use an airbrushed background. As for the environment you see while riding the beam, that's all real.
This camera is the state of the art. It's gyro stabilized and rock steady. It's a Mitchell Mark II camera, which is dual pin registration. It pins both sides, which is known for a pretty steady camera. Give the effect of the motion being steady, yet in a very turbulent environment. So we'll see how it turns out.
It sounds like kind of scary, though. I mean, you're going to be so close to the ground.
Well, I'll look at the monitor, so I won't look outside. I'll close my eyes if I do. Is that a bottom lip side? Okay.
You can tell me what you're doing if you like.
If we okay, this is our camera controller.
It looks kind of like a video game.
It operates like a video game too. So it seems that operating video games will give you experience to operate cameras.
We're going to do a lot of approaches towards the mountain ranges, very low-lying approaches, about 100 miles an hour, which we're going to then be shooting at slow shutter speed, so it'll be like simulate 200 miles an hour.
Sourcing real-life environments is not unusual for this era. For example, Sega AM3 took several photos for textures in Sega Rally. This might be among the most robust environment sourcing efforts, though, as it turns out, some plants were harmed in the creation of this FMV game.
We broke off a little top branch of a tree, yeah. Coming over a mound and stuck up a little too high. Yeah, no, we're flying about somewhere around, on the dry lake bed, we're flying about 4 or 5 feet off the ground, and then we're basically skidding the tops of the trees as we fly.
On land, Amanda Welsh works closely with Mesa on making sure they're getting all the footage they need to make this video game. As she reviews footage from the chopper, they notice the real world looks a bit too green.
But then as soon as you jump over the top,
There's a changing of the brush.
And it's very green. It's quite green. So,
Great.
Yeah, we can try to pull, some green out, which will make everything go red, which you kind of like anyways. So we can make everything sort of on the reddish side,
Okay.
which will be nice.
When riding the beam, if the junction you're approaching has a power station, you can press down to park and get out of the ship. If you repeatedly press down out of paranoia, you will hear beeps trying to get you to stop being annoying. It heard you. Stop pressing down.
Cross the plaza to the computer wing at the back right wall. Through this door, find your way through the corridors into the control room and to the conversion terminal. Joe, this is where Hunter covers your butt. A handful of uglies police the stations. Otherwise, the day-to-day business goes on with all the usual suspects. You'll be fine if you don't draw attention to yourselves.
The usual suspects. We fit right in.
Until you enter the corridors, off limits to the people.
Looks like we'll be covering each other's butts in the corridors. Check your hardware.
Now,
Kodak gives us tools to take over power stations from their control rooms.
Contact me once you're in.
Joe says this line with the cadence of trying to be quotable.
Together again. With life as we know it in the balance.
We then get to where the demo started.
Battle goggles with target indicators, crosshairs, the works. You won't survive the station battles without them.
This cutscene, walking from Onslaught to the power station, has different variants, occasionally showing us different usual suspects.
Tuesday morning at 9:15, waiting to shoot, ready to go. What's the name of the show?
Oh, man.
Maximum, sir.
So where are the interactive video women? Film at 11. She's the house I'm the rat lady. I sell rats.
I have terrific rat recipes. There is baked rat, stewed rat.
It's not the men in my life, it's the life of my men that counts.
What are you playing here today?
I'm a hooker. Did you pay for me?
You're the last of the humans in this game?
Are we? Yeah, I guess we are.
Broiled rat, microwaved rat. We have sauteed rat.
Yeah, I had the whip and the whole 9 yards. We were arm wrestling and doing all. That was great. We had a lot of fun yesterday doing it. And we will today, too.
And you did that just for the part?
Yes, I did it at home. I was sewing together this wonderful outfit, and I just slipped, and it worked. Actually, this piercing has a bit of a famous background. I was doing...
I am playing probably someone militant.
We have a fine array of scorpions, lizards, iguanas.
It's really disgusted with everything, pretty much so. She and her damn rats. She's trying to sell me rats.
We're the surviving humans of the earth.
We have rat over easy. We have hard cooked rat, soft cooked rat.
I mean, look at this, the net here. I mean, talking about Rambo, the black version. It's cool, man.
Gentlemen?
Yeah, that's a gentleman.
Excuse me? Well, I covered it for you.
Here's my neon green page on here.
Okay, what are you playing here today?
I'm playing me, I guess. I'm one of the last of the humanoids.
Yeah, into the lens. I'm one of the last of the humanoids.
I'm one of the last of the humanoids.
It's Yoshi. It's just Yoshi. Sorry, there's no... It's like Madonna, Cher, Mussolini.
Okay. Now, where did you start? Now, if you push the camera, get through there. The camera's going to hit you guys if you don't move faster. That would be bad.
I'm telling you, this is a waste of time. You don't have enough information to crack Drexel's energy bank.
I know where she speaks.
We're coming towards you and you find that you'll be getting in front of it, you need to adjust and move out of the way. If you see the camera coming towards you and you are heading for it, again, you need to adjust and move out of the way. If you are crossing, you need to time it so that you are well out of the way before the camera gets to you. If you have interaction with the camera, again, it's the same thing. You approach it and then move away. The guy's got cooties. He's a new dude here. He's not part of your thing, and that's just about it. If you can't make an easy sale, run away.
Unlike the demo, the corridors have branching pathways, letting you turn at junctions. Some corridors have no enemies. You have 3 guns, and 2 of them don't have crosshairs. You can press the G key to show your gun at the bottom, which sort of helps. The rapid-fire machine gun starts with 500 ammo. This is the primary weapon. The laser pistol has crosshairs, but only 50 shots. This other gun has 1,000 shots, no crosshairs, and is not rapid-fire. Further departing from the demo, the full game has a greater variety of combat settings and different bad guys. When Zito told GamePro about shooting more scenes, these are those scenes. To my great frustration, I could not find a map for these corridors. I can find an overworld map for Onslaught navigation, but nothing for getting through these dungeons. Normally, I would give in and look at the manual, but when I first got the build, I had no manual. I got so lost that I accidentally went out the entrance, leaving the power station without taking it over. So I started a new game. I get to a power station. I find out there are some dead-end rooms where you fight a few costume scumbags, then pick up something from the safe. Sometimes it's ammo. In each power station, one of these rooms has the key to the control room. I eventually find this key and get to the control room.
To 1, this card reprograms the Dagan 12 capacitors and overrides Drexel's system control codes. This is a tough one. What would a rocket scientist do here? Probably cancel. I'll try allow. We've converted this station. Next. What's this?
Nice work, you two. But I recall telling you to contact me. When I give you an order, do it. Out.
Are we great or what?
After taking over a power station, you get to this energy rod screen. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. So I decide to dump all the rods into the power station, thinking that's what I need to do to take it over. Turns out, energy rods are my fuel. Alright, so now I feel like I have a basic grasp of what I have to do. I start a serious playthrough. When you start a new game, you randomly get one of these overworld maps. You could also just pick one, but by default, you roll one at random. The map I rolled here is Dunes of Misery. With no mini-maps, I navigate corridors by drawing maps on paper as I go.
Are we great or what?
When taking over a power station, you can transfer energy rods to and from your onslaught to either refuel or redistribute rods. Your power stations regenerate rods over time. The weapons depot lets you use your points to buy new onslaught weapons and landmines. You can use mines to blow up enemy onslaughts. Your ship's health recharges every time you park, so that's nice. Within corridors, you sometimes get the opportunity to get more ammo and health when this green text appears inside intersections. Not sure if this was part of the plan or if it's part of an unfinished feature. It seems unbaked, but it's a nice way to get more health and ammo. I'm not complaining. When you save more power stations, the cutscene changes.
These stations are labor camps. Though it's not true what Kodak says, life here doesn't go on as usual.
My third power station started with a battle outside.
Some freaky world Drexel's created. Exhibit. But look, don't shoot. We're inconspicuous, remember? Electronic umbilical data transfer.
I'm sorry, what?
Electronic umbilical data transfer. Big Ugly's got brains. This UWB's a specimen. Now you can shoot.
When you fell these uglies, the one with multiple hit points leaves behind a shiny metal brick.
These UWBs are very much like us. Small amount of intelligence under a whole lot of bulk. Let's convert this station and get the gray matter back to Kodak.
At the end of this power station fight, Joe philosophizes on Drexel's plans to turn humans into ugly androids.
You know, I've been thinking. These uglies, they're not a bad idea. They could be useful. As they are, though, they're just troubled. Drexel's gotta be one sick man.
Saving early and often, I carry onward. In corridors, these Marksman H training remote knockoffs start to make me unhappy. I recommend using the laser pistol for these. During my 4th power station, I got a green text notification saying one of my mines blew up an enemy onslaught. Hell yeah! The 5th power station ended with me defending Jo while she worked on the computer. After a little while, I sort of hit a progress wall. I would later come to find that enemy onslaughts can retake one of my power stations if it's low on energy rods. This enemy ship in particular just would not move on from this station. I had to take note of which direction it was facing to not run into it head on, like I did here. Then I plopped a mine in its path, came in from the side, it blew up, I took over the final station on the Dunes of Misery. Though Drexel is still out there, the job is complete.
Drexel's ousted. We're in the stations. Thanks largely to you two. Those who doubted, eating crow. You've earned every bit of your money. Thanks.
I gotta tell you, Hunter, I'm in this deeper than the money. Maybe I was serious when I said life was in the balance. Drexel would actually replace us with androids.
With Jo still determined to thwart Drexel, a transmission comes in from our boy Godwin.
Report here says the scouts routed Drexel. What can I say? Good job, you guys. Godwin, do you read me? Godwin!
Godwin's dead. He was the control group in my test of maximum surge.
Hey, that's the name of the video game. So Drexel reveals he's using Dagon 12 to finish the ultimate weapon, maximum surge. His transmission shows us its annihilating capabilities.
Darn it! Drexel proposed to use the energy to manufacture androids to speed up our reconstruction. It's a great idea.
So I issued and processed Dagon 12 on good faith. I'm responsible for all this havoc, Hunter. You three, get back on the beam, get into the salt crater, recapture the stations, and transfer energy away from this madman.
New goal: recapture stations fast enough to prevent Drexel from attaining maximum surge.
On the road again. Now let's really kick some butt.
From here, players move on to Disc 2. The overworld map re-rolls. More power stations, more enemy ships. Ah! At the end of my first corridor, there's a fake-out cutscene in the control room meant to trick me into shooting Jo.
At ease, soldier!
Throughout Maximum Surge, you can shoot Jo, which automatically makes you lose the game.
A little bit. Either you're part of the solution or you're part of the problem. I've decided you're part of the problem.
Same thing happens if you try to shoot people in the plaza.
They're not paying us to murder their own people!
So we're in the first control room on Disc 2. She gets to the computer, but something different happens.
Access denied. Let's see what Kodak has to say about this.
Picking up a no-go signal?
We can't go red to green without access.
Hey, Drexel's resecured energy access to the stations. I'll need time to break this one. Now, Wolf's right. There may be something to these UWBs.
He's talking about these metal bricks, sometimes called brains in-game. It's what came out of this guy back in Disc 1. You leave this power station without taking it over. You have to collect 2 other brains to hack in again. It is at around this point when something strange and unexpected happened. I found out how to access corridor maps. Do you know how many of these maps I drew myself? Do you know how much I sacrificed? Turns out, all you have to do is press H and the map appears. The help menu is a little unclear about this. I might just be stupid. At least I found out at all. God.
What you were given?
All I was given was the idea of Thunderdome, and from there I had to come up with designs, sketches, ideas, which is usually I would start with a preliminary sketch, show that to the designer. If that's okay, then I'd work out everything else, the materials and whatever else that I wanted to use.
Costumes in Maximum Surge were all designed and created by Mary Chung and her homegirl, Wendy.
It's really neat to get to make body armor and build crazy hats out of strange things.
Where do you get all this stuff?
Oh, God, from everywhere. It's interesting because a lot of times I do more of hardware shopping than actual fabric store shopping. Things from like car parts to nuts and bolts, whatever. I mean, it's a very creative project, which is great because I had a lot of room to do what I wanted.
Spice Williams, a known actress and stunt woman, had the recurring role of henchman leader.
Oh my goodness. You will not recognize her at all anymore. This is Spice, our Amazonian leader. Now she looks like a monster, basically. Very nice monster.
All right, what's your role here today?
I'm playing a Amazonian warrior biker bitch.
You don't get that one, Yasmin. That's the Amazonian.
Okay, so you want to walk through this?
What am I playing? What am I playing? What am I?
You are an Amazonian with brain leader.
Oh,
you're the leader.
Wait a
of
minute,
the
wait.
Amazonian.
I am an Amazonian with brains. Mary, who am I again? I'm the Amazonian leader. I'm like really a badass broad. Yeah.
Somebody told me.
With a little bit of a charm.
Kodak says the UWBs are relays in a closed commnet. They carry multiple messages, even decoys. We're invisible, right? Stick with the flock.
Get her!
Okay, very good. Moving on.
You gotta, in sand, you gotta lift. You gotta lift up above the sand to get moving, and when you stop, it sinks down and it slows you down.
She comes across that back way, comes across this way.
We meet the post-apoc biker at the next 2 power stations on Disc 2. The plaza transitions here have outdoor battles. You must kill these uglies without shooting them in the head to take their brains. Makes sense. That's when Spice appears.
We are getting a zebra.
That's the other one.
That's it.
We got a hot one for Kodak.
How smart was it?
She could ride a motorcycle.
Whatever you say, Joe. I need one more of these brains.
After getting all 3 brains, you can start taking over power stations once again.
That was one tough sucker.
Come on. You think they'd pay us if we took this long to finish a job?
Lots of key info running through the brain chain link. In fact, the last UWB may have leaked some highly confidential info. How'd you like to pay Drexel a house call? Here's your new conversion card. Try it out at this station.
We're up, Hunter.
Did he recognize you this morning?
He went, I said, Mommy's here, and he went, ah.
Conversion complete. Kodak is something else.
I get enough points to buy this 50,000 point onslaught weapon. It clears the entire screen and even blows up enemy onslaughts in one shot. Hell yeah!
What can I do, short of surrender, to make your life less miserable?
This super weapon costs one of your energy rods to fire, which is a worthy price for its sheer power. Even with this super weapon, Disc 2 is damn challenging. I go back a few saves multiple times. You have to quickly get the brains and take over power stations before Drexel finishes his weapon. All the while, several enemy onslaughts are recapturing your power stations. The stats menu shows you Drexel's progress towards maximum surge. Once this reaches 100%, game over. You lose.
Ready to become extinct.
His progress slows down when you take over more stations. But if you're too slow, you can trap yourself into an unwinnable situation. I became trapped in a save file destined only for losing, impossible to progress. My only path forward is to start a new game.
So you're trying to say that to try to...
Can we film at night but just throw shitloads of light on here and pretend it's...
Well... I don't know if shitloads is shitloads.
They're talking about, can we film at night and throw shitloads of light? And it's like, that's a big deal. That's like dino
They're taping
lights.
for shitloads. Don't say shitloads.
While shooting the many plaza scenes, crew members come to terms with the setting sun. They only have so many days to use this outdoor set. All scenes are supposed to take place in the middle of a sunny day, and they're running out of sunshine.
The dumping of the goggles and the gun
What we'll do is the background of the woman running
only
to
thing
you.
is
We'll just
that-
put,
oh, no,
we'll
no,
put sound in the background of an engine gunning, so she's running away from something. Next thing we know, we see a target running across.
So they decide to make a few concessions to shoot these scenes more quickly.
Well, we have to finish the dance with the bike. We go until 5:30, and then we have to have that hour and a quarter to get through Lock and Rock 3. He pans to her, they have a little dialogue, there's some gunfire, then there's a whip.
Here's the deal.
Can I show you visually?
I know, but you're just adding another
It's
setup.
adding- it's
All you're
bad.
doing is adding a setup.
We just go straight into
I
the
didn't
lock
do
and
it.
rock from where we
Do
are.
it. We already have a plan. Now let's do it.
What we'll need
I
is
thought it
we
was a
will
3-minute
need, when we
meeting.
get up into our lock and rock, we will need extras scurrying off. We do need that.
I got those. I
We
got
need to
the runners.
explain why
That's
the
fine.
plaza's empty, but beyond that, we're fine.
By this point, Amanda seems to really know what the game programmers need.
Okay, let's look for the next.
She is firmly making sure they film exactly what's required to turn this into a functional FMV game. She is the bridge between Hollywood and Silicon Valley.
In order to create the full experience for the player, we are actually working in 3 different kinds of environments. We have the very real environment of production. We have sets and actors. We have the world of CGI with an artist working at a computer to render images. And we have models with guys building little tiny replicas of what you see in the world and with motion control photography.
Boom.
Boom. Unless you want to change to an OS2.
Well, I can get them either way, Bill.
Okay, background action and doors.
If we wait long enough, they'll come. Drexel must be up to something. He's beefed up beam patrol. His uglies are harder to beat. The UWBs must be sending data all over the territory, and here they are.
So how's this been so far?
Well, it's been an experience. I've never done anything like this before. I mean, it's not anything like any other film or series or anything that I've ever done before. It's good. It's interesting to me, all the technical aspects of it, because I get to learn, and that's what I find most interesting. It's sort of difficult on an acting point of view.
What's tough about it?
It's that the majority of my scenes are with myself and the camera, so it's a lot of mugging to the camera, and that's not what I'm used to doing or I'm trained to do. So it's a whole, I'm breaking that fourth wall all the time. All right, this is the end of the line, pal. Back to the onslaught.
How is this different from Baywatch, or how's it the same?
Oh, how's it different from Baywatch? Well, on Baywatch I usually save people's lives, and here I kill them. You think you can handle that? So that's a pretty big difference. I get to wear clothes, as you see, which is nice, but I'm pretty covered up. Pretty covered up.
Background action and door.
we shoot on film in Baywatch, and it goes much quicker. Our pace is much quicker. Here, we do a few scenes a day, like 3 or 4 lines of dialogue a day, and on Baywatch, we do about 10 pages a day. So it depends. Some days, though, we've had a lot of dialogue. So in terms of that, and of course, I guess our scenario here, we're in sort of the desert, this big drought, and Baywatch is this sort of lush, tropical environment.
Planet Earth, a few hundred years from now, derelict, obsolete, somewhat anarchistic, and as moody as we can make it.
Production designer Charles Wood is now known for working on the Avengers films and other Marvel features. He's come a long way since Maximum Surge.
This is the plaza that's Charlie will tell you about.
This is a study model for the plaza. What we do here is we've built this for our designers so we can create a scale to our set outside. This is a much smaller scale.
And background action! Doors!
So this is that view of the plaza that you've been spending all that other time in. We have a whole lot of people out there right now. A lot less expensive to feed this person as opposed to feed all of them.
The whole thing is constructed so that they could just slip into it and over their heads. Ta-da! Okay. Oh my goodness, now I know how they feel. Kids, don't try this at home.
Ready and action.
Drexel's uglies were blown up a lot while filming Maximum Surge.
I would say we've probably done about 40 or so.
40. How many left to kill?
Probably about another 40. Yeah. We have a lot. Yeah. They blow up everywhere. They're blowing up quite a bit.
Huh? One right there. Hold on for a second. So the flash is going to go. So Stan, take the flash. Then, as soon as your body jerks, I'm going to go.
Now we got the safety gel for our stuntman's arm.
Want me to bury this for you? Okay, we're ready.
It's a safety gel for the splash, because the sparks in that get on your bare skin. Well, this is a fire gel that it's better than just water. It creates a barrier against the heat and the sparks.
You gotta act like it hit you, and then go on down.
It's just another day in the life of an ugly. With brains.
With brains. Have some respect.
You can tell he's not a blonde.
Very good. Here we go. Ready and action.
So we try to attempt to do a little bit different death each time, when we're doing it, to make it a little bit unique. So the game player he's surprised each time when he's doing this.
Together again, with life as we know it in the balance.
I started the entire game over just so I could make a fresh save that starts at Disc 2. Disc 1 goes by in a breeze, especially since I can now see the corridor maps. I find out that the move is to drop a ton of mines to blow up enemy onslaughts, while getting those brains as quickly as possible so you can get right back to taking over power stations. Some helpful gameplay mechanics. You can shoot down your own mines, and at the cost of 5 energy rods, generate your own beams. This allows you to carve out your own shortcuts. Enemy onslaughts can eat up beams in Disc 2, so look out for that.
Yeah, I can picture 6-digit codes on other access screens, but...
About halfway through Disc 2, this cutscene plays. Your team gets a transmission.
Hey, maybe it's Wolf with a strategy for surrender.
So, back at base, Wolf got kidnapped by Drexel's forces, but he's playing the long con here.
They beat Wolf up pretty bad. When Drexel set his sights on Sulphur Crater, Wolf kicked everyone out of headquarters and quarantined himself. He did nothing but study access coordinate programs. It was weird, like he was waiting for Drexel to come and get him.
This is Wolf, and this is Drexel. But it comes at the price of pain for old Wolfie. After restoring a few more power stations, this happens.
Witness the punishment he's taking because you refuse to stay out of my station. That's okay. Beat me. We're getting a kick out of beating you up.
Homeboy here tied a camera around Wolf's forehead so the Onslaught gang can see an upside-down POV of him just getting clobbered.
Kodak is right. Drexel's gonna keep Wolf alive just to taunt us.
Michael Champion, who's our I guess you could say, our rebel leader who's sort of leading us along, brutally beaten up in the show, and so he gets tortured all through the show, so he's good sort of tortured guy.
Eventually, after some save reloads, I got all the power stations on Disc 2.
Kodak, does that do it?
Yes! Soon you'll be beating down Drexel's door.
Joe decides to have a main character moment.
Conversion complete.
Link, you're looking at a freeway to Drexel headquarters.
Well, what you waiting for, Hunter? An invitation?
From here, I move on to Disc 3. At first, the pathway seems to hit a wall.
Something's very wrong here, Kodak. We're heading straight for a mountain.
I see that. I'm verifying data as fast as I can.
Hunter, blow a hole beside the mountain.
That mountain is solid rock. You can't blow a hole in it.
Kodak, you gotta do something.
The formulas check out. I can't believe this.
Turns out, it's a secret passageway.
Oh, well, basically what we're going to do is do a run going at the mountain, which is mountain range right behind us, a low-level run, and sort of gradually rise itself. And he's going to basically get to about as close as he can get to the mountain and then do a veer off. And we're going to actually be doing a zoom on the camera as we're getting close to look like we're hitting the mountain. So that'll be fun.
Kevin, is this a difficult maneuver for you flying the helicopter?
No, this piece of machinery, the Westcam, makes it very easy on me. It does all the work. It takes all the movement out of everything. It's great. Pretty day for this.
Can you say that, rephrase that in a way that says that it's extremely hard and only the best helicopter pilot could possibly do this?
That's it. That's exactly what I said. You didn't catch that.
We're rolling now.
Oh, now I have to say it?
Okay. So you look happy. Why is that?
I look happy because the footage is gorgeous. It's absolutely beautiful. Can I stop now? Please? If I run away, are you not going to follow me?
Drexel's headquarters, dead ahead.
This drawing here is a conceptual drawing of Drexel's headquarters.
Could you just stop that for 1 sec? Could you give me like 5 minutes? Thanks. Can we shut off the compressor? Production designer, take 2.
Okay. This drawing here shows Drexel's headquarters. It's going to be a model we're going to build. It's supposed to represent a city landscape which would be approximately about 250 feet in height, but it will only in fact be about 15 feet.
Drexel's headquarters is another giant miniature.
And there's Waldo. He's no super Waldo because he survived a huge fireball explosion.
This model is built as a pyro model, which means it's designed to blow up.
The crew is talking about blowing up this miniature.
We're blowing things up. It's a damn serious moment.
If the player is successful, you get to see Drexel's base explode. Disc 3 is super easy.
I don't know where we are, but I don't feel good about it. There's Wolf.
The whole disc is just an on-foot battle at the bad guy's hut.
We're going after Wolf.
With Joe and Kodak by your side, you take on a horde of uglies and motorcycle ladies. With no ammo or health pickups, it's somewhat challenging. You have to conserve a little. Side note, Spice Williams makes Bowser sounds. She also makes these sounds.
Now we can get Wolf.
I get to the final showdown with Drexel.
Don't shoot, you'll hit Wolf.
He's using Wolf as a human shield. You have to hit Drexel, not Wolf. He pumps a laser into Kodak, another into Joe.
Your turn to die.
Wolf calmly gets up. The others too.
Yeah, you did okay over here. You are the undisputed best.
Let's not fool ourselves. He'll be back.
You four leave the bad guy warehouse in one final cutscene.
The Drexels of this world always come back. You can count on it. You guys did good. I'm proud of you. I knew you were coming on. Never a doubt. Let's celebrate.
Supposedly, there's a good ending that plays if your power stations are all at green status, meaning you would need to spend hours shuttling power rods from station to station, managing them before taking over the last one, which automatically progresses your game. A long effort just to see this. So that was the DOS version of Maximum Surge, dated March of 1996. A successful playthrough from start to end could take 2 to 3 hours. I spent 9 hours in total with deaths and resets. Tyler Hogle sent me 2 Saturn builds, one from February 1996, a month earlier. Typically, I would be inclined to focus on the Saturn port, but this is incomplete compared to the DOS version. You can still get from the start of the game to the credits, but it's missing things. Perhaps because it's an earlier build. In the opening cutscene, the FMV quality on Saturn appears to be slightly better.
It's just that women are better equipped for some jobs.
There's also a few visual differences between the two, like the map Stark shows you here.
See a red light? That's Drexel.
Onboard Battleship Onslaught, enemy sprites look a little worse. Your ship uses different weapons. Its health bars have changed, seemingly giving your ship a lot more health than on DOS. The trade-off? Onslaught health does not recharge when you park. You have to buy Onslaught health. It's cheap, but the fact that you have to lug it all the way to a weapons depot to get more health is kind of a pain. The major differences are within the corridors. For starters, no music here at all. It's quiet. Another big change. This is the only type of corridor environment in the entire game. Sometimes you get different objects to duck behind, but overall, this is it. There are only a few corridor layouts that get recycled throughout the same playthrough, decreasing variety. No ammo rooms, no key rooms. All you have to do is go straight to the control room. It's on the map, it's easy to find. As far as combat goes, much more difficult on Saturn, and in a pretty unfair way. The uglies blast you as soon as they jump out, giving you very little time to drag the D-pad cursor all the way over to blast them. But hey, at least you get a cursor while shooting. On Saturn, the overworld map does not show you energy rod levels for each power station. That's nerve-wracking. On Disc 2, There's no indicator on how close Drexel is to attaining maximum surge. The interjecting voice lines from codec and those Drexel transmissions are not here. The need to fetch metal brick brains on the second map is present. The outdoor fights are also on Saturn, along with the occasional control room battle. Drexel Showdown is still in the warehouse. The January build is largely the same, though it lacks a health indicator for the Onslaught, and seemingly has more difficult uglies.
And everything's made out of real materials. This is actual cement, and this is real metal. I'm lying. You might know this is probably my favorite set piece. This is the archaic Pepsi can, which will stay here, and if we can keep it in, it'll be very special. We're very excited about it.
So you're going to move around, dragging around a little bit.
This is pretty grungy, you know. There's a feeling of reality about it. It's not, you know, it's not pastel colors. It's, you know, they've done a very good job of aging the set, making it look like it's been here for a long time.
Camera's panned over here, it pans over to you, you go boom again, right there.
A good sense of authenticity about this whole set, which makes it even more fun to play in. When you have obvious styrofoam, it, you know, it kind of destroys the illusion you're trying to create, even for yourself.
That's what you were using when you shot the original Star Trek.
Yeah, we use a lot of styrofoam. We used rocks that a 7-year-old could, boulders a 7-year-old could pick up and carry away.
Don't shoot, you'll hit Wolf!
Your turn to die, sucker!
I love the idea of playing a bad guy. I have a recurring role in another science fiction television series called Babylon 5, where I play a bad guy.
Just 50 quarters to search. Good. That should help narrow it down.
And because there's more time to develop characterization, that's particularly enticing and particularly rewarding for me, because there are nuances to being a bad guy that sometimes you don't find when you're playing a fairly straight role.
As I mentioned before, I am not allowed to leak these builds without getting into legal trouble. If and when these do get leaked, I would urge you to play through the DOS build before the Saturn builds. It's just better, and by far the most complete version of Maximum Surge. In all other DP games, they never release games with such vast differences among ports, leading me to believe the lack of content on Saturn is due to it being an earlier build. Amanda somewhat validated my suspicion in our chat. She doesn't recall the specifics. It was just too long ago.
It could have had something to do with the nature of the hardware we were working with and some limitations, but we really tried to mitigate that. I mean, that was not really the way we released products. So
right, yeah.
I don't know.
March of 1996 seems to mark the last build of Maximum Surge. My sources do not have a 3DO port. Maximum Surge has a handful of parallels to Ground Zero Texas. The corridor battles in Surge are sort of like the gallery shooting in Ground Zero. Ground Zero locks you to just one spot, and you're not able to move through the video like you can in Surge. You just swap cameras. In both games, when you kill a bad guy, the camera zooms in to a shot of that dude just exploding. Here's another fun similarity I noticed. In Ground Zero, when you're low on health, the screen goes black and white like your camera feed is losing quality. In Surge, the same thing happens. It goes black and white when you're low on health, as if your battle goggles have been damaged or something. The thing about Ground Zero Texas is it kinda gets old after a while. Surge adapted this formula in such a robust way that it doesn't really get old. Bottom line is I never felt bored playing Maximum Surge. I was pretty much constantly entertained and engaged. In Ground Zero Texas, I got pretty bored in the second half of the playthrough. Surge solved that problem. Surge is peak Digital Pictures philosophy. Staff knew they needed to adapt to more gameplay-focused games. Warhawk, which teased Zito back in the office, showed FMV clips woven between 3D polygonal gameplay. Suhu and others would discuss how they could do something similar. Instead, they stuck to their cinematic guns, ham-fisting live action directly into corridor shooting. It spits in the face of mainstream polygonal evolution, yet it never got a chance to fight Goliath.
Are you looking forward to playing this game yourself?
This game's gonna be great. This game is gonna be tons of fun. You're inside, you're outside, you're wandering around, you're shooting at things, you're navigating, you're figuring out where to go. No limit to what you can do.
In GamePro's Spring 1996 magazine, they say Surge comes out for 3DO and Saturn in November. In April, another GamePro issue says it comes out for Saturn and PC in the first quarter of 1996. Intelligent Gamers Fusion had it down for a May release. In May and July, 3DO Magazine says it's coming soon. These publications all acted like it was still coming out at all, even though Digital Pictures was quietly folding like a house of cards. I honestly couldn't find any surviving news article detailing the company's closure. Digital Pictures just sort of vanished. In the ensuing years, people eventually noticed they stopped releasing games. People also noticed they went bankrupt.
Is it like Doom?
This game's a little bit like Doom in that you get to navigate through some corridors and there will be hidden enemies behind barricades that might pop out and might not pop out. And you, the player, have complete control over where you go in the corridors and when you want to pop your head out to see if it's safe, when you want to run forward. Other than that, this game's even better than Doom. We also put you out on the desert, traveling at 100 miles an hour, going into computer rooms and converting stations and picking up codes, going into Drexel's headquarters and finding grenadiers and riflemen and Amazonian foot soldiers and Amazonians riding on motorcycles, and finally into Drexel's lair.
As such, Maximum Surge did not come out. Despite the rebate offers, reports that the game did actually come out, a seemingly complete DOS build, and several pushed back release dates. It vaporized. And no one seemed to notice for a long time. It somehow has an IMDb rating. There's even this 1998 interview with Bleeth talking about her game as if it came out. Now, I'm not an astrologist, but if a parallel universe split happened once in our lifetime, it happened here. Mesa would retain the rights to Maximum Surge across his companies. He at one point tried to turn the footage into a TV series, but with so many of the actors talking to the camera, that would be weird. In the early 2000s, he apparently tried releasing the game for DVD players, but the way this layers so much video at once might not work with that hardware. That said, there are some advanced DVD players that can run Doom. But then again, there's also pregnancy tests that can run Doom, so I don't know. The Maximum Surge footage would finally see the light of cathode rays in 2003 with a direct-to-video film, Game Over. This movie follows a computer hacker game dev who's creating these ultra-realistic video games. Look familiar? His games are what we now know as Digital Pictures games. They even have the Saturn version of Prizefighter playing in one of the scenes. There's this evil AI computer called Drexel, same name as Surge's villain. It traps the main protag in this VR chair thing and forces him to play his own video games to save the world. If you're a Digital Pictures fan, you should watch this. The acting is...
When Drexel's completed the drain, I'll be able to sell back the data and make a killing.
You pathetic fool. You can't make a deal with machines, Commander. They outlive us, outsmart us, and they have no soul.
Neither do I.
I originally wrote a whole section using this film to piece together what the game might have been. Then I was sent a build of Surge, so this is obsolete now. In the more than 20 years since these scenes were repurposed for Game Over, efforts to release Maximum Surge would again see occasional resurgences. At around 2015, Mesa's company, Flash Filmworks, started reworking some of the special effects for Surge. During that year, Zito and Mesa had already sort of divided the rights to digital pictures games amongst each other. They later worked with developer Screaming Villains and publisher Limited Run to re-release DP games on modern platforms. Tyler Hogle is the one-man army behind these ports, taking the original source material and reworking it all into high-definition games. If you ever wanted to play an up-resed Corpse Killer on your Switch, then you live in the correct timeline. Throughout these modern ports of the DP FMV classics, there was always a desire to give this treatment to Maximum Surge, which would in turn be the first time it was ever released. Flash Filmworks stopped reworking the special effects in March of 2025. That's around the time when Mesa and Zito sold the rights to all digital pictures games to Josh Fairhurst. When this sale happened, Mesa sent Fairhurst everything. Tapes, hard drives, the works. In turn, it was all sent to Hogle. They now have all the original Maximum Surge tapes and files. The team says they fully intend to release the DOS and Saturn builds of Maximum Surge once the modern-day version is complete and released. They did this with Prizefighter not long ago. Hogle is the one remastering the game, and he already started working on it. So when will this be done? They're hoping to have it out sometime in 2026. As far as I'm aware, no exact release date is set.
I think this game will be a lot of fun.
You're looking forward to playing it?
Yeah, definitely. I know it's coming out on, is it PC? It's just gonna be coming out on PCs this Christmas. So I'm not sure if my computer's gonna convert that, but I'm waiting for the Mac version. So I'm looking forward to it.
But you are gonna play this one, right?
Well, I don't have. If they give me a CD-ROM, yeah.
Have you ever played any interactive games or?
No, I haven't played an interactive game. I have a computer, and all I do with it is use it as a word processor.
Yeah.
This is certainly the future. I hope it isn't the future exclusively. I mean, I would hate to think that we would be doing interactive games instead of going to films and watching regular television shows. But I guess young people are really nuts about this stuff.
From a creative standpoint, Maximum Surge is Digital Pictures' golden goose. This gamifies their interactive film formula in a way that doesn't suck. It's a legitimately fun action FMV game. Seriously, I had fun. It almost answers their question on how to move forward as a game company, but the company did not live long enough to see it through. I asked DeFrisco if he thinks Maximum Surge could have saved Digital Pictures from bankruptcy.
Honestly, by the time the 3D rendering was good enough that the FMV gameplay was not really up to snuff, the contemporary games had better gameplay, more diverse and interactive, and having the cutscenes, live or animated, set up the story and provide context work better. We had discussions in the engineering team, and were quite concerned with the cost of producing the FMV sequences, but President Tom Zito was adamant about our niche and would not condone 3D work.
The production of Surge left an impact on its team, still something they reflect on to this day. DeFrisco sent me this schematic of the final showdown against Drexel, signed by Walter Koenig. Amanda got one too.
I still have on my wall in the room that I'm sitting in the schematic for Maximum Surge with the autograph of everyone on the team, including Walter Koenig. And it's a treasure of mine that I had the opportunity to do that, really and truly.
It has been 30 years since Maximum Surge was filmed and programmed. In that time, Amanda Welsh did not expect it to resurface.
Shock, right, but also just real delight, real, genuine delight. And it feels to me like given what you shared, the people who are kind of getting joy out of this they're like our people. I think there's a real, the things that are driving the joy and the delight are absolutely what motivated us to make it in the first place. And that just feels unbelievably cool.
Time has long forgotten about the world of Brokaw as video games advanced in unfathomable ways. Knowing what I know now, I sincerely hope it does see the light of day. Not only for its shockingly engaging design, but for the sake of this collaborative artwork finally getting the relief of closure. So what happened with those several other games promised by Acclaim? Well, they certainly never came out. And as far as we know, most, if not all, were never finished. When Tyler Hogle got full reign on remastering digital pictures games, post Josh Fairhurst buying the rights to them, they got somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 terabytes of company files. It's how Hogle sent me all that behind-the-scenes footage, documents, the build of Maximum Surge, etc. While I was editing this video, he came across these files. Folders that have the design docs for several other digital pictures games. Many have film schedules, but most were never shot. Based on the documents he found, there are about a dozen games that were planned. These are all 100% based on contracts or actual schedules, including filming, production, development, digitizing, even a goal delivery date. All of these titles were intended for release on either Saturn, 3DO, 32X, and PC. There was that planned Saturn port of Supreme Warrior mentioned earlier. The rest of these games are all new. Biohazard 5, Dreadnought, True Crime, Dogfight, Kids on Site 2, Art at the Met, Psycho House, Bike Messenger, Color TV, Mayan Adventures, and Night Trap 2, Capital Punishment. They also had plans for Quarterback Attack Pro, a PC port with online play. Again, many of these just have documents. They were in the planning stages. But these were not prototypes and concepts that they tossed around. These were games they actually planned on making. He does have video files for Biohazard 5, not to be confused with Biohazard 5.
But how can multiple people play?
It consists of security cam footage of Digital Pictures' office at the Crossroads, with the guy walking around like a monkey. Digital Pictures apparently showed off Biohazard 5 at E3 1995, along with Digital Pictures chocolate bars. Through these files, Hogle discovered Battle Tracks was the working title used for the Maximum Surge prototype. This proto was shot using a model train set inside the office, with staffers shooting the camera. Dai Ping was the working title for Supreme Warrior. As for Bike Messenger, they did create a working prototype and hoped to make this a Saturn game. Kevin Welsh fondly remembers Bike Messenger.
I do remember Bike Messenger.
Okay.
It was a concept by Tyler Johnson, super smart guy. And he came up with a concept for Bike Messenger, which I still think would be a great game today, especially today with all the food deliveries and whatnot going on. I think you could make a fantastic game out of that.
Welsh vaguely remembers the many projects that entered early phases.
There were some in the pipeline that I think, again, we would have been ready for another round if the market were ready for us.
Tyler Hogle tells me when he's finished remastering all Digital Pictures games, he's going to create an anthology collection, remastering these prototypes into working playable games, along with things like Citizen X, and he's even thinking about making that baseball footage into a functioning FMV game. He plans to also throw in a treasure trove of deep-cut Digital Pictures history. Fun fact. After DP went under, Kevin Welsh and Charlie Ogden started a company called Antics. They developed a concept for an online game in 1996, one that is technically still being worked on.
We recognized that the infrastructure wasn't there. We said, well, maybe let's see if there's something else. And meanwhile, we got a phone call from a friend that I had who was at Netscape. And 30 years later, I think we're still a marketing company and still making money and still having fun. And as I said, at some point, we're going to get back to that video game. I just know we are.
Are you able to talk about it much, or is it under wraps until it's out?
Oh, I'm going to keep that under wraps.
Fun fact.
About this quote seen on the cover of Corpse Killer Graveyard Edition. It says, one of the top 20 games of the year. There's no source and no further context. Well, on the demo disc I showed you earlier, there's a preview video for this upgraded Corpse Killer.
Gotta kill zombies.
At the end, it shows the quote and credits the Associated Press. So I posted about this on social. A Beasky user by the name of Fake Enormous replied, wondering if this is the article it came from. This snippet is from Chip and Jonathan, a father-son duo that wrote about video games. From what I can tell, their write-ups went out to Tribune papers across the country. This particular clipping reviews the 20 most exciting carts of 1994, placing Corpse Killer for the Sega CD at number 13. This has to be it. It would make sense for the Associated Press to maybe pick this up at some point, but crediting them as the source is a bit of a stretch. Mystery solved. Side note, what on earth is this ad? Some Rorschach tests saying exploding robot brains, smeared android pus, ruptured cyborg guts, and more exploding robot brains. Maximum surge. It'll screw you up for life.
Rated M for mature.
Back on that November 8th, 1995 letter from Zito to Acclaim, they apparently built thousands of copies of both Maximum Surge and Prizefighter for Saturn, but that was months before these games were finished. Fairhurst and Hogle do have several real printouts of the Surge manual and case artwork. It is widely believed that Digital Pictures went bankrupt because it simply ran out of money, but one major cause of their financial decline may be a serious backstabbing. In 1994, Digital Pictures signed away a multi-million-dollar deal with Acclaim. In 1996, Digital Pictures filed a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against Acclaim.
The belief out there is that Digital Pictures shut down because FMV wasn't cool anymore and losing popularity, which that is true, but that ain't why Digital Pictures shut down.
When Digital Pictures stopped its operations in 1996, no one really seemed to notice for a while. I had a very hard time finding news articles about their bankruptcy. During the time in which they were emptying their floor at the Crossroads in San Mateo, publications thought Maximum Surge was either out on shelves or coming out soon. It never came out. There is this somewhat foreboding Wired article published in February of 1996 titled Rendering Refusnik. Zito, at age 47, is described as wearing his ball cap with Spielbergian aplomb. It poetically throws down his unrelenting desire to construct video games entirely from live-action film. Big budgets, grand visions, buxom stars. He does this in the face of massively successful games, with high interactivity by way of computer-generated graphics. Quote, "Will this marquee power sell video games?" Zito shrugs over his empty plate. A few months later, Digital Pictures files for bankruptcy. Then, a few more months later, they filed a lawsuit against Acclaim Entertainment, Inc. They previously signed a publishing agreement to distribute upcoming games. Digital Pictures has accused Acclaim of refusing to give them millions of dollars, owed as part of the agreement. Some of the documents filed in this lawsuit are available to the public. I had to use Pacer to view them. It's a paywalled U.S. government website that allows access to federal court case info. Usually, you can just click on a document and view it right away. But this case is so old, none of its files were digitally archived. So I had to pay someone in the California court system to scan and send them to me. Thank you, patrons. When I show you these documents, I'll be redacting personal info out of an abundance of caution, things like home addresses and ID numbers. Before we dig into the lawsuit, we need to go over what started this, their initial publishing agreement with Acclaim. Per SEC filings, Acclaim launched Acclaim Distribution Inc. in June of 1993. They call it a wholly owned subsidiary to distribute products from its own labels and partners. Through this, they spent $4 million to acquire a minority interest in Digital Pictures on June 21st, 1994. According to this memo, the deal made Acclaim DP's second investor behind Times Mirror Co. But this partnership with Acclaim includes a global sales and distribution agreement. DP is the first label to be published under this new Acclaim subsidiary. As of this memo, they call Sewer Shark and Ground Zero Texas the two best-selling Sega CD titles. They say they'll publish 5 Digital Pictures games by the end of the year, then publish about 12 Digital Pictures games each following year. That is a massive boost from the already breakneck output of this interactive film company. On top of this, Acclaim would lend some of its own resources to help DP develop new software. These are the heads behind NBA Jam and Mortal Kombat, so that would be major. Right, so the dawn of this powerful digitized media axis glows across the horizon at the start of 1995. Instead of 12 games in 1995, they published 2 original games and a few ports. Digital Pictures carpet bombs its office with mass layoffs. Another original game got delayed to 1996, later a casualty of Digital Pictures vanishing. So what in fresh hell happened? It's March 7th, 1996. Maximum Surge still has yet to make it past Sega QA. Of the few staffers who made it past the mass layoffs, most have either quit or were later laid off themselves. This letter Tom Zito sent to several execs, including Greg Fishbach, alleges the following. Acclaim owes $3 million cash. Acclaim did not give DP the cash owed or the means to accurately calculate the amount they owe. Acclaim clapped back, saying DP actually owes them nearly $1 million. That's something DP staff don't comprehend. Digital Pictures does concede they still owe money to other entities and cannot pay those debts, so they intend to enter bankruptcy. Zito spoke about efforts to turn the company around, saying he's interested in, quote, internet gaming. He retained consulting services to work with Amanda Welsh on how to flesh out this game plan. In tandem, Zito has this business plan. Lay off all remaining employees except for about 10 or 12 critical people. Enter Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Negotiate the sale of DP's assets, including unreleased games. Finalize the internet gaming business plan. Settle debts and restaff the whole company. Then, if they can't right the ship, enter Chapter 7, essentially shutting the company down entirely. March 11th. The Digital Pictures Board of Directors has a meeting. They review the financial condition of Digital Pictures, then vote in favor of filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. This is often referred to as a reorganization bankruptcy, according to uscourts.gov. This does not necessarily mean they're going out of business. Through the court system, the debtor, Digital Pictures, can rearrange its assets and debts to keep its business afloat while paying dues to creditors, people and entities they owe money to. March 22nd, 1996. Ken Suhu has left Digital Pictures some time ago, starting a new company, Planet Web. He says he's buried inside another small company, using a cube in the middle of a sea of cubes. Suhu understands Digital Pictures is not interested in his Sega Saturn web browser. Suhu promises not to use their proprietary tech to make it himself at Planet Web. He wishes them the best. March 29th. Patrick Murphy, Digital Pictures attorney, sends Fishbach a letter. Acclaim apparently proposed to Digital Pictures a deal to release its unreleased games in exchange for money. This includes new versions of Corpse Killer in English and Japanese, saying the Saturn version is now modified to allow the use of light guns. Maximum Surge for PC and Saturn, along with the Japanese localization on PC, and various releases of Double Switch, Prize Fighter Heavyweight Edition, and What's My Story. Murphy writes on behalf of DP, Acclaim has not yet paid them the amount owed from their previous deal, so they feel entering a new agreement would be a bad idea. So they're declining Acclaim's offer to release these games. If Acclaim pays DP the amount they owe, maybe they'll consider it. Fishbach replies, saying he's taking this as a rejection of their offer and is seeking legal advice. Their filings show that as of March 31st, Digital Pictures possessed roughly $4 million in assets and owed roughly $10 million. Months go by. On July 29, 1996, at 2:56 p.m. Pacific Time, Digital Pictures officially filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy at the Northern District of California Bankruptcy Court. They hired Richard M. Adler Esquire of San Francisco-based Murphy, Weir & Butler as their legal representation. Digital Pictures owes money to at least 200 creditors. These creditors include companies and people. They list the top 20 amounts owed. Number 1, JVC Disc America Company, $386,000. Number 2, Sega of America at $350,000. Okay, I'm not going to keep this top 10 bit going, but they also owed at least $200,000 to Everett Graphics and more than $100,000 to companies like Wired Magazine, Imagine Publishing, Star Graphics, and Ziff Davis Publishing. They also owe at least $80,000 in rent to Crossroads, the building their office is in. A few more pages in, they list the rest of the 200-plus entities they owe money to. Companies like Disney, Office Depot, the IRS, Sony Computer Entertainment, and several former employees, including Bart Sheaver, Amanda Welsh, and Steve DeFrisco. I asked DeFrisco if Digital Pictures ever sent him a check, or if maybe they still owe him money.
I honestly don't remember. Those days were a little chaotic. My wife was pregnant with our second child and all this craziness. Sorry, I can't help with this one.
Each of the more than 200 creditors were sent mail, letting them know that they are owed money in this bankruptcy case. To help move things along, they start the process of creating a committee of creditors. These entities will sort of act as a body of spokespeople for the hundreds Digital Pictures owes money to. As of August 2nd, it is revealed they, quote, sharply reduced its operations over the last 6 months. This is when Digital Pictures formally accuses Acclaim of holding all of its video games in warehouses without selling them. They also say Acclaim kept the money made from game sales, not sending any proceeds back to Tom Zito's company. Through the court system, they're demanding Acclaim release these games and allow Digital Pictures to sell them to a wholesaler. They want this done by the middle of August, saying time is of the essence. Included with the inventory are an undisclosed amount of their 3 Sega Saturn games, listed by name in court documents. DP notes them as, quote, somewhat dated with declining value. Court documents straight up talk about the upcoming Nintendo 64 being, quote, twice as powerful as the Saturn, thus further eroding the value of this inventory. Digital Pictures starts rejecting leases on equipment it doesn't need anymore, and seemingly moves out of its office at the Crossroads. Keep in mind, the company is still technically active, though they're not releasing games anymore, and their office is gone. Tom Zito is appointed as the person responsible for the company, which is now a debtor in possession. Through the courts, they approve a monthly spending budget as they move through the bankruptcy process. Several $1,000s are set aside for consultants, insurance, sales costs, postage, and the few people left on payroll. This includes an $85 an hour pay rate for Tom Zito himself. It's higher than the others, higher than the $20 an hour rate for Douglas Mandler, then sales and marketing coordinator at Digital Pictures. The next week, Mandler files documents going over the sale of DP's Saturn inventory withheld by Acclaim at a New Jersey warehouse. Corpse Killer, Double Switch, and Quarterback Attack. Unfortunately, the amount of games being sold are redacted, as is the price per game, but we can still use this info to make a shitty guess. Based on the format of this document, each character of text takes up the same amount of space. Numbers in the thousands use commas. Smaller dollar amounts include periods and cents. The amount sharpied out here takes up 5 characters, so they're likely 4-digit numbers, with a comma. The amount per game is 4 characters in length, so it's likely a single-digit dollar amount with cents. Now, I'm not a mathematician. It's my assumption that these parameters present a number of possibilities. I did find that $5.50 times 27,932 evenly comes out to $153,626. Does this mean I cracked the case? I don't know, man. Go ask a math professor. Funny note here. These documents once again bring up the incoming Nintendo 64, clarifying for the record that these Saturn games will not work on the Nintendo 64. The next day, a committee of creditors is established, 6 of the top creditors. The New Jersey warehouse where Acclaim allegedly parked the inventory is run by a company called Vidco International and Associates, Inc. On August 16th, they claim Digital Pictures owes them at least $46,000 in storage costs. Digital disputes this. Either way, the courts approve the sale of held Saturn games to Gametronics. A month goes by. Digital Pictures now clarifies on the record there are actually about 300 creditors they owe money to. They ask the courts to reduce admin costs, since the price of postage to repeatedly serve hundreds of creditors is apparently getting too expensive. By September 23rd, Acclaim has authorized Digital Pictures to get its games from all their warehouses. At the same time, they're figuring out what to do with all their non-Saturn inventory, still allegedly being held by Acclaim. So, a company called Jack of All Games enters the fray. It wants all of Digital Pictures' remaining stock by October 9th, so they can sell it in time for the holiday season. Another day rolls by. The Honorable Judge approves the Jack of All Games sale, within precise details that are not redacted. They say 121,367 copies of non-Saturn Digital Pictures games are being held by Acclaim at warehouses in New Jersey and California. Jack buys the stock for more than $139,000 at just $1.15 per game. They include this chart, revealing the quantity of each game separated by platform. It includes more than 10,000 copies of Corpse Killer for the Sega 32X. I think we can actually trace the path of some of these games, right here. Not long ago, my good friend Pimpo went to the store Game Doctors in Casper, Wyoming. They opened in 1997 and still have a Sega Saturn logo on their banner. Great selections inside, it's honestly insane. Their insistence on selling in-person only in this part of the country leads to an incredible inventory of niche retro games. This includes 7 sealed copies of Corpse Killer for the Sega 32X. Pimpo sent me this picture. I called the store. They told me they got these from an online seller back in 2009. And they're still there. So there's a non-0% chance that the start of this chain is the bankruptcy liquidation, just getting passed down from store to store, still sealed, still unsold, almost 30 years later. September 25th, 1996. To the regrettable expense of Digital Pictures, more mail is sent to creditors. But some good news in the world of penny pinching. Acclaim informs Zito that Digital Pictures will in fact not be responsible for storage costs. Jack of All Games pays cash for the inventory. A couple weeks later, Digital Pictures begins the process of auctioning off the rest of its equipment. They list what exactly they're selling. This includes furniture, equipment, and a Sony PlayStation development kit. This confirms they were in fact exploring the possibility of making PlayStation games. I wonder what old Kolinsky would have thought of that. He got fired around this time anyway, wouldn't have mattered.
They actually got a PlayStation dev kit in the office, and that's kind of when all the employees realized where video games were heading. So they were kind of pushing to move in that direction and do stuff like that.
Tyler Hogle, the man making modern-day ports of Digital Pictures games, tells me the company was absolutely getting ready to make PlayStation games before going under. In fact, he says at least one of their existing games has PlayStation code. Days later, Digital Pictures asks the court to let them investigate Acclaim. Now the findings against their own publisher allege more heinous intentions, and their approach to this issue in court becomes a lot more heavy-handed. Digital Pictures says Acclaim is refusing to pay $800,000 that it admits it owes to the company. They say Acclaim reached this dollar amount by deducting $1.4 million from money they owe. So, sounds like they actually owe DP around $2.2 million. Digital Pictures filed for bankruptcy for one reason and one reason alone. Acclaim, which is the debtor's exclusive distributor of its software products, has refused month after month to pay the money it owes the debtor under the agreement. But for Acclaim's continuing refusal to pay what it owes, the debtor would have been a viable entity. They go on to say Acclaim may have damaged the company in far greater amounts. Digital believes Acclaim discriminated against their products in favor of others, took improper deductions, and even licensed DP software to other companies. Digital Pictures tells the court they need to subpoena documents from Acclaim to find out what further damage they have done. They apparently asked Acclaim earlier, but they refused to fork over the papers, seemingly because their books are in such a sorry state that they cannot provide them. Digital Pictures also wants to examine Acclaim's other partners, including Toys R Us. Halloween Eve. Even more Digital Pictures games are being held at Acclaim's European warehouses throughout England, France, and Germany. They tried to find a proper wholesaler buyer in Europe, but apparently nobody wanted to try selling these games there. So the inventory is left to a consignment sale to England-based Prism Leisure Corporation. By this point, pretty much all of their inventory is sold and taken care of. More mail is sent to roughly 300 creditors. November 12, 1996. Acclaim shares its side of the story with the court. They start by asking the judge to quash Digital Pictures' 14 or other subpoenas. They take issue with requests for their internal documents and testimony from Acclaim staff. Digital Pictures is contemplating a lawsuit, precisely noting their belief that the publisher owes them more than $2 million. Digital Pictures apparently told Acclaim that if it's not paid by October 9th, they will sue. Acclaim is upset that Digital Pictures filed the subpoenas without warning them first. They talk about one of the subpoenas sent to Acclaim's partner, JMAR Marketing, calling it, quote, burdensome and harassing. Attorneys then say Digital Pictures' use of what's called the 2004 order is a, quote, gross misuse of a unique bankruptcy tool. They say DP is, quote, on a witch hunt to locate information it can use against Acclaim in litigation it has not yet filed but clearly contemplates. Their argument boils down to this. They're saying Digital Pictures cannot examine Acclaim as a mere debtor in a bankruptcy case before filing a lawsuit. On December 17th, Digital Pictures files a lawsuit against Acclaim. From this point until sometime in 1998, the two embattled companies endure court hearings. Acclaim does bring up the allegations in its SEC filings. A month after the lawsuit was filed, the Wall Street Journal published this article. This newspaper report focuses on Acclaim's serious financial issues. They just reported a first quarter fiscal loss of about $19 million. Revenue was reportedly down by less than half the previous year.
The earnings disappointment comes in what the company is described as its turnaround fiscal year, after fiscal 1996's embarrassing accounting problems, including a related Securities and Exchange Commission investigation, massive write-offs of outdated 16-bit game cartridges, and the revelation last month that the company risks insolvency if results don't improve.
Acclaim claims Magic the Gathering Battle Mage will end their extreme accounting problems and sell 100,000 copies.
Like many in its industry, Acclaim records revenue as it ships its products to retailers and middlemen firms, and sets aside a portion of the cash to cover the possibility of returns. For example, Acclaim has already recognized the revenue from each unit of Magic the Gathering shipped out this week, even though consumer demand has not yet been tested. Last fiscal year, its set-asides for unsold products fell $114 million short, leading to a $214 million net loss, and resulting in lawsuits by investors and business partners, alleging that the company had grossly inflated its quarterly earnings.
The Wall Street Journal goes on to say that on top of an investigation by the SEC, it faces 2 lawsuits from 2 of its game developers, alleging Acclaim, quote, parked inventory. The lawsuits are coming from SoundSource Interactive and Digital Pictures.
Acclaim shipped thousands of units of games on the last days of its third and fourth quarters of fiscal 1995 and its first quarter of 1996 to a warehouse and distribution firm and fraudulently recorded the shipments as revenue, Digital Pictures alleges in the suit in bankruptcy court in San Francisco. Then, the suit claims, 2 to 6 weeks later, Acclaim accepted the return of each unit shipped and charged a restocking fee. Both companies say their allegations of fake sales are based on Acclaim's statements to them about its inventory.
The paper interviewed Acclaim CEO Gregory Fishbach. He calls the allegations outrageous, writing them off as accounting disputes. A second anonymous interviewee was there during the lawsuit and close to the situation. They told me this.
Wow, I've not thought of the Acclaim issue in a long time. It was the final nail in the coffin for Digital Pictures. They placed orders, took delivery, parked the merchandise, booked the revenue for the end of Q4, then returned the merchandise, all without paying. What they did was contractually, and if I recall correctly, also statutorily illegal. We sued them on behalf of Digital Pictures creditors, and we included an anti-racketeering charge. Our subpoena of documents yielded some damning evidence, including an inventory sheet with a bunch of our product circled with the word Park written on it. Seems like a smoking gun. Well, in court they testified that Mr. Park was in charge of that inventory.
According to my sources, leaders of Digital Pictures say Acclaim screwed them out of at least $10 million. Some estimates were as high as $15 million. The initial public filings show them owing $2.2 million. Right after the end of the fiscal year, Acclaim's chief financial officer announced his resignation. March of 1998, Acclaim closed its arcade division, citing a shift in focus to the home console market. Then on May 14, 1998, they reached a settlement with Digital Pictures. This closes the case, preventing it from going to trial. A trial often leads to evidence being available to the public. Details on the settlement itself are sealed in court, though Acclaim's SEC report does give us a hint as to how much was paid. During that fiscal year, they made settlements with Digital, SoundSource, and other companies. In total, the settlement payments added up to $22,835,000. So, of this amount, Digital Pictures got some of it. Settlements are not an admission of guilt. Through this, we cannot necessarily say that Acclaim is in the wrong. Still, things sort of piled up over time. Acclaim settled with no fewer than 4 companies in that same fiscal year, some pressing very similar allegations to what Digital Pictures put forth. These alarmingly similar lawsuits would pile on for years to come, including one filed by, no joke, the Olsen twins, Mary Kate and Ashley. They sued Acclaim for refusing to pay them a settlement they had already reached for royalties from a game they appeared in. In 2003, 3 shareholders separately sued Acclaim in federal court for misleading investors, alleging in part that they overstated earnings before a stock sale. Pro BMX biker Dave Mira sued them for turning what was supposed to be his 3rd licensed video game into BMX XXX, potentially damaging his public image. They paid a settlement. Even more lawsuits alleging Acclaim defrauded investors would pop up. As the suits piled on in 2004, Acclaim threw in the towel, filing for Chapter 7 bankruptcy. This is the kind of bankruptcy where the company does not continue operating. It just shuts down and liquidates everything. Poof! By the end of 2005, Acclaim, once one of the largest publishers in the industry, was gone, buried under a mountain of legal trouble. A wise colleague of mine once said, "You don't settle a court case if it's just an urban legend." While it is true the Digital Pictures suit ended with no conviction, they certainly stopped the lawsuit from revealing evidence. Many things working against Digital Pictures led to its demise. The Senate hearings caused a bestseller to get recalled at the start of 1994. Throughout that year, Zito lost investors who were spooked by the Night Trap controversy. That same year, they gained a friend in Acclaim who would later be accused of stabbing them in the back at their most vulnerable. Digital Pictures was robbed by politics and bad deals. At the same time, the industry started abandoning FMV. Though it must be noted that Digital Pictures' spending habits might be a contributing factor. How much money did they spend on all these canceled projects? The big budget productions, the explosion in staff members, the expensive office equipment, the phone cable swaps.
So those Macs were probably $2,000. The TZOs were $1,000. The Herman Miller chairs were $1,000. So we were just, I think we were probably a little loose with spending money.
The Sega CD was its primary platform. While Sega did reportedly manage to get 1 million of them sold by the end of '93, it quickly faded from popularity. DP would spend capital re-releasing higher-res versions for the 32X, games which required both Genesis add-ons and 3 power cables just to function. On top of this, Saturn and 3DO failed to capture the audience they needed. The holiday sales figures from 1995 were not enough to prevent the mass layoffs, seemingly not even making a profit, even if their spending was more wise, even if Night Trap was not used as a political football. Reviewers and players made it clear, FMV is not the future. The allegations are that Acclaim prevented several $1 million from getting into the hands of Digital Pictures, despite a 1994 agreement to actually pay them and help make new games. Based on the amount of debt DP was in, and the amount they believe was rightfully theirs, we can assert that in a world where this is true, Digital Pictures might have lived longer had it not been for this betrayal, and perhaps Maximum Surge would have been released. That game was not going to save FMV or anything like that, but it would have at least kissed sunshine. The treasure of Isix seen in Double Switch may represent the very concept of Digital Pictures' unique FMV formula, a digital video methodology allowing the release of software that transcends the mainstream concept of video games. It is discovered by Tamara's writers, put on display with an American Legion Post 43, much like how Lionel Edward found Isix within an Egyptian tomb. The Tamara concept is reworked by Isix into tech, changing hands many times over the years before finding its home on traditional video game platforms, an enhanced facsimile of the theater where it once lived. Within the Edward Arms mansion, built after the tomb disappears, you accidentally help tech wizard Eddie in his villainous quest to take the treasure of Isix. Suits are trying to snatch it too. In the fight for control over Isix, the tenants take it for themselves with your help. They reap the rewards hiding within their own walls. Like in real life, many factors worked against Digital Pictures' quest, but the company endured, independently filming and selling their own interactive movies. Then, right as they bask in the glow of gold, mysterious hands snatch Isix away, sealing the treasure once again. Reflecting on what happened, Kevin Welsh does not think Acclaim killed Digital Pictures.
No, I don't think the Acclaim deal caused the collapse.
Okay.
It really, as I think I mentioned before, I think it was just pure economics. The games weren't making money. We couldn't put out a game that would sell more, make more money than it cost us to produce the game. Just one business 101. The hope was that if we could go to a platform that had Saturn or the 3DO or even the Macintosh or Windows that had a much higher resolution, that maybe those would sell more. But the resolution didn't help. It really was all the gameplay and what people could do with the game. A budget for a game would be about $1.5 million, production, but then there were probably another $1.5 million in overhead costs. The time to develop, all the production time, the coding and the distribution and the advertising and whatnot. And we just couldn't get the games to break even or make money. We were doing what we could with the technology that we had at the time. And when I hear somebody say it's the worst game ever made, it's almost like somebody saying, you know, a black and white silent movie, you know, made in the early days of film is the worst ever made when I compare it to Star Wars.
Yeah.
You know, you can't really compare. It was a step. It was an evolution. And when you look at games today, The Last of Us is probably the best example, right? I mean, those are movies.
Yeah, cinema, it stayed in games after that point.
Yeah, and so, you know, I think we were proven right at the end of the day. The premise that we had originally, that there was this place to convert, you know, the gaming tweak of little bitmaps into something that was much more movie-like. We were just limited by the technology we had at the time. We didn't have the technology that they have today to render these incredible 3D things in real time and make them look completely photorealistic.
It's not over yet, my sweet little plum.
No! We were so close!
What would have happened if Control Vision and Night Trap released in the late 1980s? Would it have sold well? Would it have changed the video game industry? Would there have been Senate hearings about Night Trap in the late 80s, even without Mortal Kombat? Would FMV have thrived longer or died sooner? The crunchy, pixelated mess that is Sega CD's Night Trap was both impressive and successful in 1992. So imagine the impact if that were released years sooner in VHS quality. Call me crazy.
You're crazy!
Thank you. But I think it would have been a hit. This alternative history is something My Life in Gaming spoke with Jim Riley about.
It never came out with the Hasbro VCR. If it did, it probably would have fared a little better. Can't be sure about that, because it wouldn't have necessarily been coming out on a Sega CD where everybody said, oh, this is a game. Well, it's a video game. Well, it's kind of a movie game, but it's really not much of a game. I mean, there's some game elements to it, but it's not, you know, if it came out of the VCR in the living room, I think it would have had a wider berth in how to think about it.
Looking back at the heyday of digital pictures, Zito is on the record saying he believed this interactive television concept would be akin to today's casual gaming, thinking they had created something really big. Riley had a more tempered interpretation of what this felt like. He seems to say they might have lost track when they began to ham-fist action game elements into their concepts.
If there was more of an interest in a Myst-like approach, right, rather than how many people can you shoot up. I mean, the minute you get into any kind of action video game, you'll never compete with a CG generated world. It's just, you know, the game engine capability. You're cutting linear tape and trying to compare it to a game engine. It'll never happen. But I think that there was such a rush to try to, you know, because the first titles were doing very well. I mean, they were making tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
You never know at the time whether it's a novelty or whether it's the beginning of a major thing.
Right.
I mean, for me, because I've been in many different worlds, I saw it as a limited window and more as an experimental time than, you know, launching a new platform.
I think product was very much sold on what we were doing. And, you know, they were like, they definitely wanted, you know, to keep that going. I think the engineers just wanted to do, you know, more complicated stuff. We had a lot of, you know, smart engineers that, you know, are still all engineers to this day. And they, you know, they just wanted to expand it, but it doesn't mean like everybody was doing the best they could. And I feel like for what we were delivering, you know, it was like the high end version of that.
It really was an interesting time in that the stuff that we were doing then is still today, you know, stuff that we're exploring. And that part of it, I love. People got excited, but we had gone through a 3-year period with Hasbro where we looked at the marketplace, we did a ton of play testing, and I don't think it was ever clearly resolved what this thing was. So I never felt like, this is the next hot thing. Others may have. I never had that feeling. So I was grateful. I mean, like any filmmaker, I was grateful that I had a chance to play with the technology. I wasn't trying to compete with video games. I was much more interested in, if we have the ability to allow you to be, to experience a world and interact with that world, and we could make it photoreal, and the characters you interact with were photoreal. How do you do that?
Even though Digital Pictures was technically alive throughout the bankruptcy process, they effectively died in early 1996. That was when efforts to publish their own software ended. Their lawsuit against Acclaim ran through 1998, so I guess the company technically stayed alive for a few years. In 1999, Zito and DP producer Amanda Welsh tried this internet-based indie music startup thing called GarageBand, not to be confused with that Mac app. Tom Zito would dip his toes into photography. It's been a hobby of his for a while. Pictures of his own family, places he'd been, landscapes, celebrities, and he sort of pours his heart out a few times on his website, revealing more about his personal life than I ever expected to learn about, like how his son was born in 1992, right when his newly launched company started piercing the stratosphere. Over the 2000s, he'd kick off various mini-business ventures.
Kelly, I'm so confused. What's going on?
Oh, just relax. Calm down. We're gonna be just fine. This is Kelly. Come in. Over.
The one-man army that is Tyler Hogle began the process of re-releasing Digital Pictures' catalog to modern consoles in the late 2010s. Ever since, he's coded high-def ports of their many cult classics, still continuing these efforts today after all Digital Pictures games were sold to Josh Fairhurst. Hogle loads these up with as much behind-the-scenes footage and historical items as he can find. He's still working on modern ports of games like Sewer Shark, Slam City, Supreme Warrior. Along this journey, someone mailed him a Digital Pictures shirt and hat. Despite what history has told, this did not mean he was getting laid off.
A fan actually mailed me this, and then Tom Zito's original business card.
Hogle has many artifacts from the DP days. Lost media, internal emails, even one of Ken Suhu's notebooks.
It says kill across the front of it.
Our legacy, I think, is that we made it acceptable for a video game to tell a story that was deep and complex and interactive.
I would like to personally thank Jamie Russell for allowing me to use his audio interview with Ken Suhu. Russell recorded it for his 2012 book, Generation Xbox: How Video Games Invaded Hollywood. Much of this book goes over Digital Pictures' history, and I would highly recommend reading it.
When you see Sewer Shark, you're engaged by the characters. If it's the guy in the cockpit yelling at you, you're not engaged by the fact that you can switch tunnels. I mean, right? And so we were really, in that sense, we hit, I think, Tom's vision right on of being a little film studio and brought all the greatness of movies to video games. Things like car racing and all the rest of that are genres that had nowhere to go within their confines at that moment. And when we could introduce a story to wrap around any genre, really, you saw that we innovated in boxing, and we had, of course, we had shooters and we had puzzle games, all sorts of great genres can apply the story around them. We made it acceptable and actually maybe, I like to think, a necessary element of the next generation of products. Tell a story and to engage with the characters.
After the mass layoffs of 1996, Suhu stayed on for a bit to help code Saturn ports. In his own past interviews, he seemed willing to take Digital Pictures into the more traditional game route, while retaining the soul of its movie studio status, going big on film without letting it compromise the gameplay. In early 1996, he left the company and started his own, PlanetWeb. In classic Suhu form, he pulled off something impressive at a breakneck pace. He and his company made a Sega Saturn internet browser in 10 weeks. They showed it off at E3 1996, crushing a competing browser developed in Japan. Sega gave him funding to sell this to the US market, and his company ballooned from there, developing web browsers for several consoles over the years.
A lifelong love of video games has launched PlanetWeb CEO Ken Suhu into the forefront of the gaming industry. And Judy Peterson has his profile.
Please come to Mars. Your opponent is waiting for you.
It's the second annual game day at the PlanetWeb offices in Redwood Shores, and CEO Ken Suhu is at ground zero, battling for the trophy that goes to the best in-house player. Even among hardcore gamers, Suhu is unique. He learned computer programming at age 11. Then, at 14, he developed his first Atari video game.
I went down to Atari and pitched it to him and said, well, this is great, but with all due respect, there's this thing called business, and the business cycle for games is on downturn. So our advice to you is stop writing games, go to college, get a real degree, and you should complete your education. So how do I skip through these? I can't remember, Kyler.
And playing one of his own games, Corpse Killer, Suhu is merciless.
Oh, it's a pretty mediocre game.
Corpse Killer is one of 9 games authored by Suhu over the years. Now, his love of gaming has taken a practical turn. PlanetWeb has developed a browser that allows gamers in Japan to surf the internet using a Sony PlayStation 2 console.
Suhu would hire some Digital Pictures alumni to his new company, including Steve DeFrisco.
PlanetWeb focuses on enriching an existing consumer electronics experience by adding the internet.
Suhu's work would grace several consoles before getting acquired by Monotype Imaging. It paved the way for similar tech to evolve in the video game world, leaving Suhu with time to focus on his other passions and his family. Ken Suhu passed away in 2016. He was 48 years old. On his online obituary, many shared memories of his wicked intelligence, generosity, and relentless positivity.
He was an amazing guy. He's just a super smart guy. Came out of Berkeley, I'm pretty sure. And there wasn't a technical challenge that he didn't understand immediately.
He was just a really cool guy to work with.
Ken and I were good friends, so sad to lose him at such a young age. We worked in cubicles next to each other in the Palo Alto office and frequently made jokes over the cube wall to relieve the stress.
I'm sure that he would be doing something that would be blowing all of our minds right now. He was a super guy, super nice guy. Everybody at the company loved him.
He leaves behind an impressive legacy, not only with his catalog, but his innovation with PlanetWeb. Among his friends and family, Suhu was clearly loved. There are many other Digital Pictures staff and cast members who are no longer with us. Though they've left, their footprints are permanently etched in history, giving the gift of their own creativity to the entire world. They may not have produced 10 out of 10s, but they did leave an impact on the art form, still felt today.
Both those companies changed my life. It really changed the trajectory. I thought I would be down, probably this time working in LA on TV commercials or something. And, everything shifted left. And I wouldn't give up those days, those times for anything. They were the greatest times working with the greatest people on some of the most exciting projects. It was just terribly rewarding. And I'm so glad that I was given the opportunity.
It has been 30 years since Digital Pictures shut down. Nowadays, they're widely remembered as a company that made weird games. Some considered niche classics, others attaining meme status. In their time, millions of dollars were spent to invent this method of creating interactive movies. They were ahead of their time, to a fault. Today, live action is not the standard for video games, save for a few titles that do use it. But what did stick around was the taste for putting cinema in games. Branching stories, star cast members, making you cry and laugh when you interact with these things. Regardless of how we may personally rate these cult classics, the DNA of full-motion video is prominent beneath our fingertips. Thank you for watching.
This is a thrill greater than any I've experienced since being a senator. Today, we're here to talk about The Nightmare Before Christmas. Not the movie, but unfortunately, the violent video games. When a player wins, the so-called death sequence begins. Cabbage Patch dolls never oozed blood. Player is instructed to finish, and I quote, his opponent. This is the handheld implement Spider-Man versus Kingpin. Like the Grinch who stole Christmas, these violent video games threaten to rob this particular holiday season of a spirit of goodwill.
About 2 months ago, I saw the video game Night Trap for the first time. It's an effort to trap and kill women.
Now we'll go to the Night Trap sequence.
They like bloody games where people's heads explode.
Mr. Zito says that Night Trap was set out to create a spoof of vampire films.
Senator Cole and I have a lot of other things we can work on here in the Senate. I hope that you'll take it from here and work it in a way that we don't have to worry about it anymore.
Is there anything that we haven't talked about?
I don't think so.
You want to talk about? Tom, did you?
I think you should talk a little bit about why you think violence is good.
Oh no, that's not on my list of questions.
Violence is better.
We did that with the.
We have to keep violence in the home, not out on the street.
Where it belongs.
All right.
We did the benevolent crime fighting.
The benevolent. All right.
Is Broadway your real last name?
Yes.
Tom doesn't think it is. He texted me and he was all like Broadway with a question mark, and I'm like, huh? And I didn't know what he was talking about. He's like, this guy you put me in contact with, Nick Broadway, is that his real name? Like, yeah, I would think so. Why? I don't know. That sounds like a made-up Hollywood name. I highly doubt it's real.
Do any of these games utilize the Cinepack for Sega, making the full screen?
No. We think that Cinepack is garbage, and in fact, we've developed our own display driver. We don't use Cinepack. Cinepack is fraught with problems. 3DO has come to us to try to license our algorithm instead of Cinepack, because everybody who's worked with Cinepack knows that there are just some tremendous problems involved in using it.
A group called the South Central Cartel is working on a single from what it hopes will be its breakthrough album, In Gats We Trust. Gats, slang for guns.
Son, if you have a wife or a girlfriend, well, go to them. Make love for one last time. None of us have long left.
I'm a virgin, sir.
Son, I know how you feel.
And then the little one here is that's actually off a video game from Electronic Arts. So you're probably going to have to call them up and ask them if you could show this. That's off the Immortal.
I know.
Which is an excellent video game.
So what's your fourth tattoo going to be?
The fourth one is a lizard on my arm. I'm working on the fifth one, but I have no idea.
And here we get to see the bathing beauty drive off with Winston.
Yeah, we get to see the girl drive off with someone else.
Well, thanks for saving us,
clear.
but Winston and I have gotten sort of close.
We've only been working on this game for about 4 days now. For this, I've had a night trap for a month. You end up learning every move, every word. You go home at night just saying all the lines.
Rob's trying to make it a PBS back.
I know, I'd like it to be. It's like that, the 7 to 35, 721, where they had the kids at 7 years old and 35. That's what this is going to be. You know, in 10 years we'll be back here and our dreams will be crushed and we'll be bitter, but we'll still be playing these video games. Well, I wanted to be a computer graphics programmer, but nobody saw the way I did, and they kicked me out, and this is the only job I can.
But I'll have much longer hair.
That's right, we will.
You gotta get the morphine.
We'll all have some
Hey,
pretty
that's
good...
my story. You can't take my story.
Drug addictions going with it.
Yeah, let me tell you what we're talking about. We're talking about that descriptor issue on the back of the night track box. The one where it was printed and shouldn't have been. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Load it up and close it.
And we're trying to come up with a solution. Greg really wants to talk to you about it. We're thinking of the option of both printing double black ink over it and then putting a sticker on it.
So if you weren't here, you'd be working in a bank, right?
No, probably I'd be still washing windows down at the corner, Hillsdale, and some other street I can't read.
Wow, a genius at workshop.
You know it. Someone will have to get a hold of this tape one day.